Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 13 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 301, The Crystal Style User. Clap. 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 Girin gave 3 slow claps as she and her 2 subordinates appeared out of the shadows. She had an arrogant grin on her face as she looked at the 2 jonin before finally setting her sights on Daichi. To heal their injuries so quickly and using chakra strings as a medium. This kid's medical ninjutsu might be even greater than Kabuto's. Anko couldn't help but groan as she looked at the other woman. Really? The slow clap? Isn't that a bit cliché? Girin chuckled and she turned her attention to Anko. True. Clichés are the foundation of every classic performance. But don't worry. The smile on her face vanished and Girin became serious. I'm here to add a touch of originality to our little showdown. Ginma looked at the 2 silent figures that stood by Girin. They haven't said a word. Based on their behavior and this woman's arrogant smirk, she's probably the leader. Which means she might know where Orochimaru has taken Lady Tsunade. Renji looked at Daichi and kept a calm face. They already came up with a plan. So this is Daichi Hekima. If we engage in an all-out fight here, he'll be able to heal those jonins and that'll make things more difficult. It's best if we separate them. Girin can handle the brat. Her crystal style can easily restrain him. Once that's done, all we have to do is make an opening and escape. At that time Daichi was busy using his observed skill on the 3 enemies. LV, 103, Girin, age, 25 health points, 27432 chakra points, 78150 affiliation, Orochimaru. Girin was born in a small village outside the borders of the Land of Snow. After witnessing Orochimaru's power, she became one of his loyal followers. She was born with the unique ability and higher than average chakra. Girin has the unique ninja art Crystal Release. She can crystallize targets and even the moisture in the air, thus providing her with an infinite source of weapons. With the help of her unique ninjutsu, she can significantly increase her strength and defense powers. Has high-level taijutsu skills, chakra reserves, and is capable of using one-handed seals. She can even convert her life energy into additional chakra reserves. She is currently a ninja of the Sound Village under the Sannin Orochimaru. Strength 201, Agility 190, Intelligence 85. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. Her chakra is even higher than some elite jonins. Ginma and Anko won't be able to take her on. And I have a feeling she's going to come straight for me. LV, 63, Renji, age, 20 health points, 8,200 chakra points, 8120 affiliation, Orochimaru. Renji met Orochimaru in his early teens and quickly became a follower. He has a laid-back personality but has high intellect. He is ambitious and a strategist, wishes to work closer with Orochimaru. He has spent many years acting as a spy and has infiltrated multiple small villages and even went as a spy in Orochimaru's prison to gather intelligence. He is a bat user and has the ability to manipulate bats via the bat controlling method. Renji can command his bats to produce high-frequency ultrasonic waves that affect the mind and equilibrium of the opponent. He also has sonar-like abilities that allows him to detect sounds from a large radius. He is currently a ninja of the Sound Village under the Sannin Orochimaru. Strength 169, Agility 162, Intelligence 89. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. A spy, huh? He'll have at least some intel on Orochimaru's operations. I need him alive. LV, 77, Gozu, age, 28 health points, 37021 chakra points, 41030 affiliation, Orochimaru. Gozu was captured and imprisoned by Orochimaru a few years ago. When he was dying from thirst and starvation, Girin saved his life by giving him some water, which was enough to help him survive. He developed deep loyalty to Girin after this incident. He has a variety of battle skills, but his main attributes are his brute strength and speed. He can use earth-nature transformation and can even turn his body into mud. Due to his body being altered by Orochimaru, he has gained abilities similar to the Akimichi clan. He is currently a ninja of the Sound Village under the Sannin Orochimaru. Strength 291, Agility 275, Intelligence 60. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. Abilities similar to what's shown in canon. Nothing extra. So that's good. His strength and special earth jutsu can become a nuisance for Ginma. But based on my analysis, Ginma should win the fight. Daichi only took a couple of moments to go through their information and make a clear analysis. At that time, Ginma took a step forward and looked at the three with a frown. Those guys who attacked us earlier, I take it they were sent by you. What do you want? Girin looked at the Jonin and then her eyes shifted to Daichi. Hand over that brat and I'll let you two live. That's not gonna happen. Anko replied as she gripped her kunai. You're not taking Daichi anywhere. In fact, you're coming with us to the Leaf Village. Ginma spoke as he looked at the blue-haired woman. Ha ha ha. Girin couldn't help but burst out in laughter as if she heard a big joke. That's hilarious. What's so funny? The special Jonin asked with a calm but cautious tone. Girin slightly narrowed her eyes and sneered. You're all so outmatched and you don't even know it. Still, why don't we ask the kid what he thinks? The crystal-style user looked at the Genin who was keeping his silence. You can come with us and you can avoid an unnecessary beating. What do you say? Daichi stood with a calm expression as he looked at the three ninjas. After a few seconds of silence, he answered with a question. Where are Lady Tsunade and Shizune? Girin was slightly taken back by the child's attitude. I thought he'd be angrier knowing that his teacher was taken. Maybe I can use that to my advantage. Girin smiled at the boy and decided to reply. Lord Orochimaru has them. You can see them if you come with me. I can reunite you with your two teachers. Ginma and Anko were slightly tense. The Hokage guard glanced at Daichi. I know Daichi's not an idiot who'd fall for a trick like that, but still. Considering the circumstances. Daichi, feeling the gaze of his two fellow leaf ninjas, quickly spoke. Don't worry, Ginma. I'm not dumb enough to believe them and make such a reckless decision. Ginma nodded and smiled. Girin, on the other hand, got slightly angry. So be it. Have it your way. Gozu, Rinji. Get rid of those two Jonins. They're an eyesore. Yeah. I got it. Rinji spoke with a small smile. Yes, Girin. Gozu was also ready to attack. Seeing their enemy starting to move, Daichi quickly spoke to his two teammates. Ginma. Take the big guy. Based on what I see, he has strength and speed. And I can sense a strong earth chakra from him. You're better suited to fight him than Anko. Daichi saw the bats hanging on the trees near Rinji and spoke. Anko. That other guy can control bats. He has the weakest chakra out of the three. Yeah, I got it. But are you sure you can fight her? Anko was worried that Daichi was too tired after the first two fights and then healing them. I'll be just fine. I can handle her. Daichi spoke with confidence and he could see that those words had angered Girin. Ginma, Anko, Gozu and Rinji disappeared from their spot and soon clashes of metal and flesh could be heard throughout the area. Soon it was just the gamer ninja and the crystal-style user left. You have sense-killing intent. Handle me? You'll handle me? You fucking disrespectful brat. Girin gritted her teeth and made a hand seal. Almost instantaneously the air all around Daichi crystallized and countless pink sharp crystal needles rained down on the Jin, and the sharp needles traveled towards their target at extremely high speed and with pinpoint accuracy. Daichi, who was the target of the attack, kept a calm, cool face. The instant he sensed her chakra surge, his brain accelerated. Time slowed down for him as hypercognition skill kicked in. His mind swiftly processing the number of sharp weapons, their angle, velocity, shape, and size. He didn't even need to avert his gaze from Girin to confirm the number of weapons flying towards him. Based on the information he got after he complied and processed the data, he came to two conclusions. She's not trying to injure me. At best, even if I don't move, a few needles will just scratch me. She's using this attack as a scare tactic, and Orochimaru wants me alive. I see. If that's the case, there is a good chance he wants to use me as his next vessel. But still, I thought he wanted the Sharingan. Well, it doesn't matter now. Daichi stood still in his spot even as the crystals trapped him. About a dozen left several shallow wounds over his body, but Daichi never took his eyes off the enemy or even let out a pained grunt. Girin frowned and her previous anger dimmed. He just stood there doing nothing. Did he really not follow my attack or? No. This kid didn't even flinch. It was as if he knew they wouldn't cause any serious injuries. At that moment Daichi spoke. Earlier, you asked me to come with you to avoid an unnecessary beating. My answer is no. Now I'm going to ask you a similar question. Surrender and tell me everything you know about Orochimaru and his operations, and I won't cripple you. The blue-haired woman clenched her fist and gritted her teeth when she heard that. You fucking brat. Who do you think you are, threatening me? You're a genius and your strength is almost on par with a Jonin. I'll give you that. But that's it. I've seen and killed plenty of strong geniuses like you. So don't get cocky. Daichi looked at her and his mind was going through several scenarios. Even if I go with her, it won't guarantee that I'll be able to get to Tsunade-sensei. Moreover, if I'm caught, it'll only put the village in a more weakened position. So surrendering and infiltrating is out of the question. And this woman? Based on what I know, she's a true Orochimaru loyalist. I can't turn her into Orochimaru's enemy like Naruto did. No. Even if I could. I don't want to. I'm not him. I'm me. At that moment Daichi made a decision. He wasn't going to hold back and show mercy. So be it. Those words came out of Daichi's lips in a very low tone, but Girin heard them. Before she could react to those words, several strong lightning currents burst out of Daichi's body. The powerful lightning destroyed the crystal needles trapping Daichi, and the genin vanished from his spot the next instant. Girin was an elite fighter. She tracked the boy, but she didn't have the speed to evade Daichi's attack. The leaf genin appeared behind her and sent a powerful punch aimed at her right kidney. The strong physical attack landed and sent her flying. As Girin was in the air, Daichi narrowed his eyes. When he struck her, he felt that she had strengthened her body with crystal. As expected. Her senses could keep up my speed, but her body's not fast enough to dodge. So she reinforced her body with armor made of crystal and tanked my punch. Girin was momentarily stunned that a child could send her flying with just a punch. She twisted her body and immediately flipped in the air and looked at Daichi just in time to see him form several hand seals. Daichi made the final seal and he looked at his opponent. Earth-style crushing dragon. I need to wear her down and capture her. She'll have valuable intelligence. I can't let her kill herself or escape. As Girin was about to touch the ground, the earth underneath her quickly reformed into the jaws of a giant dragon. The earth dragon rose up and was about to swallow Girin, but she immediately made a few seals and held her palm out to the oncoming earth dragon. The earth dragon Daichi created stopped just a few centimeters from Girin and quickly became crystallized. Daichi purposely used earth jutsu knowing she could turn it against him, but he wanted to know how she did it. The gamer ninja was keeping a close eye on his chakra, and when Girin transformed his earth dragon, Daichi felt his chakra and his ninjutsu being taken over. So that's it. It's not just about crystallizing matter, but she's overriding my chakra with hers. Girin landed on the ground and looked at the genin with a condescending smile. A giant pink crystal dragon was now by her side. You have sense-killing intent. Your ninjutsu is useless against me. You should have just surrendered. Funny. I was about to say something similar. Daichi narrowed his eyes and got ready. Chapter 302, Dynamo Resonance. The large pink crystal dragon with glowing emerald eyes made a beeline for Daichi. Crystal Style Jade Crystal Dragon. The unique and powerful jutsu followed the will of its creator and rushed towards the Leaf Genin. The young ninja stood still and seemed like he had no intention of taking any defensive action. In mere moments the dragon was upon Daichi and slammed into him, crushing him into the ground. But the next instant Daichi turned into lightning and the blue electric current ripped through the dragon's head, destroying the jutsu. Girin narrowed her eyes as she saw the powerful lightning jutsu counter her bloodline. A lightning clone? When did he make that switch? She suddenly recalled what she did a minute ago. When she stopped the earth jutsu, she lost sight of Daichi for just a couple seconds. He made a clone and switched in just that short moment. To think he would take advantage to disappear in those few short seconds. His battle instincts and experience is much greater than I thought. Suddenly the earth under her feet quickly began to shift and instantly it turned to a raging mud whirlpool. But before Girin could lose her footing, the ground under her quickly began to stabilize and became crystal. Trying to catch me with earth jutsu again? It won't be so easy. Her jutsu expanded for several meters before it stopped. Almost at the same time she got out of Daichi's earth jutsu, a large stream of fire was coming towards her from above. She felt the light and strong heat coming from the jutsu and immediately made several seals. Crystal Style Crimson Fruit. A dome of pink crystals sprung out of the ground and surrounded Girin, protecting her from the fire-style jutsu. Meanwhile, as his clones attacked Girin, the real Daichi was studying her strengths and weaknesses from a short distance away. He was analyzing the way her chakra moved through the atmosphere and through the ground. How fast her jutsu could attack and how quickly she could defend. The speed, shape, density and durability of Girin's bloodline were all being tested by Daichi. I can see why Orochimaru once wanted her to be his vessel. A powerful bloodline that gives the user versatility, mobility, defense along with having high chakra. Any other jonin would have had major troubles with her. Suddenly Daichi moved from his concealed position and jumped high onto a tree branch. Several crystal shuriken struck where he was a second ago. Did you really think you could hide from me? Girin spoke as she looked at him. I wasn't hiding. With those words Daichi jumped from his spot and rushed towards Girin. The two quickly began engaging in a taijutsu battle. The blue-haired ninja was slowly adjusting to Daichi's speed and she was able to defend against his attacks. But she still frowned as she fought against the boy half her size. Damn. I need my armor just to offset the power of his punches. He's targeting my vital organs. His taijutsu skills are no joke. Daichi was also making mental notes on his enemy. The crystal acting as her armor is an inch thicker than before. It definitely increases her defense and attack power. It perfectly integrates with her hand-to-hand combat skills. Orochimaru trained her well. But still, that armor is also a weakness. The stronger the armor, the less mobility she has. Girin gritted her teeth as she fought the boy. I can't use any of my lethal techniques against this brat or Lord Orochimaru will be angry. But this kid is so troublesome. Guess I need to use that. Girin immediately used all her strength and speed to get through Daichi's taijutsu and kick him a few feet away. The next second she placed a hand on the ground and crystal spikes were created and flew towards Daichi. The sharp weapons surrounded and flew towards Daichi and his only escape route was to jump. The genin narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene. So that's your plan, huh? I'll play along. Crystal Style Expanded Crimson Fruit. Daichi jumped into the air to avoid the lethal attacks, but the next moment a giant red crystal dome appeared and rose up into the air and quickly covered the genin. The speed of the jutsu execution was much greater than the others. Soon the boy fell and touched the floor of the crystal jutsu. I'm trapped in this dome. This jutsu is much stronger than before. I got you now, brat. Girin let out a deep breath of air and grinned. Daichi looked at her and then turned his attention to two other people appearing out of the forest. The gamer ninja narrowed his eyes as he looked at the three identical figures. Crystal clones. So that's why the speed of the jutsu was faster than before. I can't sense mana energy from these clones, but I can sense chakra. To most others these clones may not be indistinguishable, but you can't hide from me. Girin placed a hand on the dome and it began to shrink, till it was only 2.5 meters tall. She smiled as she looked at the boy. Now that I have you gift-wrapped, time to get you to Lord Orochimaru. Daichi was calm as he looked at the woman. Do you really think you've caught me? I could be a clone. Girin laughed and shook her head. No. I know you're the real deal. I'm not like those other wastes. Daichi too gave a small chuckle as he looked at her. No. I suppose you're not. He quickly went through a few seals and spat a strong electric current from his mouth. The strong jutsu hit the crystal wall and bounced back. Daichi dodged the electric current and stopped the jutsu. Ha ha ha. Do you think this is some ordinary jutsu? I made this to specifically counter your lightning techniques. This dome is harder, stronger and much more durable. It will reflect your jutsu long before it comes close to breaking. And it can repair itself when damaged. An unbreakable defense and prison. Daichi noticed the few small scratches made by his lightning being repaired and disappearing quickly. He looked at the blue-haired woman and nodded. This is indeed a pretty useful technique. I need to create something similar when I get back home. That's assuming you get back. One of the Girin clones spoke. You won't escape that prison. Not without my permission. Another clone spoke. Daichi only smiled as he looked at his enemies. He quickly went through multiple seals and finally clapped his palms together. Girin was cautious as she looked at the genin. What's this kid up to? Ninjutsu won't work. So what is he trying to do? Daichi's palms suddenly lit up with lightning chakra. The powerful lightning current began to spread and soon covered his arms up to his shoulder. The gamer ninja had no smile as she looked at the woman. No jutsu is infallible. This technique has a weakness. The lightning at the palms became stronger and sharper. The blue lightning chakra extending several inches from his fingernails. Girin and her clones sensed the danger of the jutsu and didn't want to take any chances. They immediately placed their palms on the crystal to reinforce its strength and to restrain Daichi. Multiple crystal ropes suddenly sprung from the floor and side walls aimed at completely restraining Daichi, but he disappeared. Girin and her clones tilted their heads upwards as they saw the boy evade their jutsu and in the air near the ceiling. Hiya! With a powerful thrust of both lightning hands to the same spot in the center of the roof, Daichi instantly broke through the jutsu and escaped. No way. Girin and her two clones were shocked at the turn of events. Daichi appeared several meters away and stood with a smile. See? Not so unbreakable, is it? The blue-haired woman gritted her teeth in anger as she looked at the boy. How? How did you do that? There is no way a lightning jutsu would have been able to break through my technique. The corner of Daichi's lips raised as he looked at her. Oh? You want to know? All right. I'll show you. The next second Daichi vanished and appeared in front of one of the clones. He thrusted his right arm into her abdomen and instantly the clone shattered like glass. Daichi didn't waste time and appeared behind the second clone and swiped his left hand at her neck at incredible speed. The head went flying and a moment later both the decapitated head and the headless body turned into pink crystals and shattered into tiny shards. Daichi was using his speed skill in addition to chakra and sprint. Thus the real Girin couldn't even follow Daichi's new extraordinary speed. She only felt the chakra of her clones disappearing almost simultaneously. How did he? At that moment an emotion that had long been buried in Girin's heart slowly began to emerge. Fear. You're right. Daichi spoke as he looked at the crystal-style user. Normal lightning jutsu. No. Even stronger ones like Chidori wouldn't have broken through your jutsu so easily. But lightning is only one part of the equation. The other is this. With that Daichi raised his right hand and showed it to Girin. She observed carefully and immediately understood. Daichi's hand was moving at super speed. vibrations caused by super speed. Girin spoke as she looked at the boy. Very good. Daichi nodded. Sharpened lightning chakra combined with super speed vibrations. Your jutsu was broken before it could even be repaired. I call it lightning-style Dynamo resonance. One of the several new jutsu I created to deal with annoyances like you. Daichi canceled the jutsu and the smile vanished from his face. Ninjutsu lightning-style Dynamo resonance jutsu has leveled up. The woman gathered her chakra and was ready for another attack from the Jinin. The gamer ninja looked at her and sighed. I could have killed you just now. You know that, right? Girin snorted after hearing that. So what? All you did was waste a perfect opportunity. You won't get a chance like that. I'll see to it. You can't kill me. Orochimaru wants me alive and relatively in one piece. That much I understood during our battle. So that limits you from using more lethal jutsus. I have no such problems. Girin smirked. Don't bluff, kid. I can't kill you, but the same goes for you as well. You can't kill me. Because I have the intel you need. Daichi nodded. True. But you forgot one thing. I am a goddamn medic ninja. An excellent one at that. I can take you to the brink of death and keep you alive for as long as I need to get what I want. Then let's see you try, brat. You have sense-killing intent. No more words were exchanged as the two resumed their heated battle. Daichi rushed forward with a straight punch with concentrated chakra, but Girin countered with a defensive red wall. She sent out a chakra wave almost instantly, an impenetrable large red crystal wall appeared. Daichi's strong punch caused cracks to spread like spider webs, but Girin quickly made seals and the damage was repaired. The next moment several red sharp crystal spears flew from the defensive jutsu. Daichi evaded and created 4 shadow clones. The 2 clones bypassed the defensive wall and stood on either side of Girin. The second Daichi created them, the 4 clones were weaving signs as they moved into position. Each one of them had a different seal at the end. Fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The 2 shadow clones on the right fired wind style and fire style jutsus, while the clones on the left. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. Lightning style, Thunderbolt Surge. The 2 pairs of clones molded their chakra and used the jutsu in perfect harmony so that they would seamlessly combine and become stronger. Girin's mind was running a mile a minute. Even before I could move to a defensive position, his clones were ready to attack. If I jump and escape, he'll attack me directly. If I move underground, he'll just use Earth Jutsu to counter me. I can't use substitution. He'll just attack me again. My only choice is to block. Girin made a seal and the red defense wall behind her quickly began to curve and spread around her. It effectively shielded her from the 2 powerful combination jutsus. Boom! A powerful blast was heard throughout the forest, sending wind and dust flying. Due to the dust and debris, visibility was reduced considerably. But Daichi's senses were all on high alert. He sensed multiple projectiles coming and quickly took a kunai and deflected the crystal weapons. A couple of wind jutsu from the shadow clones cleared the battlefield and Daichi saw the woman on one knee panting heavily. I knew it. The most logical thing would be to use substitution to take risk or escape underground, but she wouldn't do that. Her pride wouldn't allow her to run scared from someone like me. Girin looked at Daichi with surprise and horror. Earth, lightning, water, wind, fire. He can use all 5 natures? That should be impossible for someone his age. No matter how much of a genius he is. And to use such chakra-consuming jutsu like that one after another. This kid. He's matter and energy. Daichi suddenly spoke as he stared at Girin. You can crystallize matter. Earth, wind, and water. But you can't crystallize energy. Like fire and lightning. That's why those jutsus were more effective against you. Girin couldn't believe it. He already figured it out. But there is one more weakness. Daichi said, raising his index finger. If you combine compatible matter and energy chakra natures, then those techniques will also be useful against you. The energy will disrupt your crystallization on the matter and the jutsu will be more powerful. Girin stood and looked at the boy with widened eyes. A genius ninja with great potential. He's only 12 and he's already stronger than me. This is why Lord Orochimaru changed his plans and took such big risks. Daichi saw new determination burning in Girin's eyes. The blue-haired woman looked at Daichi with renewed fighting intent. Now more than ever I'm certain. If Lord Orochimaru can use this child as a vessel, then he'll be unstoppable. Combined with style jutsu, he'll stand at the top of this world one day. More than anything, I want that to happen. I'll have to activate the curse seal on those 6. Activating it so soon will have adverse effects, but this mission is far more important than them. I'm going to give you a chance. A mercy you wouldn't have shown me if I was in your shoes. Daichi suddenly spoke as he looked at her. Surrender and tell me everything about Orochimaru and where my sensei is, and I'll let you go. Girin spat on the ground and clenched her fists in fury. I'll never betray my lord. I'll die before I talk. Daichi looked at her and let out a small breath of air. Very well. Girin wanted to activate the curse seals on her subordinates and quickly brought her hands to form the needed seals. But before she could even make the first hand sign, she felt a strong current flowing through her neck and she was paralyzed. A moment later she lost vision and fell to the ground unconscious. She saw the vague image of Daichi's clone and the last thought was wondering how it got behind her without her knowing. Chapter 303, Fierce Battle in the Forest, Final. A short while ago. In the thick forest, a short distance away from Girin and Daichi, 2 other fights were taking place. Girin's subordinates were trying to buy time while the 2 Leaf Jonins were trying to subdue them. They had separated from Daichi and wanted to find out more about Orochimaru's plans. Anko looked at the brown-haired man with the loose-fitting vest. She was on guard as she studied her opponent. This guy. Even in such a situation he still has a laid-back attitude. I get it. He's one of those scheming, intellect types. Well then, let's see what you can do. Anko rushed towards him at quick speed and raised her left arm. Striking shadow snakes. Multiple snakes swiftly emerged out of Anko's sleeve and immediately went towards Renji. Within moments the snakes bit into his flesh and held him in place. At that moment several shuriken came from the bushes nearby and flew towards Anko. The Leaf Jonin cancelled her jutsu and jumped out of the way. You didn't think it would be that easy, would you? I've seen that trick plenty of times from Lord Orochimaru. Renji said as he walked out from behind the small vegetation with a smile on his face. The one Anko caught turned into smoke and in its place was a log. The Leaf Jonin turned her attention to Renji and gave a flirty smile. Can't blame a girl for trying. At that moment from behind Renji a small snake was making its way towards him. Just as it was near his leg Renji raised his left leg and stomped on its head killing it. It's a childish trick. Trying to distract me and attacking from behind. It won't work. Anko merely smiled and shrugged, but she was cautious. That snake didn't make any sound and its presence was very little. He shouldn't have known about it. So how did he do it? You can't beat me. You should stop wasting your energy. Renji said with a sigh as if he was giving Anko a way out. Never gonna happen. Our leader Girin is on a completely different level than me. She'll subdue that kid in no time. He's no match for her. What exactly does Orochimaru want with Daichi and Lady Tsunade? Anko asked the man. I don't know what his plans are for Lady Tsunade, but for Daichi. The smile on Renji's face grew bigger. Well, if it's for what I think it is, then all I can say is that kid will be fulfilling a great purpose. Anko thought back to the memories of her time with Orochimaru and of his betrayal, and it made her angry. I'm not gonna let that happen. Gripping a kunai she rushed towards the enemy in front of her. The two quickly began their taijutsu fight. A few hundred meters away Ginma was fighting against Gozu. The Leaf Jonin was taking careful notes of the enemy's strengths as he dodged another wave of attacks. Daichi was right. This guy has earth chakra nature and powerful earth jutsus. Ginma was jumping around and avoiding the volley of mud bullets coming at him. He took out a shuriken and tied a paper bomb to it and sent it flying the next second. Gozu placed his hand on the ground and suddenly a large wall sprung up in front of him, protecting him from the weapon. The second the shuriken was embedded into the wall, it exploded. Gozu was safe from the blast thanks to his earth shield, but suddenly he sensed a presence behind him. Ginma appeared and was about to plunge his kunai into Gozu's back, but suddenly the enemy's speed increased and he escaped Ginma's surprise attack. Gozu jumped and twisted his body the second he sensed Ginma's presence behind him. He stood on the earth wall he created and jumped towards Ginma. Ginma, preparing for the hand-to-hand combat, was suddenly taken off guard when Gozu's arm increased in size. Girin's subordinate punched the Leaf Jonin with increased strength and sent him flying backwards. At the last moment before the first struck him, Ginma was able to raise his arms and put up a defense. But he was still sent flying. He had wide eyes as he looked at the man. That technique. It's like the expansion jutsu of the Akimichi clan. The Leaf Jonin backflipped and landed on the ground. Looks like this is going to take a bit longer than I thought. Gozu didn't waste any time and rushed towards Ginma. With his right fist cocked back, he was looking forward to finishing the fight as quickly as possible. Fast. This thought ran through Ginma's mind as he tilted his body and narrowly dodged the man's straightforward attack. Gozu followed up with another strike, but that was also dodged by the enemy. I need to finish him quickly in case Girin needs me. The hand-to-hand combat continued with one party attacking with force and the other parrying or outright avoiding the lethal blows. As the fight continued with Gozu failing to land another successful hit, he was getting more tense. Why can't I hit him? This question appeared in his mind. Ginma inwardly smiled as he saw the change in the enemy's expression. You may have speed and power, but you lack technique, form, and combat skills. If you're wondering how I can dodge your attacks even at that speed, I suppose I could tell you. But then again, I don't need to. The Leaf Jonin taunted the enemy. Your mind games are of no use. Gozu gave a short reply and rushed forward. As Ginma got ready to defend, Gozu suddenly changed his fighting style and made a few seals. Earth-style raging mud current. The ground for over 100 meters instantly cracked and crumbled, forming a small cloud of dust which quickly dissipated in a second due to the strong winds. Around the two ninjas, the earth suddenly turned into a raging vortex of mud. As the caster of the jutsu, Gozu was able to steady himself above the earth, but Ginma was seemingly caught in the current and he panicked. In just a few seconds he was pulled into the fast swirling mid-currents and his figure disappeared underground. Girin's subordinate quickly placed his hands on the ground and immediately the earth solidified. Seeing no sign of the enemy, Gozu let out a breath of relief. It's over, he said to himself. Just as he took a step forward in Girin's direction, he felt extremely tired and sleepy. Before he could even understand what's going on, he fell unconscious. Moments later, footsteps could be heard coming closer. Ginma stood over the body of the unconscious Gozu with an expressionless face and spoke in a low tone. I'm not some average run-of-the-mill jonin. I was once part of the guard platoon that protected the fastest shinobi in the world. That meant learning how to keep up and counter enemies with speed and power. You're strong, but you lack skill and battle wisdom. A simple shadow clone substitution and Jinjutsu is enough to take you out of the fight. Ginma sighed and made sure to secure his prisoner. Once that task was completed, he immediately made his way to Anko. If Anko's enemy is anywhere near as strong as this guy, she'll be in trouble. It's better to take him out and then head over to Daichi. Based on Kakashi's words, that kid's strong enough to hold his own for a while. With Anko. Sonic Swarm. Rinji used his bat-controlling method to summon a large swarm of bats and directed them at Anko. The avian creatures quickly reached their target and attacked. Biting into the flesh, scratching with their small claws, their overwhelming number caused dozens of small wounds. The Anko that was being attacked suddenly turned into several dozen snakes and collapsed. The snakes spread across the area to avoid the bats and began to head straight for Rinji. The man jumped back several feet, but the next second jumped high to a nearby tree branch to avoid a kunai strike. Anko rose from the ground and nodded to herself. So that's it. You have some kind of sonar-type power that helps you detect sound from a large radius. That's how you've been able to avoid attacks coming from your blind spots. Renji smirked with confidence even though his trick was exposed. Not bad. You figured me out. But that won't help you. Pulse wave. Renji immediately made a seal and began his next jutsu. The bats all around him flew around Anko and made ultrasonic waves. The concentrated sonic waves disoriented her and disturbed her equilibrium. With each second, the bats amplified the attack by increasing the strength of their sonar waves, creating a disorienting cacophony. Erg! Anko held her ears in pain and fell to the ground. Renji had a cruel smile as he looked at the scene. But that smile was quickly erased when two kunai were stabbed into his feet from the ground. Arg! Renji fell to the ground in pain and let go of the bat controlling technique, stopping the sound wave attacks on Anko. A shadow clone quickly emerged from the ground a few feet away and immediately went through several seals. Fire-style fireball jutsu. With that last tiger seal completed, Anko let out a fireball that flew towards the fallen Renji. He immediately made a seal and used the ultrasounds to give the bats a new command. Getting new orders from their master, the avian creatures quickly formed a defensive shield around Renji, protecting him from most of the damage from the fire jutsu. But he was still injured. He turned his attention to the woman who was slowly getting back up and gritted his teeth in anger. He was too late to see through her plan. Why you? You used yourself as bait and waited. When I lowered my guard, you attacked my feet too. Take my mobility and then use the fire jutsu to kill the bats. Yeah. Anko slowly stood and held her head. Well, I'm gonna feel that tomorrow. At that moment, Ginma entered the scene. He looked at his fellow leaf ninja and nodded. You alright? I've been through worse. I'll be fine. Just a small headache. Okay, then we dash. Boom. A powerful explosion was heard and soon a strong blast of wind blew through the forest. Everyone braced for themselves and soon the environment quickly calmed down. What the hell was that? Anko asked incredulously. That must be Daichi and that woman. What is going on over there? Ginma was also confused. Meanwhile, Renji, who was blown several feet backwards, made a seal and had a bat fly to the area where Girin and Daichi were fighting. When the creature reached the area, it saw Girin on the ground unconscious with Daichi standing atop her. The creature let out a sonic noise and alerted Renji, and the man was shocked. Girin lost? To that kid? No way. He looked at the leaf ninjas with renewed fear and made a choice. Looks like I have no choice but to use that. Immediately, while the leaf ninjas were distracted, Renji made several seals. Once the final hand seal was completed, a cruel smile formed on his face. Somewhere in the distance, 6 people suddenly groaned in pain as several purple marks spread across their bodies. Their eyes snapped open and no sign of intelligence could be seen. They broke through their restraint and rushed towards the one who activated their seal. Renji hid his smile and kept an eye on the 2 leaf ninjas. I'm glad I talked Girin into giving me access to the activation seals. Once the seal activates, they will die in the end, but not before fulfilling my orders. I want to live. I can escape using them. At that moment, Daichi appeared near the group. Ginma and Anko were glad to see the genin arrive unharmed. Are you alright? Ginma asked the kid. Yeah. She knocked out and I made sure to restrain her. Good. The man nodded. That explosion just now. Was that you? Anko asked the boy. The gamer ninja nodded his head. There are several incoming. He suddenly spoke. Daichi sensed the arrival of the bat and he heard the sonic sound waves it made. The genin made the correct assumption that it was communicating with Renji and quickly came here. A few seconds after Daichi spoke, 6 people appeared near Renji. They were all the opponents Daichi and his 2 Jonin superiors fought a short while ago. Their curse seals are active, but they look abnormal. Ginma quickly noticed the weirdness and spoke. At that time Renji gave an order. Kill them. Anko, Ginma were tense but ready for a fight. Daichi was about to make his move, but suddenly he sensed something and his lips slightly curled upwards. As soon as Renji gave the order, the transformed four-armed Tanjiro was the first to make a move. He targeted Daichi and sped towards him. The others also followed suit and began to attack the two jonins. Daichi stood still and looked at the man coming towards him with a calm demeanor. Just as Tanjiro neared the genin, another shout could be heard coming from the forest. Leave Hurricane! A green spandex leg suddenly filled Tanjiro's vision before he was kicked in the face and was sent flying. The force of the kick sent him crashing into several trees before he came to a stop. Fear not, Daichi. The mighty green beast is here. Guy appeared near Daichi with a big smile. A second later Kakashi, Asuma, and the other jonins with them also appeared one after another. You're a magnet for trouble, aren't you, Daichi? Kakashi asked with a jovial tone. The genin's sweat dropped hearing that. I'm a magnet for trouble? Just wait until you get Naruto and Sasuke. Need backup? Kakashi turned his head to Ginma and Anko. Appreciate it. Seeing the killing intent of the newcomers, Daichi quickly spoke. We need to catch them alive. They have the intel we need. The jonins took Daichi's words seriously and turned their attention to their foes. Chapter 304, Valuable Prisoners. Shibi Abiram looked at the enemies and there was an almost imperceptible frown on his face. Something isn't right. My insects are detecting a large amount of chakra being produced in their body. How is that possible? The Hyuga of the group had activated his Byakugan and what he saw left him bewildered. Seeing his expression, Asuma asked. What is it, Kagamu? What do you see? They're their bodies. It's forcibly extracting chakra from every cell and organ, but it isn't just that. Their body functions have heightened. Blood flowing faster, muscles are strengthening, heart beating faster. They're getting stronger out of nowhere. I'd never seen anything like it. Tsum Inuzuka sneered as she looked at the 6 people who were losing their sanity with each second. It must be the effects of the cursed seals. They might look like they're getting stronger, but something isn't right. Their bodies are starting to give off a bad odor. I don't know what it means, but it can't be anything good. Yeah. I smell it too. The ninja dog Kuramaru also spoke as it got ready to face the enemy with his partner. Daichi's eyes narrowed as he heard Tsum. Rotten smell. His eyes slightly widened as he realized what was happening. We need to subdue them right now. The sooner the better. What is it, Daichi? Kakashi asked his student. The curse is making them stronger, but it's destroying their bodies. If we don't subdue them and stop the seal quickly, they'll die and whatever information they have will die with them. Daichi quickly informed everyone. The jonins nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the man with his sanity remaining intact looked at the assembled leaf ninjas and couldn't help but curse his luck. Damn it. Where the hell did these guys come from? If it was just that brat and those 2 jonins, I could have handled this no problem, but now things have seriously gotten out of hand. Still, it won't help me if I waste time. The effects of the cursed seals won't last long. Attack! Under Renji's orders, the 6 ninjas quickly attacked the new arrivals. The man was furious as he looked at the situation. His eyes then shifted to the genin of the group. I never imagined that Girin could lose. Especially to a brat. This isn't good. If I go back empty-handed, Orochimaru will kill me. If I get caught by these people, I'll end up getting tortured and killed, or best case scenario, I'll end up in prison for the rest of my life. Renji was a man who was loyal to Orochimaru, but at this moment his instincts for self-preservation won over that loyalty. He looked at the battle taking place in front of him and quickly made a decision. It's time to get the fuck out of here. I'm sure I can find someplace to disappear. Good thing I made a nest egg for just this occasion. As the focus of the Leaf Ninjas were on the 6 enemies, Renji turned around and was about to escape when he suddenly froze. Daichi held an emotionless face as he looked at the man in front of him. "You're not going anywhere." Without giving Renji a chance to make a move, Daichi rushed into attack. The powerful Jinin quickly incapacitated and restrained him and turned his attention to the other 6. Their vitals are all over the place. If this keeps up for much longer, they'll die. I can't have that. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The gamer ninja created 6 clones and immediately went to their targets. While the ninjas with the curse seals were fighting the new arrivals, Daichi sneaked up behind them. "Restrain them. I just need a few seconds." Daichi shouted, and the Jonins quickly attacked and held down their enemy. The clones quickly took out a piece of paper and an ink brush and immediately began to formulate a seal. Within just a few seconds they completed the specific seal and stuck them on the backs of the cursed seal ninjas. A second later the characters on the seal glowed red. Contract disruption seal is now active. Times 6 in just a few seconds the cursed seals on their bodies glowed and slowly began to shrink and disappear. Due to the pain of having their bodies suddenly overtaxed, the 6 ninjas quickly fell unconscious. But Daichi could see that their vitality was quickly disappearing. "Not on my watch." The clones immediately placed their palms on Orochimaru's men and soon started using his healing chakra. "I see 2 bodies a few hundred meters away from here. Are they also Orochimaru's people?" Kagemu Hyuga asked as he survived his surroundings with his special eyes. "Yeah." "Could you bring them here?" Ginma nodded and spoke. Kagemu nodded and he, along with Sum, quickly went to where Girin and Gozu were tied up. "What was that tag you just used?" Asuma came near the real Daichi and asked as he watched the small clones at work. "A contract disruption seal. It will prevent anyone from remotely activating a seal on another's body, or we can disrupt a seal that's already active." Daichi replied as he looked at the 6 unconscious people. "Are they trying to stabilize their bodies?" Ginma asked as he came near them. "Yeah. I can't have them all dying on me." He then turned his attention to Ginma, and Anko quickly got to work healing them. "How did you guys even find us?" Anko looked at Kakashi and his team and asked. "We were following up on Lady Tsunade's whereabouts, and when we came near this area we found signs of battle. Blood and several shards of crystals. It was at that moment we heard an explosion. Kagemu checked what was happening and we quickly rushed over." The silver-haired Jonin replied in a moderate tone. "We haven't found any patrol squads on this route. I'm guessing they were killed by them." Asuma took a cigarette and lit it. "They have a crystal-style user. Her bloodline crystallizes matter and reduces it to shards. You must have seen the aftermath of her work." Daichi gave his thoughts as he completely healed Ginma and Anko. Anko moved her arms and closed her eyes as she took a deep breath. "I feel good as new." "Damn. You really are a great medic." All thanks to Tsunade-sensei and Shizen-senpai. Daichi couldn't help but sigh as he thought about his 2 teachers will find them. "We can't give up hope." Guy spoke with a big grin and everyone could see that he was trying to lighten the mood. Daichi gave a small smile and nodded at the green spandex wearing Jonin. Before long Sum and Kagemu returned with a tied-up Girin and Gozu. At this moment Daichi sensed the chakra fluctuations from 2 of the unconscious enemies. The clones working on them couldn't help but frown as the time went by. Soon all 6 completed their work and dispelled themselves. Asuma and some of the other Jonins were surprised that Daichi's 6 shadow clones had enough chakra to heal people. Daichi looked at the Jonins and spoke. 2 of them passed away. Their bodies were not strong enough to begin with and the effect of the curse seals was too much. Kakashi and the others nodded. "Still, you did a good job. We have 7 valuable prisoners. We need to take them back to the village for interrogation." The one-eyed Jonin then turned his attention to the Hyuga, Aburame and Inuzuka on the team. "We still need to continue our side of the investigation. But you 3 will be much better suited for that. Guy, Asuma, and I will escort Ginma's team and the prisoners back to the village. Sum, Shibi and Kagemu nodded and quickly left. Kakashi sealed the bodies of the deceased enemies, and soon the 5 Jonin and 1 Genin were traveling back to the Leaf Village with additional cargo. At this moment Daichi was going over the quest notification that appeared. Quest defeat and capture completed. Rewards, 30,000 EXP. 4,500 EXP. Increased chances of rescuing Tsunade Senju and Shizen Kato. Reputation increases with ninja of the Leaf Village. Reputation becomes hostile with certain people. His eyes narrowed as he saw the rewards. Right now the experience reward is nothing compared to the increased chances of saving those. Still, I wonder how that will happen. At approximately 5:30 p.m. Daichi, Kakashi and the others started making their way to the Leaf Village, somewhere in Land of Lightning. In a pleasure inn in the Land of Lightning, a tall man with long spiky hair was sitting on a comfortable sofa. He was in a small private room with dim light, and the soft melodies of traditional music could be heard. It created a relaxed ambience for the man. He had 2 scantily dressed women on either side of him and was enjoying himself. Hi. You ladies sure know what makes me smile. Jiraiya said with a big goofy grin. He put a small bill into the clothes of one of the women. Hey Nina. Could you get us a few glasses of your best sake, dear? Nothing is better than spending time with 2 lovely ladies with some good sake. Of course, Lord Jiraiya. The girl giggled and left the small room. As she disappeared from the room, the white-haired Sannin turned his attention to the other lady beside him. We only have a few minutes before she comes back. The Sannin spoke and the woman nodded. Talking about business so soon, Lord Jiraiya? The woman gave a small smile as she looked at the man. Don't worry, Sarah. We'll have plenty of time after. In fact, I'm looking forward to having your friend join us. The white-haired man had a silly perverted smile as he imagined the scene. The woman just shook her head and internally sighed as she looked at the man's reaction. Same old pervert. She turned serious and then spoke. I did some digging on that organization. They're keeping a low profile. But I've heard some whispers. Jiraiya's smile dimmed and his eyes slightly narrowed as he listened. And they got some low-level underlings working in the shadows. I don't know who, but I'm sure they have a bounty collection station under their control. The woman told him. She was one of the many informants Jiraiya has cultivated throughout the years. Bounty station? The Sannin raised an eyebrow in surprise. The woman nodded. Yes. I heard that they've been attacking missing ninjas with large bounties on their heads. Jiraiya thought about that information and quickly understood the objective. They're trying to increase their financial resources. Can you give me any names or locations? Anything specific? Sorry, Lord Jiraiya. But they're extremely secretive. I heard that someone who was asking questions about them suddenly disappeared. I don't know what happened to him. So I didn't dig too deep. Jiraiya nodded his head. Yeah. I'm not surprised. They would have their own information control methods. But I did find out something important. The higher-ups. They were black cloaks with red clouds. I think that's their symbol or something. The white-haired man leaned back in his chair and nodded. Black cloaks with red clouds pattern, huh? That could be helpful. He looked at the woman and smiled. Thanks a lot, my dear. He discreetly placed a small roll of bills inside the woman's dress. Now what do you say we have some fun? At that moment the girl Nina returned with their drinks, but she kept looking back. Jiraiya noticed the strange behavior and turned his head. He saw a small monkey with white fur coming towards them. How did a monkey get here? Sarah asked with slight confusion. I don't know. It just appeared and started following me after I got the drinks. Nina replied, just as bewildered as her friend. He's a charming guy. Why don't you girls head on up to the room? I'll be in shortly after playing with this little guy. Jiraiya spoke with a grin as he looked at the small ape. Are you really ditching us for a monkey? Sarah asked with a smile and a raised brow. Of course not. How could I do that to two lovely ladies such as yourself? I just think this guy's interesting. That's all. The two women giggled and quickly left. The second they disappeared, the smile on Jiraiya's face vanished. You really know how to pick the wrong time. What does Sensei want now? The Sannin asked with a tired groan. Orochimaru attacked Tsunade and Shizune. Right now their whereabouts are unknown. The monkey spoke with a serious tone. The second Jiraiya heard the news, his complexion changed. What? Chapter 305, All Eyes on Fire Nation. Earth Country, 6 p.m. In a grand stone-built chamber adorned with intricate carvings and filled with ancient scrolls, a weathered and authoritative figure sat at the head of a massive long table. Around him, the council members, each bearing the insignia of the Hidden Stone Village, were engaged in a tense discussion. Tension filled the air as reports from the Hidden Leaf Village reached the council's chambers. One of the council members read the reports and then leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. For some reason the Leaf Village is on high alert, increasing patrols and reinforcing their borders. And it's something they're not even trying to hide from our intelligence network. The Tsuchikage, a stern-faced leader with a distinct air of authority, narrowed his eyes as he thought about the situation. Silence filled the room as the other high-ranking members looked at the old leader of the Hidden Stone Village. After a few moments his gravelly voice echoed through the chamber, the Hidden Leaf's actions are not without reason. It's evident they're preparing for something significant. This change in their stance is concerning. Hiruzen isn't someone who does anything without a good reason. The counselors exchanged worried glances, their expressions a mix of concern and wariness. One of the senior council members, a seasoned strategist known for his caution, spoke up. Lord Tsuchikage, might this not be a mere show of strength? The Hidden Leaf may be flexing its muscles to deter any potential threat. The Tsuchikage's gaze pierced through the room. I refuse to take this lightly. The Hidden Leaf does not act without cause. We need to be vigilant and ready for any possibility. Send word to our scouts. I want detailed reports on Leaf Village movements, their recent missions, and any unusual activities. Another counselor, a younger and more impulsive voice in the chamber, spoke up. Should we not respond in kind? Increase our own patrols, bolster our defenses? The Tsuchikage leaned forward and shook his head. No. Right now I do not wish to escalate tensions unnecessarily. However, we must be prepared for any eventuality. Order our shinobi to remain vigilant, but refrain from aggressive actions unless absolutely necessary. The council nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the Tsuchikage's words. The atmosphere remained tense as plans were laid out to gather more intelligence and secure the Hidden Stone Village. Tighten the defenses around the border and gather intelligence from our assets in the bordering small villages. We need to know the movement of the Leaf Ninjas at all times. Anoki gave the orders. Akatsuki, who was standing near the Kage, nodded. I'll send word and make sure we get the information as soon as possible. The people in the room discussed, and the gravity of the situation was palpable. Soon after a viable defense plan was created, the counselors dispersed with a sense of urgency, each tasked with specific responsibilities to ensure the village's safety. As the chamber emptied, the Tsuchikage remained, deep in thought. His body slowly floated from his seat and he flew to the nearby window overlooking the village. What is that old monkey thinking? Something must have happened for him to take such drastic measures. Were there any threats or attacks from the cloud or mist I don't know about? Anoki couldn't help but let out a sigh as he recalled the last time he saw the third, knew that the delicate balance between villages could easily tip into conflict, and the safety of his people rested heavily on his decisions in these critical times. With a heavy heart, he resolved to navigate these troubled waters with caution, aware that the shadows of uncertainty loomed large over the ninja world. Anoki's fists clenched as he remembered the faces of his enemies. Hiruzen, Raza, Yagura. No matter what the situation or who it is, if this escalates into a war, then I won't show any of them mercy. Hidden Sand Village. In the well-lit council room of the Hidden Sand Village, the Kazekage, the highest figure of authority of the village, sat at the head of a long, ancient wooden table with a calm stony facade. Around him, the village's most esteemed council members gathered, their faces etched with tension and curiosity. The room, usually filled with the sounds of the desert wind, is now heavy with anticipation and the undercurrents of strategic planning. The Kazekage's voice, authoritative yet composed, broke the silence. We've received reports of increased activity in and around the Fire Nation. The Hidden Leaf has heightened patrols, stationed additional guards along their borders, and there are rumors of a significant prison break accompanied by a large battle at the Fire Country's border. The reports are all in front of you. Everyone was surprised and quickly began going through the information on the documents in front of them. Chio and Ebizo were also among the council, and their faces showed no emotions as they read the reports their spies sent. After several moments, one of the council members, with a shrewd mind and keen eyes, spoke. This is an unusual level of activity. It could mean they are expecting a significant threat. We must consider the implications for our village. Another council member, a strategist known for her insight, spoke. Such turmoil could signify internal strife or an external threat of considerable magnitude. Either scenario could weaken the Leaf, presenting us with a unique opportunity. Another council member, a seasoned ninja with decades of experience, adds, however, we must also consider the risks. Engaging with the Leaf under these circumstances might expose us to unforeseen dangers, especially if they're already on high alert. The Kazekage nods thoughtfully, acknowledging each point. True. Our primary objective remains the safety and security of our village. Yet, this chaos within the Leaf could offer us strategic advantages if approached with caution. A younger member, representing the village's tactical units, suggests, perhaps this is an opportune moment to send scouts to gather more intelligence. Understanding the true nature of the Leaf's turmoil will allow us to make a more informed decision. If we can use this opportunity to expand our borders, it will significantly strengthen us. At that moment, Ebizo gave his thoughts. Yes, but we need to be cautious. If this is an internal strife, then I have a feeling that Danzo Shimura would be involved. But if the Leaf Village is facing an external threat, then we don't know who their enemy is, and that lack of information could be costly for us if we make the wrong move. The room buzzed with murmurs and speculation, each member weighing the situation with a mix of concern and opportunism. At this time, Lady Chio suddenly spoke. Don't forget, right now we have an alliance with them. Even if it's just on paper for us, they might expect our help if this is an external threat. But we can also use our alliance to figure out what's really happening over there. The Kazekage agrees. I agree. Gathering intelligence is our first step. We'll deploy our most skilled scouts to gather information discreetly. Additionally, we'll increase our border patrols as a precautionary measure, ensuring we're prepared for any scenario. Turning to a council member skilled in diplomacy, the Kazekage instructs, begin drafting a message to the Leaf. Offer support in managing their border security. It will serve as a gesture of goodwill and provide us with closer insights into their situation. The room fills with a sense of purpose as the council members nod in agreement, each aware of their role in the delicate dance of ninja politics and power plays. The Kazekage concludes, let us proceed with caution and wisdom. Our actions during this period could redefine our village's standing in the world. We need to be smart, stealthy, and, above all, united in our approach. As the council members disperse to enact the Kazekage's orders, the room's heavy atmosphere begins to lift, replaced by a focused determination. The Hidden Sand Village, amidst the whispers of chaos and the Hidden Leaf, began to prepare to navigate the treacherous waters of opportunity and risk, guided by the hand of their Kazekage. Hidden Cloud Village. 6:30 p.m. The Raikage, a muscular and imposing figure with a demeanor that exuded authority, listened intently as the reports were presented. His counselors, a mix of seasoned veterans and shrewd advisors, exchanged concerned glances, understanding the significance of the Leaf's actions. The Hidden Leaf's sudden increase in patrols is no trivial matter, the Raikage spoke, his voice commanding attention. This indicates a serious concern or a potential threat. We cannot afford to ignore it. One of the council's elder members, a wise strategist with a wealth of experience, offered his perspective. Lord Raikage, this could be a response to an external threat. However, it's imperative that we assess the situation carefully and prepare accordingly. Should we not reinforce our own defenses? The Raikage nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Dispatch our elite scouts and intelligence operatives. I want detailed reports on Leaf Village activities, recent missions, and any signs of imminent conflict or instability within their borders. We need to grasp the full scope of this situation. A younger council member, known for his boldness, interjected, should we not show our strength in response? Increase our border patrols and readiness to send a clear message? The Raikage's gaze softened slightly as he addressed the council. Yes. I don't care what their reason is. Those Leaf ninjas are acting so aggressively. I'm not someone who runs away from a challenge. Send troops to the border. Increase our defenses and conduct military drills. And heighten our surveillance. But boss, we need to avoid actions that might be perceived as too aggressive. We don't wish to escalate tensions needlessly. Right now, we don't know what's really going on in the Fire Country. Darui, the right-hand man of the fourth Raikage, spoke. C, who was standing near his friend, also spoke. Darui's right, Lord Raikage. At the moment, it's not just about the Leaf Village. I'm sure the other great nations are also keeping a close eye on the situation. I heard their arguments and slowly nodded after giving it a few moments of thought. They're right. That damn old Inoki is always looking for any opportunity to take advantage of everyone. I need to be careful. A council member spoke. We should consider sending a team to our bordering small nations. We can do it under a gesture of our willingness to maintain peace and to protect them against Leaf ninjas if they attack. This would be a good way to gather intelligence if those tree huggers cross borders and act. It's crucial we stay informed and ready for any action. The Raikage nodded, pondering the suggestions. We'll deploy a team of our best stealth ninjas to monitor the situation discreetly. They'll gather information on Leaf State and any potential threats that could affect us. Acknowledging the delicate balance between vigilance and restraint in a time of uncertainty, the Raikage nodded. Darui, ensure the teams are assembled and deployed by midnight. Inform them their mission is of the highest priority and secrecy. We must protect our village and be ready to act in the interest of peace and stability of the Cloud Village. This situation requires our utmost attention and swift action. The councilors agreed to discreetly gather intelligence and fortify the Hidden Cloud's defenses and increase border patrol without inciting conflict. As C and Darui were about to leave the room, the Raikage turned to them. Make sure my idiot brother doesn't leave the village and assign additional security to Yujito. There are many who will be looking to take advantage of the turmoil coming in the next few days. Yes, boss. Leave it to us. The two trusted ninjas nodded and soon left the Kage to his thoughts. Land of Water around 9 p.m. Under the veil of night, the hidden village of Mist was ensconced in its own turmoil, the civil war reaching a pivotal moment. Mei Terumi, leading the rebellion against the fourth Mizukage Yagura's tyrannical rule, convened with her closest confidants in a secluded safe house. The tension was palpable, mirroring the unrest that divided their village. Mei sighed as she spoke. The Hidden Leaf is on high emergency alert. This development is unusual and it could signify a threat. One of her advisors expressed concern. This alert from Leaf Village could indeed be the precursor to a larger conflict. If a war breaks out, our divided village stands to lose the most. We're already weakened by this civil strife. Since the Leaf has increased their activities, is it possible for us to make an alliance with any other nation? A much younger man asked. Ao, who was standing near them, disagreed. No. Right now we're alone. Our resources are scarce. If this civil war goes on for much longer, then we'll be severely weakened. At that time, no great nation will want an alliance even if we want to. We'd be lucky if they didn't take advantage of our desperate state. Everyone nodded somberly as they listened to Ao's insights. But May had different thoughts. Alone, me. Much longer, older. No alliance, single forever. The rebel leader May suddenly had a vein bulge in her forehead and exuded an ominous aura. Ayo! Shut up! Eh! The one-eyed ninja was taken back by May's hostile look and shivered. What did I say? Should we send any troops into the Fire Country to gather intelligence? A ninja quickly asked, trying to distract their leader. And the tactic worked. May forgot her hostility and was considering the situation. A few seconds later she replied. At the moment, we're stretched thin as it is. We don't have the manpower to send any troops to investigate this matter. I'm sure Yagura would be in the same situation as us. Ao spoke up. May nodded. Yes, but unlike us, he can't afford to sit back and do nothing. The red-headed ninja was silent for a few moments before a smile came to her face. We can use this opportunity to our advantage. No matter what, Yagura will be forced to send some troops to show strength to the other nations. We can use this time to attack and weaken him. The ninjas present had their eyes lit. Yes. He'll be forced to confront us and we can finally defeat him and take control of the Mist Village. Ao quickly gave his thoughts. Yagura could also be anticipating this move from us. So we need to be careful about what route we need to take to get inside the village. The future Mizukichi nodded. Don't worry. I have a plan. Gather the troops. I have a feeling it won't be long now. When the time is right we'll launch our attack. Yes. Chapter 306, Shizin's Fear. Orochimaru's lab, approximate, 4 p.m., sweat was slowly rolling down Shizin's face as she did her best to stabilize her teacher's vitals. Her hands glowed green as she was constantly monitoring Tsunade's condition and pouring healing chakra into her sensei's body. And to add pressure, Orochimaru was watching her every move. The young medic looked at her blonde teacher with fear as she sensed what was happening within Tsunade's body. Her cells are being destroyed and created rapidly. Her fever is spiking again. The leukocytes are treating the injected serum as foreign invaders and attacking them, but the serum is fighting back, trying to override the cells and DNA structure. It's as if the serum has a mind of its own. I never knew the blood of the first Hokage was so powerful. It's already been several hours. I don't know how much longer she can hold on if it keeps going like this. As Shizin feared the worst, to the side Orochimaru was also observing every change taking place in Tsunade's body. I was right. The serum interacts with Tsunade's cells and DNA, altering them to incorporate the traits of wood style. Hashirama Senju's blood is activating and suppressing specific genes related to awakening wood style abilities. Orochimaru drew a few samples of Tsunade's blood and examined it. A smile slowly grew on his lips and he turned his attention to his former teammate lying unconscious on the table. My hypothesis was correct. Tsunade has markers in her blood that would make it possible for her to awaken wood style, but they were suppressed by the more dominant genes. Now that an outside trigger has been introduced into her system, her cells are starting to adapt and evolve. This will give her the ability to create and manipulate wood-based jutsu. But first I'll have to see if she can survive till the last stage. Beep beep beep. Suddenly the alarms on the machines monitoring Tsunade's vitals started going off. Shizin quickly placed her palms atop Tsunade's heart and examined her. Her heart rate is elevated and blood pressure is increasing again. Her temperature is going up. She won't last long. You have to do something. Shizin turned her head and pleaded with Orochimaru. The snake Sannin had a calm look as he came near his test subject. Calm down. It's the side effects of the serum. Her body is adapting to the foreign cells, so this is within my expectations. Over time, her blood might stabilize, but it would continue to carry the infused wood-style chakra. Might! Shizun looked at the man with fear. Orochimaru's gaze settled on Shizun and she saw no empathy from those orbs. Yes. I modified the serum as much as I could to reduce the possibility of a fatality, but there is a chance Tsunade will die. And should that happen, you will die along with your teacher. So you best make sure that doesn't happen. He spoke with a cold, chilling tone. You. The young medic gritted her teeth in anger and fear, but she could do nothing at the moment but do her best to keep her teacher alive. Orochimaru turned his attention back to the unconscious Tsunade and crossed his arms. I know the changes in your body are painful and life-threatening. Now we'll see if your luck holds out. Will your body adapt to the serum or will you succumb to the side effects and die? Fire Capital. 8:00 p.m. Daichi's shadow clone was in complete stealth as it made its way to the palace of the third prince. He was using mana skills to completely erase his presence from anyone's senses. As Daichi slowly moved forward in the darkness, he still remembered the meeting he had with the man right after healing Girin. Daichi also remembered the words the third prince spoke at the end of their meeting. Damn it. He warned me. Why didn't I take better precautions? Daichi was angry with himself for not doing anything more about the warning he received. If you need any help with Orochimaru, come find me. Those were the words Katsuya Hinu whispered to him just before he left. His warning was too vague. I thought he meant that Orochimaru might come after me or even Sasuke or the Leaf Village. I just didn't expect that snake to go after Tsunade. Still, how did that man know? He must have some ways to track that snake. He's the best chance I have at finding Tsunade-sensei and Shizen before anything goes wrong. The shadow clone let out a small sigh and concentrated on his task. He bypassed the guards stationed in the palace and quickly located the position of the prince and made his way to his target. I don't want to reveal too many secrets. If I enter without him sensing my presence, he'll be even more vigilant in the future. Before reaching near the room where the young prince was, Daichi slowly let go of his defenses and let out a minute amount of chakra. He knew the prince had excellent sensing skills and would sense him quickly. Daichi slowly made his way to the large door of the room and knocked. Come in, came the voice from inside. Daichi entered the room and kept a calm face as he saw the young prince of the Fire Country seemingly waiting for him. You're late. The room was a large study with various books and scrolls filling the shelves. You were waiting for me? Daichi asked as he closed the door behind him. Of course. The recent commotions have drawn the attention of many. Katsuya spoke with a smile. Then you know why I'm here. Daichi looked at the man with slightly narrowed eyes. I half expected this. Katsuya nodded. Yes. I have to admit though, I thought Orochimaru would be after you. Based on what I understand about him, he's always had a fascination towards talented and powerful people. An attack on Princess Tsunade was not something even I anticipated. Sit, the prince said, pointing to a chair near him. How did you know Orochimaru was planning an attack? Daichi asked as he sat down opposite the man. I have my methods and resources. Daichi couldn't help but frown as he looked at the powerful man. He's not my enemy, but at the same time he's not my ally. I need to approach this as a negotiation if I want to get the information I need. What do you want, Your Highness? Daichi leaned back in his chair and got straight to the point. No foreplay? Just straight to the nitty-gritty. You're no fun. Katsuya had a small chuckle as he looked at the genin. But seeing Daichi's serious stony gaze, he decided to get serious as well. Do you remember the conversation we had the last time we were here? The prince asked Daichi. Daichi nodded his head as he recalled that day. You wanted to form an alliance with me. Yes. You and I are similar. Our talents surpass our peers and our ambitions are much greater than theirs. If we're able to form a successful partnership, then my resources will be at your disposal. You never told me what your ambition is. Daichi spoke as he looked at the man. Katsuya smiled as he looked at the boy. Then he told the genin part of what he wanted and Daichi's eyes widened in shock as he heard the man's goals. Daichi immediately used his chakra and mana sense to see if anyone was spying on them. Seeing that it was just the two, he let out a breath of relief. Do you realize what you're saying? He asked the man in a cold tone. Katsuya became serious. I do. Like I said, I'm recruiting talented people from all fields and gathering resources to implement my plans. The gamer ninja was silent as he looked at the man in front of him. This guy. If anyone ever finds out his true intentions, he'll be killed along with anyone who's helping him. Do I really want to take such a risk? Daichi was silent for several moments before he spoke again. Your Highness, if people find out about this, not even your father will be able to protect you. You understand that, right? Katsuya's eyes narrowed as he looked at the genin. Do not insult my intelligence, Daichi. I'm well aware of the consequences should my plans be exposed prematurely. Daichi looked at the man and sighed. How many people know? Including you. 3, the prince replied, and Daichi was surprised. You trust me that much even though this is only just our second interaction? Katsuya Hinu nodded. Let's just say I'm willing to take a gamble. A powerful ally is always a good thing. Your ambition is to become the strongest in the world. You are bold enough to say that straight to my face. I have a feeling you'll succeed. So Daichi, what do you say? Daichi leaned back in his luxurious chair and thought about the pros and cons of the alliance. I'll be able to do a lot of things much easier with his help. But if it ever comes to light what his goals are before I'm strong enough, then I'll have to pay the price. I can just say no and leave, but something tells me he'll have some sort of contingencies to deal with me. He wouldn't have revealed his intentions otherwise. No. Right now all that doesn't matter. My priority is to save Tsunade and Shizune. I'll deal with everything else after saving them. Daichi let out a sigh and looked at the man in front of him. If the real me were here, he would make the same decision. I'm interested. Daichi gave a short reply and it brought a smile to Katsuya's face. What made you decide to join me? Is it just the matter with Tsunade? The third prince of the Fire Country asked. The gamer ninja shook his head. It's not just that. What you plan to do? No. If we succeed, it will change this era forever. I want to see for myself whether that change would be for the better or worse. I want to be a part of it. Katsuya nodded and smiled. Good. What do you want to know about Orochimaru? Where is he? Daichi asked. I've been keeping an eye on daimyos of all great nations. Several months ago I noticed unusual activities in the Land of Stone. I assigned a couple of assets and soon learned that a minister in that country had a visitor, and soon questionable shipments including high-end medical equipment were transported through highly secure routes. My people can't be certain who the visitor was, but I'm sure it was Orochimaru. Katsuya got up from his spot and quickly took a folder from the cabinet. He handed the documents to Daichi and continued. The transportation channels used and distribution methods had Orochimaru's fingerprints. It's not easy to spot his work, but that snake isn't as clever as he thinks. I don't know what kind of deal that minister made with Orochimaru, but he must be getting something extremely valuable for the risks he's taking. Daichi quickly went through every page and committed the information to memory. He's right. If the daimyo of that country or Tsuchikage finds out that a minister collaborated with a known criminal from a hostile nation, it would be a death sentence. Based on this info, the materials brought in, Orochimaru was building a lab. But these documents don't point to any specific locations. Searching an entire country while avoiding their patrol squads will take a lot of time and effort. There must be an easier way. Do you have any more information, Your Highness? Daichi asked. I'm afraid not. Katsuya replied without missing a beat. Daichi knew it was a blatant lie, and he looked at the man with narrowed eyes. I've given you enough information to narrow your field and start your search. Now, whether you find Princess Tsunade or not will be up to you. Katsuya spoke, looking at the genin. And here I thought we had formed a deal. The third prince narrowed his eyes and looked at the genin. You can take this as a test of your abilities. If you fail to save her, then that means you're not as talented as either of us thought. Daichi was slightly angry hearing that response, but he quickly calmed down. I should have expected it. He wants to see what methods I'd use. He wants to gain more information on my powers and wants to know what kind of strategies I'd employ. I can't take this guy lightly. Daichi sighed as he stood from his chair. Thank you for the information, Your Highness. I'll take my leave. I'll visit you after this incident is resolved. The prince gave a small nod. I do wish you the best of luck. Daichi disappeared and quickly left the palace without alerting anyone. Soon he reached the outskirts of the capital and quickly scanned the area for any unwanted listeners. After confirming he was alone, Clone Daichi created and dispelled another shadow clone, informing his original of the events that took place and his plans moving forward. The shadow clone Daichi then looked at the documents in his hand and made a decision. It's a bit too early to implement that plan, but circumstances have changed. I suppose now is as good a time as any. The shadow clone took out a scroll and quickly put on the new outfit. After disguising himself in a new attire, he used the transformation jutsu to change his appearance. Once all the preparations were completed, he disappeared from his spot. His destination, Land of Stone. Chapter 307, Quest, Infiltration. Kakashi's team. 8:30 p.m., Kakashi, Daichi, and the rest were halfway through their journey back to the village when Daichi got the memories of his shadow clone from the fire capital. Immediately afterwards, a new quest appeared in his view. Quest created: Infiltrate and Locate. Time is running out for Tsunade Senju and Shizunkado. Infiltrate the Land of Stone and locate Orochimaru's laboratory, all the while escaping senses of the ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village. Conditions: find the location of Orochimaru's hideout. Do not let the Hidden Stone ninjas sense your presence or identify you. Complete this quest at least 2 hours before the Rescue Tsunade Senju quest timer runs out. Rewards: 12350 EXP. Intelligence stat 7 points. Sense stat 10 points. Luck 4 points. Increase in reputation to people who know your deeds. Increased chances of rescuing Tsunade Senju and Shizunkado. Failure to complete the quest: Rescue Tsunade Senju. Increased hostility between Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Leaf Village. This quest is automatically accepted. The gamer ninjas swiftly went through every line and closed the quest box. Searching the whole country for a hidden base by myself while avoiding patrol squads, and to find it within such a short time frame. That's going to be an almost impossible task. Almost. In this case, the process of elimination would be best to narrow down my field of search. My clone can use that disguise to avoid any troubles. The genin let out an internal sigh as he then reviewed the conversation he had with the prince. Damn that guy. Even knowing the seriousness of the situation, he's willing to take a gamble with their lives. If nothing is done, then Lady Tsunade will die, and it could lead to an instability between the ninja villages and could even start a war. He knew that, and still he's choosing to keep more information to himself. All that just to test what I'm going to do. Daichi quietly sighed as he thought about the matter from another perspective. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. He's the prince of a large nation. And with that kind of ambition, I should have expected him to take such huge risks. From his perspective, no matter how talented I am, I'm still just a child and one of genin rank. He's willing to roll the dice and see if I can change the outcome of an event of such magnitude. Daichi clenched his fist as he jumped forward to another branch. He didn't give me all the info he had, but still he did give me a starting point. I suppose I'll have to make do with that. First, I need to shift our attention to the Stone Country. Sensei, did you find anything about where Orochimaru could be? Daichi turned to his teacher and asked. Kakashi was silent for a few moments before he replied. Nothing solid. There were multiple scents leading from the battlefield in several directions. But I think there's a good chance they're all there to waste our time. He covered his tracks well. Daichi turned his head and looked ahead with a silent gaze as he heard that answer. At that time Asuma spoke as if trying to cheer the boy. Daichi, don't worry. We have the best tracking teams in the world. I'm sure Dad's going to assign additional teams to this matter. If they're in Fire Country, we'll find them soon. That's just it. I don't think they're in this country anymore. Daichi gave a short reply that drew attention from everyone. What makes you say that? Kakashi asked him. Old man Kinsei and I would have shogi matches every once in a while, and sometimes we would discuss several strategies on how to track your opponent over long distances, infiltrate enemy territory, hide from enemies of superior numbers, and everyone paid attention to Daichi as they made their way forward. I remember him once telling me that sometimes the best place to hide would be right under the enemy's nose. The Sannin in their early days, before they became renowned, pulled such a tactic once to escape a country with their cargo. It was a dangerous situation for them and dozens of squads were looking for them, but they found a small place to hide near the enemy village. After about a week, when the patrol squads believed the three had left the country and began to loosen their net, that's when they made their move. Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were able to escape without the enemy being none the wiser. Then, according to what you said, wouldn't Orochimaru use the same tactic here? Isn't there such a possibility? Guy asked the boy, trying to understand his thoughts. Daichi shook his head. That possibility is very small. Orochimaru isn't stupid. He would have anticipated our moves and what strategies and techniques we'd use to find him. He knows he can't use the tactics the third taught him. So unless I'm mistaken, he's going to do the opposite. The opposite? What do you mean? Anko asked. Orochimaru took Tsunade-sensei and Shizun to another country, and he's waiting it out all the while we're wasting time running around in our own backyard. By the time we're done with our search, it'll be a few days, and at that time we have to expand our search to outside our borders. I'd wager that during this time Orochimaru would pick a weak spot in our defenses and infiltrate into the country and hide again. And at that time there's a good chance Tsunade and Shizun won't be with him. At least not alive. The uneasiness in Daichi's voice at the end was not lost on Kakashi or the others. Genma turned his head and glanced at Kakashi. What do you think? The one-eyed Jonin was silent for several seconds as he thought about what Daichi said. A few moments later he spoke. His theory has merit. Right now I'm sure the other nations have already noticed our situation and unusual activity. Even if we know that Orochimaru is in another country, if we recklessly cross borders and enter a foreign nation, then it'll be seen as an invasion and an act of war. And if we send a small force to infiltrate the country, our chances of finding and rescuing them in time would be slim to none. Genma realizes and says with a serious tone. But even if that's true, we can't just stop our search here. Asuma spoke. No. We can't. Daichi answered. Then Jonins turned to the boy as he spoke. Orochimaru would no doubt have some bases built in this country to keep our attention here. No doubt decoys. But it would still force us to spend our manpower here. Are you basing this on the multiple scent trap he used? Kakashi asked Daichi. The genin nodded his head. Yeah. His goal is to buy himself as much time as he can while evading us. What better way than to send us on a wild goose chase in our own country while he's safe and secure in another? Do you have a theory as to where he could be hiding? Kakashi asked as he looked at the genin. Daichi was silent for several moments before he replied. I have an idea, but I need to speak to Lord Hokage before I say anything. Kakashi nodded, and the group silently increased their pace as they got nearer and nearer to the Leaf Village. Asuma and Guy were impressed with the genin. He has an incredible mind. Coupled with his talents and skills, no wonder Dad values him so much. The former 12 Ninja Guardian thought as he looked at the boy. The rest of the Jonins were also silently trying to deduce where the Snake Sannin could be hiding. Orochimaru's lab, 9:00 p.m., the Snake Sannin grinned as he looked at the vitals and examined Tsunade's state. Excellent. The turbulence in Tsunade's blood has subsided. Her vitals and body functions are slowly stabilizing. The morally compromised scientist took a sample of the blonde Sannin's blood and examined it again. The results showed that there were several changes within that blood sample from the one examined earlier. Her blood composition has changed significantly. There are several markers in her genes that are showing similarity to Hashirama's blood. There is a great possibility of her awakening his heightened regenerative abilities along with style power if she survives. As he examined the blood, Orochimaru's mind wandered to the mission he assigned Girin. She should have Daichi in sight or must have captured him by now. Either way, she should be done with the mission in the next 24 hours at the latest. While Orochimaru was examining the new blood sample, Shizune was beside her sleeping master, quietly looking after her. She sat on the nearby chair as she held Tsunade's hand. Please survive. I don't know what I'd do if you don't. There are so many people depending on you. I know the Hokage and Daichi are doing everything they can to find us. We'll escape from here. So please don't die. The young medic was tired, but she soldiered on for her master. She looked around the room and knew that behind the only door stood two of Orochimaru's guards. Shizune knew her situation was dire, but she still held out hope for both of them. Several minutes later, just when Shizune thought her teacher was safe, Tsunade's vitals started spiking again. Shizune was startled, and the commotion drew Orochimaru's attention as well. What's happening to her? Shizune asked the man as he made his way over to them. Before Orochimaru could say anything, Tsunade's body suddenly started to convulse, and the next second blood splattered from Tsunade's right shoulder and from her left foot and palm. Wood-like structures covered in blood were protruding from her body. Lady Tsunade! Shizune screamed and quickly used her medical ninjutsu. It seems she's entering the second stage of her metamorphosis. Orochimaru spoke as he looked at the new development with a calm gaze. Shizune heard the man and understood what was happening. In the first stage, her cells, DNA, and blood composition changed. Now the serum is altering her muscles and tissues. But these with protrusions. Can she survive? As Shizune frantically tried to save her teacher, Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on the small wooden thorn-like structure sticking out of Tsunade's body. This kind of violent reaction even after I modified the serum. It means... A sinister grin slowly formed on the man's face. Yes. Hashirama's blood is integrating with her body on an even deeper level than I had anticipated. If she successfully survives this stage, then the value of her blood would be far greater than I thought. At this moment, the mark on Tsunade's forehead glowed and the strength of the 100 seal technique automatically activated. The seal quickly spread throughout her body as if it was protecting her. Orochimaru looked at the reaction the seal had and studied it. How fascinating. She built a defense mechanism into that seal to help her in such dire circumstances, huh? Her seal must have activated now that her body is beginning to undergo such a large transformation. Truly magnificent. In any other situation it would have helped her regain her strength. But in this case, her seal will only cause her more agonizing pain. Shizune looked at Orochimaru with gritted teeth when she heard that. He's right. Right now her body is fighting against the serum, and since the seal in her forehead is created from her chakra, it would fight back against the first Hokage's blood. Shizune noticed how the wooden thorns on Tsunade's body fell off to the ground and the wounds healed. But several moments later a new wound appeared with a wooden protrusion sticking out. Her seal would heal the injuries, but the serum is altering her muscles and bones. Her body's in a state of constantly being torn apart and being healed. Tears fell down Shizune's face as she looked at her sleeping teacher. I can't even imagine the pain she's in right now. There was discomfort on Tsunade's face, but she never woke up. Shizune turned her head and looked at the snake Sannin with anger and hatred. I'll never forgive you for this. Orochimaru merely scoffed at the young woman's furious gaze. Humph. You should concentrate on your teacher if you want her to survive the night. As for your forgiveness, I never wanted it in the first place. He turned his attention back to the blonde woman lying unconscious and he clenched his fists. I just need the data and samples of the merged stable cells from her. Then I'll be able to move forward with my plans. Just 3 or 4 more days at most. Then I'll put an end to your misery, Tsunade. I'll make sure it'll end quickly for you and your student. It's the least I could do for an old friend. Orochimaru went back to his spot on the other side of the laboratory. Once Sensei is done searching all over the Fire Country, he'll have no choice but to move to the neighboring nations. It will cause friction with those stubborn fools of Hokages, and I'll use that opportunity to slip back in. Then the next stage of my plans will begin. Chapter 308, A Tense Night. The Hidden Leaf Village. Around 2 hours before midnight, Kakashi and his team reached the village. The patrol squads they had met on the way had sent word back to the village, and a team from the interrogation department, personally led by Ibiki and Inoichi, were already waiting for them at the gates to receive the prisoners. The Jonins handed their prisoners over, and the Yamanaka clan head escorted them to the tea building. Ibiki came near Kakashi and his team. Inoichi will prepare them for a mind walk. In the meantime, follow me. Lord Hokage wants to see all of you. The group of Jonins quickly made their way to the large tower in the middle of the village. Since it was late in the night, there weren't many people around the streets, but the movements of several patrol squads of Chunin and Jinin roaming the village could be seen. Soon Kakashi, Genma, Asuma, Guy, Anko, Daichi, and Ibiki were in the Hokage's office. Kakashi, what happened? Hiruzen asked. Orochimaru has employed delaying tactics. We couldn't find any traces of him or Lady Tsunade that would lead us to their location. He's created false trails to waste our time and throw us off his scent. Even though it might be false trails, I've tasked the other 3 to look into it. The Hokage sighed when he heard that. Just as I feared. He's not taking any chances. What about the prisoners you captured? On our way back to the village, we encountered them attacking Genma's team. Kakashi replied, and Hiruzen turned to Genma. They ambushed us several kilometers away from the capital. Their target was Daichi. There were 9 people, and they were determined to capture him alive. Genma spoke, and Hiruzen looked at the Jinin standing in the room with a raised eyebrow. Well, you've certainly caught Orochimaru's attention if he's willing to spend so much effort on you. And the fact that he's taking such a bold move at this time means you're related to whatever he's planning. Daichi stood silent as the Kage gazed at him. What can you tell me about them? He asked, turning his attention to Genma. The woman uses the rare bloodline ability Crystal Style. And she's the leader. The rest were her followers. They wanted to capture Daichi badly enough that she was willing to sacrifice her people. Ibiki spoke at that moment. Anything more you can tell me about them? Might make my job a tad easier. Genma was silent and turned to Daichi. Daichi, were you able to find anything about her during your fight? The gamer ninja quickly shared the information he learned. That woman's name is Girin. For whatever reason, Orochimaru tasked her with capturing me alive with as minimal wounds as possible. From what I understand, she's a true Orochimaru loyalist. And her strength. Based on my estimates, she can go toe-to-toe with Kakashi-sensei if pressed. Some of the people in the room were surprised to hear that. She's that strong? Ibiki asked. Daichi nodded his head. Kakashi, who was standing nearby, had no reason to doubt Daichi's words. Normal interrogation tactics won't work on her. She's even willing to sacrifice her own life for that madman. That combined with her rare bloodline and strength. I think she might be a ninja in Orochimaru's inner circle. I'm betting she has valuable intel on what that snake wants with Tsunade-sensei and where she might be. The Jinin looked at Ibiki and spoke. But before that, I would start with the man with the dark brown hair. His name is Renji. He's worked for Orochimaru and looks up to him, but I'm not sure he's truly loyal to him. All the rest were just pawns. Ibiki looked at the Kage and Hiruzen gave a small nod. The large ninja left the room and Hiruzen looked at Genma. Were you able to find anything at the location Mizuki gave you? It was a trap. Ko Yamanaka was killed over a week ago and his body was placed inside a scroll and rigged with a booby trap. The special Jonin replied with an awkward sigh. We went to the capital to investigate Nam, but he vanished. No one's seen him in a few days. Anko spoke. Another dead end. Hiruzen sighed and leaned back. Dad, were you able to find anything based on the information from the analysis team's reports? Asuma asked. I've sent several squads to follow up on that. They will send a report back in a few hours. Hiruzen held back the urge to sigh again and looked at the documents in front of him. So we still have no idea where they are, huh? Actually, Lord Hokage, I have a theory. I might have an idea as to where they could be. Daichi spoke up and Hiruzen gazed at the boy. Where? Land of Earth. Daichi's reply was met with a puzzled gaze from the Kage. What makes you say that? Hiruzen slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the Genin. Earth Country? Does he know something that I don't? After an attack on Lady Tsunade and Shizune and with their abduction, it would be foolish of him to stay in this country. Too risky. Daichi spoke and the Hokage nodded. I agree. I've been thinking about that as well. But how can you be sure Orochimaru took them to the land of Earth? Isn't there the possibility of him fleeing to one of the smaller nations, or to the land of Rice? Maybe even another great nation. So why the Earth Country? Hiruzen asked. A few reasons. One is that a smaller neighboring nation isn't powerful enough to stop us should we get any information about him. Hypothetically, if you get information that Orochimaru is somewhere in one of the smaller neighboring nations with Lady Tsunade, would you send people after them? Daichi asked the Hokage and Hiruzen was silent for several seconds as he pondered the answer. A few moments later he nodded his head. If it's a smaller nation then yes. While sending infiltration teams would be seen as an act of aggression and might escalate the tensions between nations, I'd still do it if it means rescuing her. The benefits outweigh the costs. They don't have the manpower to compete with us, and if such a situation happens and the smaller nations retaliate, we could also say that they've been sheltering a known S-rank criminal and was holding Lady Tsunade hostage trying to weaken us. Turn the public perception and make them the aggressors. Exactly. Not only will Orochimaru not be able to proceed with his plans, he'll have to fend off ninjas from multiple nations in that case. So the smaller villages can't protect him. Now only the 4 great nations remain as an option. Just then Anko spoke. You're talking about the situation of the small nations on our border. What if Orochimaru takes them far away? Then the other large villages will be obligated to protect them regardless of what we say, and we can't send such a large team to infiltrate or go to battle without anyone noticing if the distance is too large. And if hidden villages find Lady Tsunade, then who's to say they won't capture or even kill her? I think it's because of such reasons that Orochimaru won't go too far and would even hide from other ninja villages. The distance is too large that Orochimaru won't take such a risk. It was Kakashi who replied. Anko and the others turned to the former Umbu captain. Orochimaru has hostages with him. Lady Tsunade and her student. If on his way, they were found by any other party, it would be trouble for him. A wrinkle in his plans. So he would need to find the nearest possible stronghold that can guarantee his safety. Is that what you're getting at, Daichi? Yeah. Precisely. Daichi nodded and looked back at the Hokage. Orochimaru won't go to his own base of operations and he won't select a small nation. If we somehow track him and destroy the whole place, then his years of effort would have gone to waste. So that leaves us with 4 great nations. Hiruzen muttered and recalled the map of the continent in his mind. The land of lightning is too far away. You have to go through the land of rice, land of hot water and land of frost to get there. The land of water is too far as well. You'll need a boat and it'll take several days. Asuma said, thinking about the situation. Not to mention the hidden mist village is in the midst of a civil war. If they find Orochimaru or Tsunade, they'd show hostility. There are too many uncertain factors in that place. That snake wouldn't take that risk. Anko gave her thoughts. And the possibility of him going to the land of wind is also small. They are our allies, and if they find him they'll treat as an enemy. Guy spoke up. And that's not taking into account the terrain of that country. Orochimaru must have built a base of operations. It won't be easy to navigate the desert and create a hideout in such conditions. Kakashi agreed with his friend. The land of iron is a neutral country. Mifune won't tolerate anyone causing trouble there. Especially a known rogue ninja. Hiruzen rubbed his chin and looked at the boy. So that leaves us with the land of stone. Yes. There is one more reason I picked that country. Orochimaru ambushed Sensei at the border near the Land of Waterfall. From there it's relatively easy for him to get to Earth Country. If I'm right, then there's somewhere in there, but away from the Hidden Stone Village. I don't think that Hokage knows that there are 2 Sanins in his country. Hearing Daichi's reasoning, the Kage became silent and mulled it over. If that's true and Inoki finds out, then it'll be an even bigger problem. He'll certainly try to spin it to his advantage. A few moments later he nodded his head. It's an interesting theory. I'll look into it. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Daichi was glad the old Kage didn't outright reject his notion. You're dismissed, Daichi. Head to your training ground. Kakashi will join you soon. Daichi nodded, but before he left, he took a small scroll and unsealed it. A small bottle appeared and the young medic took a small green pill from it. He handed it to the Hokage, who held the small spherical pill and curiously examined it. You look tired. I have a feeling you're going to be up all night. Take that pill and rest for about 20 minutes. It'll be the equivalent of getting 6 to 7 hours of sleep. Daichi's words brought a small smile to the old man's face. He didn't doubt the boy's words. Thank you, Daichi. I'm certainly going to need the energy. The boy nodded and quickly exited the room. A pill that can replicate the effect of a 7 hours sleep. That's impressive. Anko said with a grin and whistle. Yes. Young Daichi made something like that for my dear Lee as well. It's certainly effective. Guy said with a smile as well. Yes. Hiruzen didn't waste another second and downed the pill. He let out a deep breath and looked at the Jonins present. I have information about multiple hidden operational bases under Orochimaru. I've sent teams to investigate, and when they send word back, you'll need to be ready to engage. So for now, all of you get some rest. Yes, sir. Kakashi, a moment. Rest of you are dismissed. The silver-haired Jonin stayed with a calm gaze while the others left. Are you worried about Orochimaru's attack on Daichi? Hiruzen nodded with a serious gaze. Yes. But I'm also relieved. The boy is certainly strong enough to hold his own. But still, we can't take any chances. From this point forward, till this situation is resolved, you'll have to stay with Daichi. Is it for his protection or to keep an eye on him? The Jonin sensei asked. Both. I can tell that he cares for Tsunade and Shizen very much. The boy is smart, but in desperate times even smart people will make dumb decisions. The Hokage's words made Kakashi frown. What are you getting at, sir? Even during such a tumultuous time, Orochimaru tried to go for Daichi. That means the child is more important to Orochimaru than perhaps he realizes. Now that his plan to forcefully abduct the boy has failed, he might change tactics. Kakashi was silent as he listened to the worries of the old leader. I don't know if Orochimaru has any other spies hidden deep in the village. But if they make contact with Daichi, they might use words instead of fists. Try to convince him to go with them for the freedom of his teachers. The silver-haired Jonin finished the man's thoughts. Yes. Daichi might very well know it's a lie or trap, but there is a chance that he might still make that choice. Or he could leave the village and head to the land of Earth in desperation. This is a very precarious time. I don't want to deal with more on my plate than what I already have. Kakashi nodded. Yes, sir. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him. Good. Dismissed. Once Kakashi left, the Hokage let out a deep breath of air and leaned back in his chair. He felt tiredness creeping in. Must be the effects of the pill. I'm going to sleep for about half an hour. Wake me up if anything important comes up. Hiruzen gave orders to the Umbu in the room and shut his eyes to take a power nap. Training Ground 3. Daichi was meditating under a tree when suddenly he got new memories and chakra of his clone. The gamer ninja opened his eyes and let out a deep breath of air. So he's in place, huh? It's time. Let the raid begin. Chapter 309, The New Player on the Board. Leaf Village Training Ground 3. The real Daichi looked at the quest box that appeared in front of him. Quest created. Raid Orochimaru's lab. You have entered the land of rice fields. Orochimaru has developed many hideouts and bases which comprises several laboratories. Your task is to find and infiltrate as many of them as you can while trying to keep your identity a secret. Conditions: infiltrate Orochimaru's main base of operations. Collect at least 5 items of great value. Infiltrate as many hideouts as possible and gather intelligence. Don't let your true identity be discovered. Rewards: 10,000 EXP for successful infiltration of the main base. 5,000 EXP each for collecting items of great value. 2,500 EXP for each additional hideout infiltrated, 1,000 EXP each for items collected. Increase in reputation to people who know your deeds. Increased chances of completing the quest. Seek the hidden truth of the necklace. Increased chances of rescuing Tsunade Senju and Shizen Kato. Failure: great hostility between you and Orochimaru. Attack of Akatsuki. Slightly increased tension between you and the Hidden Leaf Village. Possible death of Kinsei Isagi and abduction of Aiko. This quest has been accepted by your shadow clone. Daichi slowly exhaled as he looked at the last sentence in the quest box. This isn't the first time my clone was able to accept a quest. But all those were simple ones comparable to D-rank missions. Now, invading an enemy lair and completing this mission. I just hope everything goes according to plan. Daichi analyzed the conditions for the quest completions and the rewards, but when he saw the consequences of failure, a small frown formed on his face. In the quest description and the conditions, it's given that I have to keep my identity a secret. So that could be the main trigger for the quest failure. Daichi looked at each of the failure consequences given and tried to form a reason for why they appeared. If I fail the quest and someone finds me out, it's natural that Orochimaru would be angry with me. But the Akatsuki's attack. That means there is a good chance they already have their eyes on me. The death of Old Man Kinsei and Aiko's abduction might have something to do with them. So if I get caught during this mission or my identity is exposed, then Orochimaru, Akatsuki, and the world would come to know what I attempted. Akatsuki would definitely raise my threat level, and the Hokage and the Leaf Village would also be wary of me. My presence in Orochimaru's base would definitely be a red flag. I'm sure my clone has already thought about all this the moment he saw the quest. As Daichi worked the reasons and the consequences of his actions in case of failure, a smile slowly came to face. It's a good thing I've already decided to create that identity. It's going to come in handy for the next few years. He has a mysterious aura around him, and there wasn't much information known about him before I died and came to this world. He's someone who doesn't exist here, so it's perfect. His identity will buy me some time. Daichi looked up and saw the shallow moonlight coming through the clouds. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the tree. Good luck, me. This is our point of no return. Land of Sound, aka Land of Rice Paddies. A tall figure with a green cloak that completely shrouded his body was standing in the darkness of the forest that surrounded a small entrance to an underground building. His presence was completely invisible to all creatures of the night. When the clouds above moved and moonlight hit the area where the figure was standing on, the only thing that was visible aside from the cloak was a mask. The figure had a stylized dragon mask that featured a blend of deep black and red color that completely obscured his face. Orochimaru's main base. Finally, I'm here. I'll raid this base first. It's their headquarters. So I'm sure that Jutsu and those blood samples will be here. I need to get them before I move on to the others. The tall figure sensed all the life forms around and nodded to himself. All that time carefully studying the several routes into and out of this country really came in handy. It only took me a little over 7 hours to get here from the capital. Still, now it'll take me a few more to complete this in stealth mode. I just have to work patiently. I was able to use the invisibility cloak sparingly, so if any problem arises, I'll have that as a backup plan. The tall figure was the second identity Daichi created to move around unimpeded in the world. During his training with the blonde Sannin, Daichi learned her special transformation technique. He used it to create a new special identity. One that has no connection to himself and one that Daichi can use to accomplish his many goals. The disguised Daichi looked at the base entrance in front of him and recalled all the information he learned from Amachi. The mission to the Land of Sea and the encounter at the Demon Island lab has gained me so much valuable intelligence. Orochimaru would no doubt have strengthened his hideout, but I have a good idea of where everything is. Without wasting another second, the figure disappeared from his position. Not a single leaf moved as the figure made his way inside the building. Daichi recalled the structure of the hideout from Amachi's description. The gamer ninja used mana and found 3 strong mana signatures in the main hideout. One of them is on the uppermost floor. The other 2 are on the east side. None of them have strong enough chakra to be Orochimaru or Tsunade. Damn. The boy briefly hoped that his teacher was here, but he knew it was a false hope. He softly sighed and moved forward with his plan. If I remember right, then Orochimaru kept his lab on the east side while his library was on the west side of the building. The first objective was Orochimaru's collection of forbidden jutsu. As Daichi moved through the corridors and hallways, he detected and avoided all the traps and seals that were carefully placed. The gamer ninja was completely invisible thanks to his mana skills. As he moved forward through the long halls, Daichi's sharp eyes noticed several spiders hidden in the upper corner and edges. His mana told him these creatures were far more intelligent than normal spiders. He also noticed the numerous spider webs in the most inconspicuous places. To someone else these would just look like ordinary webs, but I'm sure these are connected to the spiders and they all have a master. It looks like Kidomaru is here. But there is someone who has an even higher chakra than him. So I'm guessing the one on the top is Kimimaro. The third one must be Jirobo or Tayuya. I'm betting it's the former. The boy was careful with each step and kept a close watch on the position of all the creatures near him and the 3 people in the building. He avoided the traps and made his way to Orochimaru's study as quickly as he could without alerting anyone. Damn. It's a good thing I mastered sealing jutsu. Otherwise, this wouldn't have been so easy. Orochimaru is paranoid as heck. Daichi opened the door and closed it behind him as he entered a large room. The room was engulfed in darkness, but in a few moments Daichi raised his fingertips and small flames could be seen driving away the darkness. What is with bad guys and dark layers? Are they afraid of the light or something? Needing more visibility, the boy took a torch from his scroll and turned it on to find the room full of scrolls and books. He read the titles of several of the scrolls and a grin formed behind the mask. Forbidden ninjutsu, curse seal, body modification techniques, slave control seals, soul transfer technique, sealing jutsu, multiple ninjutsu. Yes! I hit the jackpot. Daichi looked at the various scrolls and immediately used his observe skill. Observe, human puppet technique, used by Sasori initially. This technique converts human bodies into puppets, preserving their unique abilities. Orochimaru's interest in immortality and the human body and its limits makes this technique a subject of study. Daichi looked at the brief information shown and he knew what was looking for would be here. Sasori was once Orochimaru's partner. So of course he'd know about Sasori's modification techniques. Cursed seal research, Orochimaru's own creation. These seals tap into the user's body, granting them significant power at the risk of their health or autonomy. These notes contain detailed research on the cursed seal used on various test subjects. I'm definitely making a copy of this. That will come in handy in the future. Twin Snake's mutual death technique, a suicidal technique that kills both the user and the target. While Orochimaru seeks immortality, understanding such techniques was within his interest to either counter them or manipulate their principles for his gain. Creation, rebirth, and strength of 100 seals, imperfect. These techniques were originally developed from understanding Tsunade Jutsu that grant immense healing powers at the cost of the user's life force. Orochimaru, with his experiments on the human body and quest for immortality, studied these techniques closely. Due to incomplete data, high chakra control needed, and poor results, Orochimaru discontinued the study of this jutsu. Daichi's eyes behind the mask slightly narrowed as he looked at this information. So this bastard tried to replicate Tsunade-sensei's technique, huh? Too bad. Without Sensei's help even I would have had trouble creating that technique. 8 Gates technique, imperfect. This technique is extremely dangerous as it grants temporary, immense power at the cost of severe damage to the user's body, or even death. Orochimaru's interest in human limits made this an area of study, but after discovering the damaging side effects to the human body, he discontinued his research into this technique. As Daichi looked through the information, he suddenly sensed movement of the other two in the building. Daichi concentrated and after a few seconds let out a breath of relief. It looks like those two are moving outside and guarding the perimeter. A little too late for that, guys. Daichi turned his attention back to the blue system messages. Chimera technique, a technique that allows the user to combine different plants and animals into a single entity. Orochimaru has shown interest in this technique of creating unique and powerful beings. Throughout the years he has improved his skill with this research. I'm guessing he's used this to create the poison. Orochimaru must have improved this technique and used the product to infect Girin. Daichi kept going and looked through information boxes on various other ninjutsu and techniques. Documentation of failed experiments. Orochimaru documented his failures just as meticulously as he documented his successes. These notes provided insight into the limits of what can be achieved with ninjutsu and the costs of pushing those boundaries and were used to further his various future experiments. Books on ninja history and lore, collections of texts detailing the history of the ninja world, the Great Wars, the founding of the ninja villages, and the tales of legendary figures such as the Sage of the Six Paths, the previous Kages from different villages. I'll have to take these two as well. Orochimaru has traveled the world. He must have amassed a vast amount of intelligence. I can use that when I travel the world. Medical ninjutsu texts, advanced medical texts, including forbidden knowledge on body modification, regeneration techniques, and ways to prolong life or cheat death, reflecting his interest in immortality. The more information his observed showed him, the more Daichi decided that he was going to take all the information here with him. He turned his attention to the next information that appeared and his eyes sharpened. Sealing jutsu information, scrolls detailing various sealing techniques, possibly including those capable of sealing away tailed beasts or creating barriers and cursed seals. Notes on the tailed beasts, information on the tailed beasts, their Jinchuriki, and methods for capturing and controlling them, reflecting Orochimaru's interest in their immense power. Hell yes. I knew it. Orochimaru even had something like this. Research on nature transformations, detailed studies on all 5 basic nature transformations, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, and the more rare and advanced forms such as ice, lava, and would release, including attempts to artificially bestow these abilities on others. Come on. Where is it? The gamer ninja looked around and used his observed skill on various items. As he took in the large information, he suddenly came upon a small snake statue on the side of the shelf. He used observe and then grinned seeing the information. Another hidden room. Should have expected that at this point. Daichi pulled on the snake statue and it acted like a lever. A moment later the walls at the other side of the room parted and torches in that space lit up. The disguised Daichi kept an eye on the single person other than him present and noticed that he didn't move from his spot. The boy sighed and moved to the new open space and looked at the scrolls present. Observe. Soul Transfer Jutsu, a jutsu that allows the user to transfer their soul into another body. Orochimaru uses a variant of this technique to extend his life by moving between different host bodies. Summoning Impure World Reincarnation, a reanimation jutsu, which Orochimaru refined and used to summon historical figures and enemies for his purposes. The souls that are in the pure realm are forcefully taken and binded with a living human body and will be under the command of the summoner. The grin on Daichi's face widened as he looked at one of the most powerful jutsu in the world. Jackpot! At this moment something spoiled his good mood. He sensed Kimimaro's chakra moving and slowly making its way down the building and coming towards his location. The grin vanished and a frown was on Daichi's face. Damn it. Does he know I'm here? Did I trigger something? Whatever the case, if he causes trouble I'll have to end him. Chapter 310, Rating Orochimaru's Lab 1 out of 2. Orochimaru's base, Kimimaro POV. A pale-skinned, green-eyed teenager was slowly making his forward way along the dimly lit hall. His most distinctive features were the shoulder-length white hair and the 2 scarlet dots present on his forehead. Kimimaro was calm as he calmly made his way to his master's study. He didn't sense any intruder, nor did he sense anything amiss. His reason for coming down to that room at this time. Just because. Orochimaru's trusted bodyguard opened the door to the study and observed every inch. He stepped forward and soon stood in the middle of the room. He looked around and several seconds later let out an audible sigh. Of course there's no one here. It seems I'm too tense. Nodding to himself and after making sure nothing was out of place in the room, Kimimaro took a step forward only to feel something strike the back of his skull, and a moment later he stumbled and fell to one knee. Thud. Another second later he was face down on the ground with a line of drool slowly running down the corner of his lips. The last of the Kagaya couldn't even form a coherent thought inside his own mind, let alone utter a word, make a sound, or even mold chakra to protect himself. He only felt the strong vice grip on his head even as he lay on the hard floor. The white-haired ninja lost his sense of time and soon closed his eyes as he fell unconscious. Above the downed Kimimaro, the green-cloaked man let go of his grip and stood. He made a seal and a shadow clone appeared. The clone transformed into an identical version of the Kagaya clan descendant and walked out of the room as if nothing happened. Daichi POV. A minute ago. The disguised Daichi had his senses focused on Kimimaro's every step. The second Daichi sensed Kimimaro coming his way, he closed the hidden room and made sure everything was the way it was, before hiding himself in the darkness. The gamer ninja was going through several scenarios of his encounter with one of Orochimaru's most loyal men. There is no way he should know I'm here right now. Unless opening that hidden room alerted him somehow, but that possibility is very small. It must be a coincidence or just bad timing. Regardless. What should I do with him? The Leaf Genin's brain was working through multiple variations of his encounter with the teen. I could hide and he would never be able to find me. This is a stealth mission, so I should avoid conflict at all costs and make sure not to get myself dispelled before completing my assignments. Daichi's keen senses picked up the low sounds of footsteps. Kimimaro was getting closer. But this guy is someone in that snake's inner circle. He would definitely know what really happened and where Sensei is. If I can get the information from him, then hopefully I'll be able to save those two before anything bad happens. And killing this guy would definitely reduce the strength of Orochimaru's force. The eyes behind the mask narrowed as Daichi pondered on that course of action. But suddenly another thought stopped Daichi. What if Orochimaru finds out that he's dead? He didn't have a way to know when the Sound 4 died in canon, but I shouldn't take that chance. What if he placed some seal on them? If I kill Kimimaro here and now and Orochimaru finds out, then he could cut his losses and there is a possibility of Sensei's death. The new problem brought a frown to the face behind the cloak. Killing him is out of the question. At least till Sensei and Shizen Senpai are safe. But letting him go is unacceptable. He would definitely have valuable intel. It seems I'll have to use that technique. Having made up his mind, Daichi waited till Kimimaro was right out the door. The green-cloaked man turned invisible just before the door opened and no trace of him could be found. The hidden Daichi clenched his fist as he looked at the white-haired ninja. But he was able to keep his emotions under control thanks to the gamer's mind skill. Not even a whiff of his intent showed. He looked at Kimimaro, who observes the room, and as Daichi expected, the Kagaya wasn't able to find him. Just as the white-haired teen turned around and was ready to leave, Daichi silently moved from his position and was already behind him. He was ready to use the new mana technique he had developed. Mana Mind Shock active, LV-0. For this skill allows the user to send a large concentrated pulse of mana energy directly into the brain of the target to disorient and even render the target unconscious. This skill can bypass chakra barriers around the skull of the target if there is any. Note: the user must be in contact with the head of the target to send a pulse. Can only be used once every 31 hours. Effects: disorient and can even render the target unconscious with a high concentration of mana energy. MP cost: 3270 MP. Skill: Mana Mind Shock has leveled up. The disguised Daichi looked at the unconscious ninja and felt no sympathy or mercy for him. Time to find out what you know. Daichi knelt and grabbed the back of the ninja's head again and used the Mind Drain ability. After 5 seconds of physical contact, the skill Mind Drain was activated. This skill had the ability to permanently increase Daichi's wisdom and intelligence stats, and it also had the ability to transfer some knowledge and information possessed by the target. 2 intelligence, 1 wisdom, 1 intelligence. As his stats increased, Daichi also began to receive certain memories from his target. The images and the conversation that came to Daichi's mind made his blood boil in anger. His grip on Kimimaro's head became tighter and a crack was heard in the otherwise silent room. Skill: Gamer's Mind has activated. Due to the Mind Drain skill, Daichi received the memories of Orochimaru's attack on his teacher, and it was as if he was there and saw what had happened. Daichi let out a few deep breaths of air to try and calm himself, and he looked at the man on the ground with fury. This bastard. I'm definitely not going to spare any of you. Once Sensei is safe, you're all dead. 2 wisdom, 1 intelligence. The gamer ninja kept using the drain skill in the hopes of getting information on where Tsunade and Shizun were being kept. As he was hoping for a miracle, he came across another piece of information that almost made him curse out loud. Damn it. Orochimaru erased his memory of that information. This guy only knows that there is a hidden laboratory, but he doesn't know where. That snake is being too careful. Daichi kept up the use of his mana skill and came upon several other pieces of information that were very valuable to him. Several minutes later, Daichi stood from his spot and gazed at the unconscious man. He used Observe on Kimimaro and got to the last part of the information box. His brain has received a powerful shock from mana energy, and now his mental energy has been completely drained. Kimimaro is now in a coma and will not be able to wake up for at least 51 hours no matter what. Current status: vegetative coma, so this is the aftermath of using Mind Drain on a living human, huh? It's just as I hypothesized. No seals have been triggered. And my quest didn't say I failed. So that's good. This changes my plans. It seems I'll have to stick around for a couple more days. No matter what, this whole mess will have an end in a few days. But whether that ends in Orochimaru's victory or Sensei's rescue, you're all dead. Enjoy your sleep, Kimimaro. It's your last. Daichi looked at the unconscious Kaguya and spoke. The gamer ninja moved the body of the white-haired teen to the corner of the room, and he opened Orochimaru's hidden storage room once more. Before I got here, the plan was to infiltrate the location and make a copy of the most important jutsus and leave, but now I don't need to waste time copying these. I can take everything here and create my own library. Daichi took a pill from his scroll and downed it. It was a chakra pill he specifically created to help in emergencies. The disguised Leaf Genin let out a deep breath and made 4 shadow clones. All of them were in the disguised form. He turned one of them and nodded, and the next second, that clone dispelled. It was a way to update his original on the ongoing situation. I really should make a better communication method. He turned to the second one and spoke. You know what to do. Memorize every portion of the reanimation jutsu. Every word, every seal. Once you have it done, store the scroll in inventory and practice. Something tells me we'll need it sooner than we think. We need to understand and level up that jutsu. Yeah. I got it. The clone nodded and went to pick up one of the more dangerous forbidden ninjutsu in the world. He used Observe, and after making sure everything was safe, he took the scroll and opened it. The main clone turned to the remaining 2. This whole room is a treasure trove. Take everything. But make sure you don't trigger any traps. There may be seals around to stop just this kind of thing. I'm heading to the other side of the lab to collect the genetic materials. The 2 clones nodded and got to work as the main clone left the room. This trip yielded such good results. Forbidden ninjutsu, reanimation jutsu, notes on cursed seals, forbidden body modification techniques, body control techniques, soul transfer jutsu, and valuable information of all great nations. I'll be taking all the information and data you've collected, Orochimaru. This is the least I should do considering what you did. It wasn't long before Daichi was on the other side of Orochimaru's underground hideout. He was standing in front of a vault and after studying it for several minutes nodded in understanding. He quickly began making the seals he learned from Kimimaro, and the moment the final seal was made, the handle on the vault door started rotating and the door opened. Daichi looked around and observed everything before taking a step inside. The room was much larger than the previous study, and it contained several advanced medical equipment used for experimentation and genetic sample storage. Holy shit! Daichi couldn't help but exclaim to himself. Some of the most advanced and cutting-edge machines were present in that room. Observe. Daichi looked at a machine and used his information-gathering skill. Ultra-low temperature, ULT, freezers, for long-term preservation of blood samples. ULT freezers can maintain temperatures between -40°C to -80°C, ensuring the stability of DNA, RNA, and other cellular components. Currently contains genetic samples from dozens of ninjas from around the world. Daichi's eyes locked in on that machine and quickly came near it. He pressed the switch on the side and the top lid slid open and cold misty air flowed out and low temp lights turned on inside the machine. Daichi looked at the numerous small containers and used Observe again. Genetic samples, preserved genetic material from various shinobi, including samples from rare Kekkai Genkai users. The gamer ninja couldn't stop his curiosity and used Observe skill on the containers. Genetic sample of Kimimaro Kagaya, a genetic sample of someone from a clan that is nearly extinct due to their ferocity and penchant for war. Their Kekkai Genkai, Shikatsumiyaku, allowed them to manipulate their skeletal structure to create weapons and armor from their bones, making them formidable opponents in close combat. Genetic sample of Kamizuru clan contains multiple genetic samples of a clan known for their bee techniques, which involve manipulating bees for various purposes, including reconnaissance and combat. Though not famous or powerful, their unique abilities were of interest to Orochimaru. Genetic samples of Explosion Corps, while not a clan, the Explosion Corps of Hidden Stone Village specialize in using explosion release, a Kekkai Genkai that combines earth and lightning elements to create explosive attacks. This ability is rare and highly destructive, and this made it a valuable addition to Orochimaru's collection. HMP. Yeah. I'm taking this. Without wasting another second, Daichi unplugged the machine and took the whole thing and shoved it into his inventory space. He then looked around and nodded to himself. Yep. I'm definitely taking everything not nailed down, and I'm taking a crowbar to the bitch that is. My quest says to infiltrate the place and to keep my true identity a secret. I'm pretty sure this won't conflict with that. The boy looked around and found another machine similar to the one he had just taken. Liquid nitrogen storage systems. For cryopreservation, liquid nitrogen storage systems can keep samples at temperatures as low as -196°C, ideal for preserving whole cells or blood samples for extended periods without degrading their genetic material. He quickly opened it and saw several test tubes filled with blood. He used Observe skill on the contents, and information made his eyes widen. Genetic sample of Hashirama Senju, known for his unique wood release abilities and his ability to heal wounds without forming seals. His DNA is highly coveted for its rare and powerful nature. This is a sample Orochimaru has taken from the vault in the Leaf Village. A pure blood sample of the first Hokage. Hell yeah! I can create so many things with this. Daichi continued and looked down the list. Genetic sample of Tobarama Senju, recognized for his creation of numerous jutsu, including the reanimation jutsu. His water manipulation abilities were also among the best. This is a sample Orochimaru has taken from the vault in the Leaf Village. Genetic sample of Hiruzen Sarutobi, known as the Professor. Hiruzen had knowledge of all the techniques in Konoha. His mastery over all 5 basic nature transformations and yin and yang release made his genetic material valuable. This is a genetic sample Orochimaru acquired from the Leaf Hospital several years ago. Daichi frowned as he looked at the last statement in the blue box. A sample from the hospital, huh? So either Orochimaru paid the hospital a visit without anybody knowing or someone supplied this to him. He quietly sighed and moved on to the next one. Genetic sample of Minato Namikaze, famous for his Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu that allowed him to teleport to any location marked with his special seal. His exceptional speed and sealing techniques were also noteworthy. Orochimaru acquired this sample during his time as a Leaf Shinobi. Genetic sample of Tsunade Senju, known for her extraordinary medical ninjutsu and superhuman strength, thanks to her mastery over the mitotic regeneration technique, which granted her rapid healing abilities. This sample was acquired shortly before Orochimaru left the Leaf Village. Daichi frowned as he looked at the blood sample. I should destroy this, but not now. Her blood along with theirs might be the key to finally completing that quest. The boy looked at the next sample and sighed. So he kept them all together, huh? Genetic sample of Dan Kato, known for his spirit transformation technique, which allowed his spirit to temporarily leave his body and fight. Dan's unique abilities and his relation to Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, made his genetic material of particular interest to Orochimaru. Genetic sample of Nawaki Senju, as the younger brother of Tsunade and the grandson of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Nawaki inherited the Senju's strong will and dream of becoming Hokage. Although he died young and his abilities were not fully shown, his Senju lineage makes his blood valuable for its genetic potential related to Hashirama's extraordinary abilities. Orochimaru had both Nawaki and Dan's blood samples. Did he suspect something, or is this just a coincidence? Not willing to waste time pondering on the answer, Daichi took his next course of action. He locked the liquid nitrogen storage machine and quickly stored it in his inventory. The boy looked around with a big grin on his face. This must have cost that snake a pretty penny. Thank you for the donation, you snake. I'll make sure to put all these to better use. Daichi used his information-gathering skill on the other machines and items in the room, and the grin on his face only widened. Chapter 311, Rating Orochimaru's Lab 2 out of 2. Leaf Village, Training Ground 3. Daichi was under a tree sitting crossed-legged and meditating. At least that's what it would look like to anyone who saw him. He received new memories from his clone less than a minute ago and was currently reviewing them. So Kimimaro is under custody, huh? That's good. Based on the information my clone was able to take from him, the other two in the base are Jirobo and Kidamaru. So that means the rest of Sound 5 are with Tsunade and Shizune. Maybe even Kabuto is there. Daichi's eyes slightly closed tighter as he decided to focus on his clone's mission. It seems my initial plan of copying the jutsu and leading is now out of the question. This was supposed to be a stealth mission. No one was supposed to know I was even there to begin with. Well, it doesn't matter. I dealt with the cards I have. My clone doesn't have much mana left. He can't use the mana mind shock again, so if he encounters any other enemies he'll have to kill them. A couple meters away his teacher was leaning on a wooden stump and reading his favorite literature. Even though Kakashi was reading, he couldn't help but take a glance at Daichi every now and then. Finally he decided to break the silence. You're quiet. He spoke in a soft tone and saw Daichi opening his eyes. The genin looked at the silver-haired man with a raised eyebrow, and Kakashi sighed. Even more than usual. I have a lot on my mind. Kakashi looked at the boy and gave a small nod. I thought you'd want to train. You know, to take your mind off everything. Right now I'm not in the mood to train, and meditation is helping me focus and calm my mind. Kakashi closed his book and stood straight. Then you should get some sleep, Daichi. You've had a long day. Go home. I doubt I'd be getting any sleep tonight. But I suppose you're right. Daichi let out a long breath of air and stood. I'll also need to keep an eye on everything happening with my clones. Just before Daichi left, he turned to his teacher and held a serious gaze. If anything new comes up, please inform me. I want to be kept in the loop. Kakashi looked at the boy and after a few moments of silence gave a short nod. Daichi nodded his head and vanished with the body flicker jutsu. The gamer ninja soon reached home and made his way to the backyard. As he opened his inventory he found dozens of new scrolls and books. As Daichi looked in his storage space, he saw a couple new unexpected items as well. He looked at the details of the items and his eyes widened in shock. Ultra-low temperature freezers? Liquid nitrogen storage systems? What the hell? Did my clone decide to rob the whole place? Daichi smirked as he thought about the situation. Orochimaru's going to be in hell of surprise when he returns. Land of Sound, Orochimaru's base. The clone looked around the large room and used observe on everything his eyes fell on. Experimentation chambers, secure chambers for conducting experiments, often with restraints and monitoring equipment for observing test subjects. Daichi looked at the chamber and saw seals covering several areas of the room. I can't even imagine how many people have died in this room. Medical equipments, advanced medical tools for performing surgeries and biological experiments, including microscopes, surgical tools, and healing ointments. Yeah, I'm taking all that. Daichi took the small shelf containing numerous medical tools and placed them in his inventory. He then looked around and saw a slightly larger area with several seals drawn on the floor. Summoning area, a space dedicated to summoning jutsu with pre-drawn summoning circles and materials for blood contracts. Daichi saw several blood stains on the ground in the summoning area and he could hypothesize a guess. That snake must have used his summons to dispose of corpses with no further use. Brutal, but I suppose it's effective. Daichi's eyes fell on another shelf that held various glass jars with different colored liquids in them. Chemicals and poisons, a variety of chemicals, poisons, and antidotes, showcasing Orochimaru's knowledge and toxicology. Among these are dozens of new poisons Orochimaru created using snake venom. If I didn't have my gamer abilities, studying these would have taken years. Daichi didn't waste time and stored them in his space without another thought. Daichi took everything of value in that lab and nodded in satisfaction. The once fully equipped lab was now stripped naked. Just then the clone received memories from the ones in Orochimaru's study. Detailed notes on genetics and information on the other labs here. That saves some time. Daichi decided to move to the next space Orochimaru had hidden in the land of rice paddies and quickly disappeared from his spot. Daichi bypassed several guards standing outside the base and soon entered the second laboratory he could find. The equipment in the room was just as advanced as the ones in the main lab. How is he getting the funding for all this? To create so many labs and ship these equipment here. If his other labs are just like this, then it must have cost him the wealth of a small nation. How did no one trace the purchase and movement of materials like this? Observe, incubators with CO2 regulation for growing and maintaining cell cultures that are being genetically modified or used in experiments, ensuring they have the right conditions for growth and survival. Daichi opened the incubator and saw a sealed tray with a cell culture. Genetic sample of Shin. Shin is one of the many test subjects under Orochimaru. However, what truly sets Shin apart is his unique genetic makeup that allows his body to accept any transplant without rejection. He can integrate any foreign tissue or organ into his body seamlessly, effectively making him a perfect vessel for Orochimaru's experiments in seeking immortality and mastering all jutsu. Orochimaru, fascinated by Shin's adaptability, would likely conduct a series of experiments aimed at unlocking the secrets behind Shin's unique ability to accept and adapt to any foreign genetic material. There were several stacks of documents on a nearby table. Daichi opened the folder and saw the photo of a young Shin on the front page. The young medic read the notes and was shocked at how far Orochimaru had come in the field of biotechnology and gene mapping. Nearby, in another medical equipment, Daichi saw 2 compartments with cells and organs inside. Observe. Synthesized cells for gene mapping and analysis. Subject, Shin. Orochimaru started by mapping out Shin's genome to identify any genetic markers or anomalies that contribute to his extraordinary adaptability. This involved comparing his DNA with that of individuals from various clans, especially those known for unique Kekkei Jinkai, to understand how Shin's body recognizes and integrates foreign DNA. Extracted tissue and organs for transplant experiments. Primary subject, Shin. By transplanting tissues and organs from various shinobi with unique abilities into subjects with and without similar adaptability to Shin, Orochimaru could observe the outcomes. Success in these experiments led to breakthroughs in creating synthetic bodies or vessels that could harness multiple Kekkei Jinkai. Daichi reread the last part in the system information box. Success in these experiments led to breakthroughs in creating synthetic bodies or vessels that could harness multiple Kekkei Jinkai. Wait a minute. In that instant a figure came to Daichi's mind. Danzo's arm. It was composed of Senju blood and Sharingan. Is it possible that Orochimaru had success with combining other bloodlines? Daichi looked at the papers documenting the experiments done on Shin, and one page suddenly caught his attention. He read the notes written by Orochimaru about his observations of the boy. Chakra nature adaptation studies. Subject's unique physiology positively affects his ability to adapt to and manipulate different chakra natures and Kekkei Jinkai. This involved rigorous training sessions under controlled environments, where Shin is exposed to various chakra types and tasked with mastering them. Further testing under extreme conditions are required for more in-depth analysis. The gamer ninja couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the data. If his blood was used in the right way, it could be used to create a cure for many fatal diseases. Daichi turned the page, and the information on the next paper proved his hypothesis correct. Immune response manipulation. A key aspect of Shin's ability is his immune system's tolerance to foreign genetic material. I have manipulated the immune response in other subjects, attempting to replicate Shin's tolerance involving genetic editing, viral vectors to introduce specific genes, or even creating a serum based on Shin's blood. But there hasn't been much success. Daichi turned to the next page, and a frown formed on his face as he read the information. Cloning and mass production. Attempt to clone Shin and create beings with Shin's genetic makeup is successful. We'll need to conduct further tests to see if it's possible to create a new Kekkei Jinkai in the clone body. The final objective would be to produce an army of shinobi who can adapt to any Kekkei Jinkai. If Orochimaru is able to mass-produce clones with special bloodlines, then we're all fucked. Daichi didn't wait another second and started shoving everything from notes to lab equipment into his inventory. Once the whole place was empty, the disguised Daichi moved on. Locating the hidden labs was not as difficult as Daichi expected. He was able to easily get past the patrol ninjas who were oblivious to his presence. Daichi made sure to not fall into any hidden booby traps or seals that were placed. It took almost half an hour, but he was inside the third laboratory hidden underground. As he looked around, Daichi found another cryopreservation system, and he opened it. He immediately used Observe, and the genetic samples stored inside surprised the boy. Genetic sample of a third Raikage, known for his physical durability and lightning-fast speed, was considered one of the strongest Raikage in Hidden Cloud's history. His lightning release and hell stab were particularly feared. Genetic sample of third Kazekage, known for his unique ability to use iron sand, the most feared weapon in Hidden Sand's history. He modeled this technique after the Jinchuriki of Shikaku before him, creating weapons from sand mixed with iron powder. His ability to manipulate magnetic fields made his iron sand techniques versatile and deadly. Genetic sample of Kushina Uzumaki, known for her incredibly strong life force, sealing techniques, and chakra reserves. The Uzumaki's ability to recover from injuries and perform jutsu that require large amounts of chakra makes their genetic material exceptionally valuable. Genetic sample of Itachi Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan and as such is known for his strong Jinjutsu and visual prowess. His ability to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting unique abilities drew Orochimaru to obtain his blood. I didn't know he had blood samples of the third Raikage and Kushina. He must have gotten the Raikage's blood after his death somehow. And Kushina's while he was still in the village. Daichi sighed and took all the samples. He looked at the nearby machines and used his skill. Observe, refrigerated centrifuges, before storing blood samples, it's often necessary to centrifuge them under cold conditions to separate plasma, serum, or other components without compromising their integrity. Automated cell counters and analyzers to assess the quality and quantity of cells before and after preservation. Automated systems can provide vital information about cell viability and concentration. PCR, polymerase chain reaction, machines, essential for amplifying DNA sequences, making it easier to study small samples by generating thousands to millions of copies of a particular DNA sequence. DNA sequencers, used for sequencing the DNA, allowing scientists to understand its exact makeup. High-throughput sequencers can sequence entire genomes quickly and efficiently. These PCR and DNA sequences are even more advanced than the ones in the Fire Capital Hospital. Where did Orochimaru even get these? I need to look into this when I get the time. Electrophoresis equipment, utilized for DNA, RNA, and protein separation based on size and charge, critical for analyzing molecular components. Microarray scanners, for gene expression analysis. These scanners allow researchers to understand the expression levels of thousands of genes simultaneously. Flow cytometers, used for cell counting, cell sorting, and biomarker detection, providing detailed analysis of cell populations. Daichi moved around the machines and removed the protection seals as he noted the information his system showed him. He stored them one by one and made sure not to disturb the contents inside the machine as he did so. Centrifuges, essential for the separation of fluids, gas, or liquid, based on density. Ultracentrifuges are used for more detailed molecular biology work. Incubators and growth chambers, for culturing cells and tissues under controlled conditions, essential for experiments requiring specific temperatures, humidity, and atmospheric composition. Yeah. I'm gonna need to build a really big lab to fit all this. Daichi spoke to himself as he took the incubation chamber and safely stored it in his system space. The gamer ninja looked around and began plundering the rest of the lab. Soon there was nothing left but a giant empty space. Daichi closed the door to the lab behind him and disappeared. Around an hour later he found another hidden base and was soon inside the lab. The moment he opened the door, a large tank caught his eye, and what was inside the tank made him freeze. Chapter 312, Tailed Beast Chakra. Hidden Leaf Village, 10:30 p.m. The Leaf Aviary. The Leaf Aviary is the location where messenger birds such as hawks, special summoned sparrows, deliver important messages. The aviary is a circular building built into the top of a tree with a spiral staircase. Two Chunin ninjas were keeping a close watch on the skies above. The cool wind made one of them yawn. Man, I'm so tired. We're just standing here doing nothing. It's so boring. It's making me sleepy. The Chunin who spoke was a young man in his late teens while the other was a much older man nearing his 30s. He had a much more serious demeanor than his younger teammate. Focus. Several scouting teams have been sent this morning. We should be hearing back from them soon. The teenager looked at the older man and just sighed. Seeing the look, the older ninja spoke. You're new here, aren't you? Seeing the silence of the teenager, the older man continued. This may look tedious, but our work is just as important as anyone else's. We need to correctly interpret any messages we receive and send it to the tower as quickly as possible. If we fail in our task and vital information is not delivered on time, it could have serious consequences. The younger Chunin sighed and decided not to argue. He turned his attention back to the night sky and soon spotted a brown hawk making its way towards them. The older man quickly spotted the avian creature as well, and they both stood alert. The moment the hawk landed, the older ninja took the scroll tied to its leg and gave it to the younger man. Just as he was about to speak, he saw another hawk flying towards them. It quickly landed in front of them and raised its left leg. Without any delay, the younger Chunin took the second sealed scroll tied to the hawk's legs. Take these to the analysis team. Go! With a quick nod, the teenager vanished and made his way to the cryptanalysis team. Hokage Tower. Shortly after Kakashi gave his report and left and Hiruzen had his rest, he was once again at his desk going through the numerous reports piled up in front of him. Even though his eyes were on the papers in front of him, his mind was elsewhere. The images of Tsunade and Orochimaru popped up and Hiruzen remembered the last time he saw his student. The old Kage closed his eyes and exhaled as if to get rid of the haunting memories. At that moment the image of another student appeared in his head. "Hurry, Jiraiya. I need your help on this matter." Suddenly the door opened, jolting the Kage from his thoughts, and a Chunin rushed inside. "Sir, I have news." Hiruzen recognized the young Chunin as a member of the cryptanalysis team. He also saw several documents in the young ninja's hands. He gave a nod and the Chunin began his report. "Reports from the reconnaissance teams are coming in. We just received intel from Squad 2 and 6. They've investigated the locations assigned to them and have confirmed sightings of Orochimaru's hideouts. These are the blueprints they drew up. There are also several mercenary ninjas guarding the hideouts." The Chunin handed the Hokage the documents in his hands and Hiruzen quickly started going through them. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the key information. The base Squad 6 found is near a small town. A total of 23 enemies are guarding the hideout. If a direct confrontation happens there, it'll cause panic among the people. These mercenaries could also use them as hostages if they get their hands on civilians. No identifying clothes or gear that would point them to a hidden village. Hiruzen looked at the blueprint created thanks to the Hyuga on the team and swiftly studied it. Several hidden floors and deepest level is hidden behind seals blocking the Byakugan. The old Kage turned to the document sent from Squad 2 and he read somewhat similar information. A team of 21 ninjas are guarding the location. This base has several tunnels underground leading to different locations, but obstruction seals are blocking the way. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and turned his gaze back to the Chunin in front of him. "Make sure Shikaka gets a copy of these reports." "Yes, sir." Dismissed. Once the Chunin left the room, Hiruzen looked up at the ceiling as he tapped a finger on the desk. Assuming the other bases are of similar state, then a large force is required to attack them head-on. A direct confrontation will cause chaos if the other hideouts are located near any towns. Infiltration and assassination squads are better suited for this task. Then again, this could also be an opportunity for me to do that. A total of 7 squads were deployed in the morning at 10:30 and now, by around midnight, reports are coming in from all of them. Hiruzen looked at the reports from all the reconnaissance teams as he smoked his pipe. All of them have around 24 ninjas guarding them. And none of the teams could detect Tsunade, Shizune, Orochimaru, or even Kabuto's presence in any of these locations. The old man let out a smoky breath and clenched his fist. Daichi might be right. This might just be a waste of time. I wonder what he's doing now. I doubt he's sleeping. Kinsei's home. Approximately 1 a.m. March 22nd. Daichi was in his room taking out the numerous scrolls, documents, and books from his inventory seconds after his clone stored them. So many books, jutsu scrolls, and files. My inventory would be filled up if I don't do anything. I can keep the medical equipments and storage tanks in the inventory, but I'll have to take out everything else and store it in a separate scroll. Daichi looked at the total slots available and smiled. Each level up gives me an additional 7 inventory slots. Right now, since I'm at level 62, I have 434 spaces available. Still, it's a good thing I removed all non-essential items from my storage space just for this occasion. The genin looked at all the scrolls and books piled up in front of him and had a small smile. It will only take a short while for me to get through all this, but to do research, that'll be much more time-consuming. Just then Daichi was taken aback by another thought and he chuckled to himself. I never would have thought I'd become a scientist when I first woke up here. Here I am in the Naruto world and I'm excited at the prospect of learning more about the human body and research. How hilarious. Just then Daichi received new memories from his clone and the smile on his face widened. I wasn't sure if he put that thing in his lab in the land of sound, but I'm glad. This will certainly accelerate my plans. Daichi's disguised clone. As it infiltrated Orochimaru's fourth hideout, he sensed a powerful chakra coming from deep within the lair. Daichi moved forward, avoiding all traps and obstacles, and soon reached a dead end. Daichi observed the wall and noted a minuscule amount of chakra running through it in a unique pattern. Hidden barrier seal. Daichi had raised his sealing skills enough to get through and understand almost all sealing ninjutsu. He was able to quickly decipher the counter jutsu and quickly made several hand seals. The moment he made the final hand seal, a round sealing pattern appeared on the wall and Daichi touched the seal with his index finger. The next moment an opening appeared in the wall and it expanded, creating a round doorway. Daichi stepped through and saw that the whole room had a dark green tint. He immediately noticed several large tanks filled with fluid of some kind. A moment later, one particular tank caught his eye. No way. That's... His eyes narrowed and he walked towards the large container that caught his attention. Yup. It definitely is. Here, amidst an array of arcane equipment and chakra-infused apparatuses, lies the cultivation of a marvel. The Horn of the Eight Tails. Observe. Cultivated Horn of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, the horn, originally a formidable appendage of the mighty-tailed beast, now finds itself in a new incarnation. Under Orochimaru's meticulous care, it has been transformed into a living, pulsating tissue, brimming with the raw, untamed chakra of Gyuki. This is not merely a replication of biological matter but an enhancement, an evolution of its innate properties facilitated by the fusion of chakra, science, and genetic engineering. Daichi walked forward and he couldn't help but place a hand on the glass of the tank. Knowing that he cultivated this is one thing, but to see it in person. I can feel powerful, extraordinary chakra from this horn. Unbelievable. How did he create such a thing? Daichi looked around the room and soon found a large table filled with stacks of papers. He walked over and started going through each and every one of them as quickly as he could. Before he had a rough understanding of the cultivation method. So that's how it is. The process began with the isolation of viable cells from the scraps of the horn. And every step after needed unparalleled precision. Orochimaru employed a mixture of enzymatic digestion and chakra manipulation to separate and prepare the cells for cultivation. That ensured that their vitality and chakra potential were not only preserved but augmented. Daichi's eyes narrowed as another question popped in his head. But for all this he would have needed a powerful bio-chamber. The genin immediately turned around and turned his attention to the large tank. Observe. Modified bioreactor. For larger-scale cloning applications, bioreactors provide a controlled environment for growing cells or tissues that are being cloned, ensuring they receive the right amounts of nutrients and gases. This specially designed bioreactor is made to cultivate the cells from the Horn of the Eight Tails and preserve it. This environment, saturated with a meticulously formulated growth medium, simulates the natural chakra flows of the Eight Tails body, promoting not just cell growth but chakra maturation. Orochimaru's design allows for the manipulation of chakra nature and intensity, guiding the developing tissue towards desired characteristics. No matter how much I despise him, it's undeniable that Orochimaru is one of the most gifted scientists in this world. The process, knowledge and constant care needed to cultivate this. It's a shame you decided to go after my teacher, Orochimaru. If you hadn't, who knows? Maybe we could have been colleagues in the future. Daichi couldn't help but speak softly. He sighed and slightly shook his head. The genin then looked back at the papers in his hands and read the observations and end results. The result of this intricate process is a horn tissue unlike any other. Visually, it retains the intimidating appearance and characteristic of the Eight Tails, and its texture and sheen suggest a vitality that is almost equal to its original form. Functionally, the tissue demonstrates remarkable properties, enhanced regenerative capabilities, a chakra conductivity that could potentially amplify or alter jutsu cast through it, and a resilience bordering on the indestructible. Potential applications possibilities include grafting onto a living being to enhance their chakra capacity and physical prowess, using it as a core for creating new weapons or artifacts of immense power, or further experimentation towards creating synthetic beings with tailed beast-like abilities. Daichi stored the notes and files in his inventory and looked around the lab. He noticed multiple new machines and immediately used his information-gathering skill. Automated cell culture systems. These systems are crucial for cloning as they can automate the process of growing cells in culture, ensuring consistency and reducing the risk of contamination. Micromanipulators, used in conjunction with microscopes for manipulating cells and cellular components, essential for procedures like nuclear transfer and somatic cell nuclear transfer, SCNT, a common cloning technique. Daichi looked to the side and saw a tank filled with just fluids. That must be the base culture medium. Nutritional fluids for cloning chambers. The nutritional fluids, often referred to as culture media or growth media, are crucial for the survival and growth of clone cells or tissues. These fluids contain a mix of essential nutrients which include amino acids, vitamins, minerals, and glucose to support cellular metabolism and growth. Growth factors, protein-based substances that play a critical role in cell division and development. Antibiotics which prevent bacterial contamination without harming the cells. Buffering agents which maintain the pH at a suitable level for cell growth. Serum, often fetal bovine serum, FBS, is used, providing additional growth factors and nutrients. Specific formulations can vary based on the type of cell or tissue being cloned. He can't use the same growth medium for all experiments. So he must have modified this fluid according to the nature of the cells. Can't waste any more time looking at all these. The tank. In this lab were large, but thankfully Daichi knew he could store them safely in his storage space. It's a good thing I tested the size and weight of the objects I could store in my inventory during my dungeon runs. Daichi began examining the tanks and noticed several precaution seals carefully placed. He created 2 clones and all 3 began removing the sealing jutsu and traps in the room. It took half an hour to complete the task and Daichi immediately began storing the items in his inventory. When it came to the Horn of the Eight Tails, Daichi was unsure. He still remembered what his inventory showed when he tried to store a living creature inside. Warning. Action denied. Cannot store living creatures. Only exceptions are during special conditions. I'm taking this horn no matter what. I don't know if the horn is considered as a living being. If I can't keep it in my inventory, I'll have to make other arrangements. But it wasn't as Daichi feared. He was able to store the tank that contained the Eight Tails horn without any problems. Soon there was nothing but a large empty room with several disconnected power lines and an empty desk. Just then he received memories from the clones in the other hideouts. As Daichi got the memories, he smiled. My clone took the Akatsuki ring Orochimaru was given. I'll have to study that thing. Daichi kept reviewing the memories and he was happy. Compiled information on Akatsuki, Zetsu, Danzo, and the ninja clans in the Land of Sound. Ha ha ha. Daichi laughed at the ease with which he succeeded in this mission. I wouldn't have been able to complete this task within such a short time without my mana stealth ability or all the information I got from Omachi. Orochimaru being out of the country and taking half of his guards is also a bonus. Daichi looked around and then took a look in his filled-up inventory. I got everything I came here for. The clone disguised as Kimimaro should be here just in case. If anything happens, he can just dispel. But the rest of me, time to get the fuck up out of here. The clone Daichi made sure he didn't leave any trace of himself and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Soon only the shadow clone impersonating Kimimaro was left in the main hideout. Time, approximate, 2 a.m. Chapter 313, A Potential Prey for Akatsuki. Leaf Village, Kinsei's home. Daichi was meditating in his room when he felt his energy fluctuating. He instantly got the chakra and memories of his clones, and a big smile grew on his face. This trip yielded far more results than I anticipated. So many jutsu, genetic materials, and information on the whole world. This will certainly help me in accelerating my plans. Just then the quest completion notification popped up. Quest rate Orochimaru's lab completed. So even though there is a clone posing as Kimimaro in the base, the system deemed that I had completed the quest. That's good. Rewards, 10,000 EXP for successful infiltration of the main base. Plus 1,500 EXP. 105,000 EXP each for collecting items of great value. Plus 15,750 EXP. If it's 5,000 EXP for each item of great value, then the system deems that I have 21 such items in my possession. I can pretty much guess what they are. The genetic samples of the Kages, reanimation jutsu, and maybe a couple other forbidden jutsu, the Horn of Eight Tails, Shin, and Zetsu sample along with the Akatsuki ring. Daichi looked inside his inventory list and saw the ring on a bony palm inside a small jar. I'll have to study that thing when I get some time. The gamer ninja continued down the completed quest rewards. 15,000 EXP for each additional hideout infiltrated. Plus 2,250 EXP. 257,000 EXP for items collected. Plus 38,550 EXP. So many things in his labs had traps and seals that I had prioritized the most important and valuable ones. Well, it doesn't matter. This is a pretty good reward. Increase in reputation to people who know your deeds. Increased chances of completing the quest. Seek the hidden truth of the necklace. Increased chances of rescuing Tsunade Senju and Shizen Kato. Immediately after the system granted him the rewards, notifications started piling up. Daichi felt his strength increase as he looked at one particular blue box message. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. 3 level ups in one quest. Been a long while since I got such a good reward. Daichi kept looking through the numerous notifications stacked in the corner of his vision. 5 chakra, 6 intelligence, 5 wisdom, 6 sense, 3 luck. The chakra, intelligence, and wisdom must be due to Kimimaro and solving the trap seals. I must have gotten luck stat points when I found that 3rd and 6th hidden lab. Sense must be due to me finding and avoiding all the traps in that place. Mini-map updated. Land of Rice Paddies added. The map update came with all the areas that Daichi explored and some of its surroundings. All the hidden labs Daichi found were marked along with several new routes in and out of the land that he didn't know previously. These routes will certainly come in handy if I need to go in there again. The next notifications were something Daichi was looking forward to. You have found a key dungeon. Retrieving the key to the dungeon. Key to this dungeon has been placed in the inventory. ×2 during the infiltration. Daichi's clones found 2 instant dungeons and immediately got the keys. Daichi took out the 2 keys from his inventory and stared at them. One was a yellow key while the other was a red key. The Serpent Catacombs dungeon key. This key was yellow, which indicated that it held opponents of 5 to 15 levels. The Echoing Chambers dungeon key. The Echoing Chambers key was red in color. Daichi knew the enemies waiting in that dungeon would at least be 15 levels higher than him at a minimum. An extremely difficult dungeon. 2 instant dungeon keys. Daichi sighed and closed his eyes. A few moments later he opened them and stored the keys back in his inventory. It will make me stronger, but right now I'm not in the mood for this. Skill Stealth has leveled up. ×4, Skill Jutsu Creation has leveled up. ×3, Skill Sealing Art has leveled up. ×12, my Sealing Jutsu skill must have increased thanks to the jutsus I learned from Orochimaru's lab. Skill Mind Drain has leveled up. Skill Mana Manipulation has leveled up. ×3, Skill Mana Affinity has leveled up. ×2, Skill Mana Scout has leveled up. ×5, Skill Mana Cloak has leveled up. ×2, Daichi smiled as he looked through the list of skill level ups. He finally came to the one blue system box he was looking for. You have learned a new skill, Reanimation Jutsu Active, LV, 1A forbidden and highly advanced ninjutsu that allows the user to bring the dead back to life, binding their souls to living bodies and creating reanimated corpses. This skill requires the user to have knowledge of the jutsu through reading ancient scrolls or through a teacher. These reanimated individuals retain all their abilities from when they were alive, including Kekkei Genkai and knowledge of jutsus. Mastery of this technique grants the user the ability to control multiple reanimated beings simultaneously and also grants the user the ability to partially or completely suppress the personalities of the reanimated, making them obedient tools of war. The technique's effectiveness and the strength of the summoned beings increase with the user's proficiency. The reanimated souls can only be released by the user of the jutsu or if they, souls, know the specific seal to release themselves. Effects. At higher levels, the user can imbue the reanimated with specific commands and greater autonomy. Currently the user can summon and control up to 2 reanimated beings simultaneously. 100% increase in reanimated beings' fidelity to their living abilities. Reanimated beings can regenerate from any damage unless sealed or affected by their natural weaknesses. Chakra points cost, 2% of total chakra points for each summoning. Limitations. Requires a certain amount of concentration to maintain, especially when controlling multiple reanimated beings. The user must possess a sample of the DNA of the person they wish to reanimate. A living sacrifice is needed for each reanimation, linking the reanimated being's existence to the sacrificed life. Reanimated beings retain their consciousness and can resist the user's control if they possess a strong will. They are susceptible to sealing jutsus and certain natural elements, depending on their original weaknesses. Note, the technique is considered taboo and could lead to the user being ostracized or targeted by other shinobi. Mastery of this jutsu is dangerous and could have unforeseen consequences on the user's morality and perception by others. It is advised to be used with caution and wisdom. Daichi read every detail of the new skill with a serious gaze. When he reached the last part, his eyes slightly narrowed. Unforeseen consequences on the user's morality? Advised to be used with caution and wisdom, huh? Daichi thought back and recalled the words Madara had said during his fight with the 5 Kages. Tell the caster. Never use forbidden jutsus so carelessly. Daichi focused back on his new skill. I'll keep that in mind, Madara. Daichi closed the skill and soon finished through all the notifications. He then opened his status page and looked at his growth. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, Genin ID 012559. Age, 12, title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, species king, dungeon warrior, executioner, assassin, mighty healer, slug Sanin's apprentice, master of the elements, a genius of the continent, dungeon master. Level, 65, 86,175 out of 11, 2050. Health points, 51,980, chakra points, 109,680, stamina points, 52,960, mana points, 46,120. Primary stats: Strength 400, Vitality 500, Dexterity 300, Agility 400, Intelligence 507, Chakra 628, Wisdom 392. Special stats: Sense 212, Stamina 460, Indomitable 62, Charisma 85, Persistence 56, Dignity 34, Luck 33. Stat points 80, Rio 31356705. Daichi looked at the stats and was satisfied. He went from level 62 to 65 in one day and several stats and skills leveled up. I should save my remaining stat points. If I have to fight Orochimaru, I'll need them. Satisfied with his growth, Daichi closed all the blue boxes and let out a deep breath of air. I should get some sleep. The genin looked out the window in his room and his eyes held worry for his teachers. Please be safe, sensei. Shizun. I'll come find you. I have to. Daichi turned his head and got in his bed. Soon he was in a deep sleep. Unknown location. Somewhere in an underground cave, several figures shrouded in dark rainbow light were seen standing on the fingers of a giant closed-eyed statue. On the left thumb of the finger was Pain, the de facto leader, and on the right was Conan. Pain fixed his gaze on the motley assembly of rogue ninjas, his Rinnegan eyes reflecting the grave nature of the situation at hand. The members of the Akatsuki were suddenly summoned without much warning. Haydn had an annoyed face as he looked around. Don't tell me we're making this a regular thing. I was in the middle of having a good night's sleep. dreaming about spreading the word and wisdom of Jashin throughout the world. Deidara scoffed at Haydn. You talk as if we don't hate listening to you blather on about your crazy-ass religion all the time. Why you dash quiet? A simple but stern word from Pain made them close their mouths. Itachi, who was silent till then, softly spoke. What happened? Why did you summon us at this time? There has been an update. Zetsu will be joining us soon with the details. It was Conan who replied. As if responding to his name, Zetsu appeared out of the ground. Lord Pain, begins Zetsu, a being of dual nature, split between white and black halves, each speaking in turn. I bring news from the hidden leaf. The white half spoke first. The black half continued. It seems Orochimaru's attack on Tsunade was only the first. Now his people went after Tsunade's student a few hours ago. Who did Orochimaru send for the job? Pain asked. His subordinate, Girin, a crystal-style user. She attempted to capture Daichi Hekima a few hours ago. But the attempt failed and Girin is now in leaf custody. Zetsu replied. Was she alone when she attacked the boy? Pain asked. No. She had a whole team and they ambushed the leaf ninjas a few kilometers outside the fire capital. Girin had 9 subordinates under her. Most of them had Orochimaru's cursed seal power. Zetsu replied. Defective products of that snake, no doubt. Sasori quipped in his gruff voice. A team of 9 and they still failed? Is this Girin weak? Conan was mildly surprised and asked the spy. No. She is in the same league as Kakashi Hatake. A powerful jonin. And Daichi only had Genma and Anko guarding him. Both of them were just ordinary special jonins. But Girin still failed to capture the boy. That fact suggests that the boy is stronger than rumors indicate. Zetsu replied. The room fell into a contemplative silence as the members absorbed the implications of these developments. Kisame, wielding his infamous sharkskin samahana, grinned menacingly. Orochimaru's always had a flair for the dramatic. What's he after this time? Unknown. But one thing is now clear, Pain began, his voice echoing slightly off the stone walls. Orochimaru's actions are not just mere provocations. Abducting Tsunade has multiple purposes. It weakens the Leaf Village by removing a powerful shinobi and potentially allows him access to her unparalleled medical ninjutsu and access to her bloodline. What he wants Daichi for? It might be part of a larger plan. Conan, her origami flowers rustling softly, spoke. If this keeps up, the tension between the nations will undoubtedly escalate. With the Leaf Village already on high alert and the other great nations tense and watching, a battle could break out at any moment. This could destabilize our current operations. Haha. Isn't that perfect? Lots of excellent sacrifices for Lord Jashin. Haydn chuckled. Maybe it's time we take advantage of the situation. This could be fun. Kakuzu, eyes narrowing as he considers the financial implications, murmurs, putting aside his religious nonsense, Haydn's right for once. Hey! Kakuzu ignored his partner's angry face and continued. Conflict is profitable. We could use this to our advantage. Make lots of money. Itachi, after a few moments of silence, Pain turned to the quiet Uchiha. His Sharingan eyes seemed to pierce through the shadows. You have insight into the leaf. How will they respond? Itachi was calm and after a few moments of silence had a measured reply. The leaf will prioritize Tsunade's rescue, but they won't act rashly. Orochimaru is too dangerous, and they'll seek to avoid open conflict. However, this incident will tighten their defenses and possibly strengthen their resolve to deal all with their enemies. We could orchestrate a diversion, something to draw their attention away from Orochimaru and towards us, but on our terms. Sasori spoke, looking at the Rinnegan user. Pain was silent, taking in each member's input. Our primary objective remains the collection of the tailed beasts. However, Orochimaru's actions do present a unique opportunity, but there are also risks. We should proceed with our plans discreetly. For the time being we can use the current unrest to mask our movements. Zetsu, continue monitoring the situation. If Orochimaru makes another move, we need to be informed immediately. Pain then turned to Kakuzu and Haiden. Where are you two right now? We've just entered the land of Earth. We're keeping a low profile right now. Kakuzu replied. Pain nodded. Since Orochimaru and Tsunade are somewhere in the land of Earth, there is a possibility of Daichi going there if he learns of the news. That will be a good opportunity for you two to capture him. Kakuzu and Haiden, intrigued by the potential chaos stemming from Girin's failed attempt to capture Daichi, saw this situation as an opportunity for both profit and bloodshed. Kakuzu, ever the mercenary, was calculating the bounty that might be placed on Daichi, considering the young ninja's apparent value. A genius medic ninja, and as an apprentice of Tsunade, he would fetch a high price. Kakuzu might ponder, not to mention the strategic advantage of capturing such an asset. Haiden, driven by his zealotry and love for battle, was drawn to the potential for conflict. Going after this Daichi kid could start a delightful clash with those leaf ninjas, Haiden would gleefully anticipate. And any chance to spread chaos and shed blood in the name of Jashin is an opportunity worth taking. Suddenly Conan spoke. You should be careful with how you approach this matter. This task requires careful planning and discretion to avoid tipping the balance too far and drawing the full wrath of the Leaf and possibly other great villages. Meanwhile, as Kakuzu and Haiden animatedly discussed the possibility of going after Daichi, seeing in it both personal gain and the chance for chaos, Itachi listened quietly. His mind, racing with several thoughts. He was perfectly aware of his dual roles as both an Akatsuki member and a covert protector of the Hidden Leaf. Itachi understood the need to delicately navigate this precarious situation. The prospect of Kakuzu and Haiden targeting Daichi not only threatens the Leaf but also risks exposing my true allegiances if I overtly oppose their plan. Madara gave me his assurance that the Akatsuki won't attack the Leaf but Pain. He'll be trouble. It might be prudent to gather more information before we act, Itachi interjected smoothly. His voice was calm yet authoritative enough to command attention. Daichi, being Tsunade's apprentice, will undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Especially after the attempt by Girin. Rushing into this without a full understanding of the Leaf's current defenses could result in unnecessary complications for us. Kisame, sensing the tension, added his own thoughts and supported Itachi's cautionary stance. He's right. Those Leaf ninjas will be on high alert and Tsunade's abduction has only tightened their security. We need to consider the risks involved. Since when are you one to back down from a challenge, Kisame? Haiden asked with a scoff. Unlike you, I know when to make the smart choices. The ninja swordsman replied with a grin. Haiden's hand went to his weapon. What does that mean? Are you saying I'm dumb? Kisame merely chuckled. You said it. Not me. You fish-faced bastard. Calm down, Haiden. Besides, you do tend to act recklessly most of the time. Kakuzu, you're supposed to back me up. The other Akatsuki members ignored the banter and focused on Pain and Itachi. Itachi looked at the leader and continued, leveraging his reputation for strategic foresight to sway his colleagues. Our primary focus remains the capture of the tailed beasts. Engaging the Leaf Village directly at this moment could divert resources and attention from our main objective. It may be more strategic to wait. Allow them to exhaust their resources in their efforts against Orochimaru. Noticing the room shift towards caution, Itachi subtly steered the conversation towards a longer-term perspective. If we monitor Daichi and gather intelligence, we may find a more opportune moment to act. This delay also provides us with the advantage of assessing his abilities and potential worth to our cause. Moreover, Orochimaru should also be our main focus. Itachi's suggestion to delay didn't come merely from his need to protect the Leaf but also from a strategic standpoint that benefited the Akatsuki. In the room only one person saw through Itachi's hidden plan. Zetsu inwardly smiled as he glanced at the Uchiha. By proposing a plan that ostensibly serves the organization's interests, he skillfully navigated the thin balance between his dual loyalties. Not bad, Itachi. Not bad at all. The only other person who would have seen through your plan was Madara. Despite his conclusions, Zetsu kept silent. After all, he was merely the spy of the organization. Kakuzu, who was ever the pragmatist, nodded slowly. After thinking it over, he saw the wisdom in avoiding a potentially costly open confrontation. Haydn, though, was disappointed at the prospect of delay. But he acquiesces to the collective decision and was swayed by the promise of future conflict. The Rinnegan wielder Pain had an overarching vision for the ninja world, and he saw Orochimaru's actions as ultimately self-serving and potentially disruptive to his own grand designs. Yes, this situation with Orochimaru must be carefully monitored. He is unpredictable and his ambitions do not align with ours. His interference could become an unwelcome complication if not kept in check. Pain spoke in a grave tone. Pain turned to the zombie duo. Try and find Orochimaru and where he's taken Tsunade if possible. But don't draw any unwanted attention. Especially from the Hidden Stone Shinobi. I'll task Zetsu on the matter as well. I'm sure Madara will pay that snake a visit if he has their location. Yeah. We'll do what we can. Kakuzu and Haydn agreed. Pain nodded and soon all figures disappeared from the fingertips of the statue. Chapter 314, Battle Plans. Hokage Tower. Time 200 am. Hiruzen, Shikaku, and the Umbu commander codenamed Ox were looking over several reports sent by the reconnaissance teams. The old Kage had his eyes focused on the reports Danzo had sent earlier. He was in deep thoughts as he looked at all the information. Even though I've had people look into Orochimaru and his movements, I haven't gotten as much information as Danzo. Does that mean his root network is more extensive than I anticipated, or is it possible that Orochimaru is able to completely avoid my Umbu? Hiruzen took a puff from his tobacco pipe and leaned back in his chair. No. The ones I've assigned to this task aren't incompetent. Then why is there such a big gap in the information I have on him? The old Kage turned to two of the highest commanding shinobi under him. So what do you think? It was the masked Umbu commander who replied first. 7 locations. 3 of them near towns and 2 of them near areas with somewhat open terrain and 2 others near the mountains region with several tunnels going underground. All of them have around 24 mercenaries guarding it. Based on the observations made by the Hyuga and the Inuzuka on the teams, many of them have Chunin-level chakra. And some have shown the usage of Orochimaru's curse seal with strange powers. So there is the possibility that there are more hidden among them with similar abilities. But no one could confirm the presence of Orochimaru himself or Tsunade or her student in any of those locations? Hiruzen muttered with a sigh. No, sir. There are barriers blocking the sensor ninjas and the Hyuga. Even the Aburame's insects aren't able to get in. The head of the Umbu division replied. These 7 hideouts are spread across the fire country. So we can't have a single heavy attack unit attack each base and move on to the next. That's too inefficient. It'll take too long. Hiruzen said, looking at the map marked with the location of the enemy bases. And if we try to attack all 7 at the same time, that movement will be too big to conceal and there will be a lack of manpower in the village. It will leave the village vulnerable. The Umbu commander found the problem with the second wave attack. The Hokage nodded, agreeing with him. If I didn't have to guard against Danzo, this wouldn't be such a headache. I need to have an understanding of all variables before I make my choice. Hiruzen crossed his arms and then looked at the other ninja present in the room. Shikaku. You're silent. The head of the Nara clan turned to the Hokage with a grim face which put the old Kage on alert. What is it, Shikaku? I think I know why Danzo was able to gather more information on Orochimaru than us. Because he didn't. The Jonin commander had the attention of both the Umbu head and the Hokage. Hiruzen slightly narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? That Orochimaru gave him that information? At Shikaku's silence, both ninjas were shocked. Wait! Are you implying that Danzo is still in contact with Orochimaru? The Umbu asked. Shikaku shook his head. No. Not necessarily. I believe that Orochimaru found out about Danzo spying on him and then fed him all this intel without Danzo realizing it. What makes you say that? Hiruzen asked. Shikaku took several papers and handed them to the Kage and the Umbu. I've been analyzing all the data and information compiled with the analysis teams all day. Danzo's report was meticulous. It showed when and where his agents got the intel on Orochimaru's movement. Individually, there is nothing abnormal about it. But if you put all of them together, then an irregularity shows. It's small, and even I would have skipped past it on any other day. While the old Kage and the Umbu were looking over the documents, Shikaku continued. It's not easily detectable. But the timing and the way Danzo got all these details. It just didn't sit right with me. I've been thinking about this from Orochimaru's perspective. If he decides to abduct Lady Tsunade, then he knows that we will retaliate. So he needs a way to contain us without using up too much of his resources. The best way to do that is to make sure we have a bigger problem than him at that time. It only took a few seconds for Hiruzen to figure out what Shikaku meant. His eyes slightly widened in shock. Danzo. Shikaku nodded. Yes. Orochimaru would know of Danzo's ambition to take your position. So he's creating an opportunity for Danzo without the man even realizing it. The Umbu commander was also starting to understand the Snake Sannin's plan. He looked over the documents again and he was starting to see what Shikaku saw. Orochimaru was leaving breadcrumbs for Danzo to follow. If the bait was too obvious, then Danzo would suspect something. But if it was too small, his root agents would miss it. Yes. Shikaku then looked at the Hokage and told his theory. I believe Orochimaru anticipated you going to Danzo for more information on him. You'd find out about the 7 bases in Fire Country and investigate. Then once you have all the information, you'd launch an attack on those bases all at once. Orochimaru wants us to be uncertain of Lady Tsunade's location. It's why he went to the trouble of creating barriers that impair the Byakugan and block sensor ninjas. But why? It seems too wasteful and pointless. This whole strategy is only costing Orochimaru. Why would he build 7 bases just to offer it as a sacrifice? Even if it's to stall us, there are far more efficient methods. The Umbu asked the Nara clan head. That's because Orochimaru didn't build those hideouts to stall us. He built it to give Danzo an opportunity. Hiruzen answered the question. Shikaku turned to the Hokage and nodded. Yes. It's what I was thinking. Time is not on our side. To attack those bases individually is impractical. Our best option is to quickly launch an assault on all of them. Right now, we've increased our border patrol and tightened security around the country. And it's stretched us thin. On top of that, if we launch an all-out attack on Orochimaru's 7 bases, it would leave our village with lack of manpower. Well, to be precise, it would leave you, Lord Hokage, with sufficiently less shinobi. You'd be at your weakest. And that would be too tempting of an opportunity for Danzo to not do anything. He'd launch a coup and fight for the seat. Hiruzen was shocked as he didn't expect such cunning from his student. Move your enemy without being moved by them. Danzo thought he had an upper hand on Orochimaru, all the while Orochimaru was playing him like a puppet. Hiruzen took the pipe and crossed his arms. He leaned back in his chair and let out a smoky breath. An internal strife would keep us occupied and give Orochimaru more than enough time to accomplish whatever he's planning. Yes. I believe that's also the reason he let Tsunade's pet escape. Shikaku spoke. He saw the Hokage's gaze and explained. It's been bothering me. Orochimaru would take so many precautions but let a small pet escape his clutches that would have valuable intel and have us on guard against him? No. Orochimaru wanted it. He let that happen so we would do as he anticipated. The one thing I have a feeling he didn't count on is me being so on guard against Danzo. Hiruzen let out a breath and said, but for this plan to work, Orochimaru must be sure that Danzo would take the opportunity to attack you. How can you be certain of this? At the Umbu captain's question, Shikaku looked at the Kage. Hiruzen sighed tiredly and replied. Danzo has sleeper agents among the forces. All of them are in key areas and there are some even amongst the Umbu. I only told Shikaku about it a few hours ago. The Umbu commander was shocked at that intel. He understood the need for the Kage to keep something like this a secret. He must have had someone carry out an extensive investigation on this matter. Even I must have been under scrutiny. The masked ninja then glanced at Shikaku. Orochimaru's strategy is to use Danzo to wreak havoc in the village. I couldn't have figured this out on my own. To understand and deduce Orochimaru's plans with only this much information. His intellect is truly something else. But now there's a bigger problem. He turned to the leader of the village. Sir, what do we do about the sleeper agents? Hiruzen was silent for several seconds before he spoke. I believe I have a solution to our troubles. I have tasked Snow with investigating any spies hidden among our ranks. I finally have the identities of all them. Hearing that, the Umbu commander realized why one of his best agents was missing all these years. Hiruzen looked at the two with a hardened gaze. We're going to use this opportunity as a cleanup. You want to use the sleeper agents to attack the base and then neutralize them. Shikaku and the Umbu captain immediately understood the Hokage's strategy. Hiruzen stood and walked to a nearby shelf and made several seals. In a puff of smoke a scroll appeared. He handed them to Shikaku and the Umbu ninja. The list contains all of Danzo's agents embedded in our ranks. From Genin to Umbu. As Shikaku and the Umbu commander were going over the list of spies, Hiruzen spoke. We're going to attack all those locations. We'll use Danzo's spies in the front. For all those Chunin and above on that list, make sure to disperse them among the 7 teams. And it's imperative that only the captains or the second in command of the 7 teams know that their task is twofold. Kill or capture the enemy and eliminate the root ninjas. To eliminate them without much loss on our side, we'll need this to be a joint operation between Umbu and Jonins. The Umbu spoke. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. You two will be overseeing this operation. Sir, but what about Danzo? Shikaku suddenly asked. I'll handle Danzo. The old Kage gave a brief reply. This matter can no longer be delayed. I need to speak with Tobarama-sensei and put an end to this. Knock knock. Yes. Come in. Hiruzen ordered and 2 ninjas entered. Hiruzen was surprised to see them. Iroha. Takamo. You've returned. The 2 ninjas the Hokage assigned to look for one of Orochimaru's specific buildings had returned. Does that mean you were successful? The eagerness to know the answer wasn't missed by anyone. Shikaku looked at the 2 Jonin ninjas who were under him. Iroha Hyuga and Takamo Aburame. They're good at tracking and reconnaissance. Lord Hokage must have given them a mission regarding Orochimaru. Yes. We found the hideout. That's the good news. The small relief in Hiruzen's heart dimmed. What's the bad news? We sense 2 powerful presence in that building. Judging from their chakras alone, they're extremely strong. Iroha spoke. Hiruzen was taken aback by that intel. 2 powerful chakras? Could it be possible? Is it Tsunade and Orochimaru? He noticed the curious gazes of his Jonin and Umbu commanders. Couple days ago I tasked them to look for one of Orochimaru's hideouts. I got the blueprint of the building from Ko Yamanaka. He sent the information before Orochimaru killed him. Iroha gave the Kage a scroll containing the details of their missions and their reports on what they've uncovered. Hiruzen looked it over and then handed the document to Shikaku. Here. Take a look at this. The Nara looked over the report and noted the key differences between this new hideout and the 7 others. There are several seals placed all around and the defensive measures are much greater. It's much more hidden. An entire 5-story building underground. And moreover, there is no one guarding this base outside. Only the presence of 2 strong, unidentified chakras. Didn't that place have any seals to completely mask chakra? The Umbu asked. It did. But the 2 chakras we sensed were so powerful that they couldn't be fully concealed. Takamo Aburame replied. There is something else. Shikaku spoke, looking at the details and comparing it to the map with the other hideouts marked. None of the other bases are near it. This is at the southeast end of the nation. There has been no mention or reports of Orochimaru's movements in that area. Umbu commander spoke as he looked at the intel gathered. Hiruzen nodded. It seems we finally found a weak spot in his plan. Just then a powerful figure appeared. Before any of the ninjas could react, Jiraiya was in the center of the room. Unlike his usual flamboyant, easygoing style, this time he had a calm but cold aura. Except for the Hokage, the muscles on every other ninja was tense due to the sudden arrival. They only relaxed when they saw who it was, but they had cold sweats running down their back. The masked ninja was silent as he gazed at the Toad Sage. If he were an enemy, I'd be dead right now. Iroha and Takamo were just as alarmed at the sudden, unexpected entrance. At that moment they were reminded of the vast gap between them and the ninjas renowned as Sannin. Jiraiya didn't care about his rude entrance or their reaction. His attention was completely on his former teacher. Is it true? Did he really? I'm afraid so. At the old Kage's reply, Jiraiya became still. I didn't want to believe it, but it seems he's determined to become our enemy. I won't hold back anymore. Hiruzen was saddened as he saw the resolve form in Jiraiya's eyes. I'm sorry for making you suffer for my mistakes. Suddenly the Hokage, through the use of the reanimation connection, sensed the presence of his teacher in the deep underground chamber. Tobarama-sensei is calling me. He must have noticed the emergency alert and the heightened patrols. He's not going to be happy when I tell him what happened. The Kage turned to his student. Jiraiya, I need you to gather information on Orochimaru's movements and whereabouts in the other countries. Start with the Land of Earth. Hiruzen didn't forget Daichi's theory and wanted to gather as much intelligence as possible. I'll get it done. The white-haired Sannin nodded and disappeared. Iroha, Takamo. Report to the analysis team and share your intel. The 2 ninjas nodded and vanished with a body flicker. Hiruzen turned to the last 2 ninjas in his room. Shikaku, you and Ox begin assembling teams to raid the base. And don't forget what we discussed. Yes, sir. Once all the assignments were given, the Hokage began making his way down the tower. Chapter 315, Tobarama's Anger. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the deepest chamber in the Hokage Tower. And standing in front of him was the reanimated second Hokage. You wanted to see me so urgently, sensei? Hiruzen asked as he saw the man's stony expression. He couldn't have known about the attack on Tsunade. So then something must have happened at Madara's tomb. Tobarama only gave a single nod and then his eyes narrowed as he looked at his successor. I have troubling news, but that can wait. Why is the village in a level 1 emergency state? What happened? Hiruzen internally sighed and quickly began explaining the troubles that had popped up since the academy graduation day. He explained how Mizuki used Naruto to steal the Forbidden Scroll, how the prisoners were let loose, and how the new graduates defeated Mizuki. While Hiruzen was proud that the new Genins were already proving their mettle, Tobarama had a much different opinion. Those Genins should have reported the incident to their superiors or to you the moment they learned of that man's treachery. Instead, they acted recklessly and could have gotten themselves killed. The Uchiha almost dying is proof of that. Tobarama replied sternly. The harshness in the second Hokage's voice made Hiruzen internally wince. Harsh he may be, but he's right. In hindsight, I could have also made several different choices. Seeing the stony gaze of the white-haired ninja, Hiruzen tried to speak on behalf of the Rookie 9. They are just children and they're only Genin in name. And they did help in capturing the main culprits. Tobarama let out a small breath as he saw the soft-natured side of his former student. His face softened and he spoke in a calmer tone. Hiruzen. During the warring era, during my childhood, if any of us made a mistake like that we'd be killed. And even if we survived by some luck we'd be severely punished for taking such foolish actions. It wouldn't matter that we were just children. But this isn't the warring era. You and Lord Hashirama changed all that so children could grow, choose their own path, make mistakes, and then learn from them. Tobarama sighed as he thought about all he and his brother did. He decided to change the topic. Is the scroll secure? Is there any damage? The forbidden scroll is under heavy protection. And no, there isn't any damage to it. The old Hokage shook his head. Tobarama nodded. Good. What about the prisoners? We've recaptured all of them and the minor damage they caused has been rectified. Hiruzen's reply puzzled the second Hokage. Tobarama crossed his arms and his gaze sharpened. You wouldn't still have the village on alert like this if the situation was over. So what else happened? The old Kage was silent for several moments before he spoke. Tobarama noted the change in the man's demeanor. On the night Mizuki launched his attack, Orochimaru ambushed Tsunade and her student near the northern border. He had a large team with him and based on what I know they've both been abducted by him. The news cut through Tobarama's soul like a blade and it ignited a fierce fire within him. The next moment, his chakra, which was typically calm and controlled, surged with an intensity that seemed to shake the very earth beneath his feet. The air around him crackled with electricity, signifying the manifestation of his growing fury. In an instant, Tobarama's demeanor transformed from composed to electrifying. His eyes, usually calm and calculating, were now ablaze with cold fury. The ground trembled and cracked beneath him with just the sheer force of his chakra. The old Kage had to take a couple steps back to steady himself as he felt the weight of the man's wrath in the air. To Hiruzen it was as if he was in front of a storm that was about to unleash its fury. The third Hokage trembled as he saw the rage in his teacher's eyes. In that moment it was like he was standing in front of a force of nature that embodied chaos and destruction. Hiruzen understood one thing as he felt his predecessor's anger. He wasn't just spending time trying to create a counter to the reanimation jutsu. He also improved it. This power. There is no mistaking it. He's managed to bring himself back to his peak strength. Instantly another thought entered his mind as the old Kage looked around the room. The seals. They'll break if he keeps this up and everyone will sense his presence. Sensei, please. You need to control your chakra. To Tobarama, the moment he heard the terrible news, the image of a blonde little girl with a big smile who used to follow him and his brother around came to mind. Tsunade. The news that she was attacked and taken infuriated the man and made him lose his composure. It was only after hearing Hiruzen's plea that he came to his senses. Tobarama stood amidst the aftermath, his chest rising and falling with each measured breath as he gradually regained his composure. It was only then that he noticed his fingers digging into his palms. The electric tension that had once surrounded him began to dissipate, replaced by an aura of solemn tranquility. With a deliberate motion, Tobarama unclenched his fists and released the pent-up energy that had coursed through his body like wildfire. The third Hokage let out a breath of relief. The seals didn't break. Thank goodness. Otherwise we'd be swarmed right now. And seeing Lord Second would have opened a whole other can of worms. While the third Hokage felt relief, the second was experiencing a different emotion. Even though Tobarama regained his composure, the anger in his eyes was still visible. Hiruzen, explain to me how this happened. How did Orochimaru manage to abduct Tsunade and Shizen so easily? It was a calculated assault, sensei. The patrol squads and other shinobi were redirected to other areas to make sure the prisoners didn't escape and to secure the borders near those sections. Orochimaru used that moment to go after them. We believe he had been planning this for months, if not longer. This attack was unexpected. It happened in the brief moment when our defenses were at their lowest. Hiruzen replied with a subdued tone. Tobarama's eyes narrowed and his voice grew a tad colder. Unexpected? Orochimaru was once a student of yours, Hiruzen. You should have anticipated something like this from him. And now, Tsunade is paying the price because of your oversight. Hiruzen met Tobarama's icy gaze, his own resolve hardening. I know you're angry and your criticism is warranted, Tobarama. But blame and regret won't help us save them. A brief moment of silence passed as Tobarama collected his thoughts. His mind worked on how to rescue his grandniece. We need to use Umbu ninjas to locate them immediately. Time is of the essence. We don't know Orochimaru's intentions, but I have a feeling they won't bode well for either of them. Hiruzen nodded with the plan. I've already organized and sent several Umbu and tracker teams. And? At Tobarama's questioning gaze, Hiruzen sighed and spoke. Nothing concrete, but there has been some developments. We've managed to identify 8 locations, but we can't confirm if Tsunade or Shizun are in any of them. Tobarama's brows furrowed in anger. Orochimaru. What's his goal? Why did he abduct Tsunade and her apprentice? We suspect he might be after Tsunade's unparalleled medical ninjutsu or her forbidden techniques. At this point it's unclear what he wants. All we have are theories. The second Hokage noted the slight reluctance on the old Kage's face. What aren't you telling me, Hiruzen? The third Hokage was silent for a few moments before he spoke. We have another theory as to why Orochimaru took Tsunade. To experiment on her. On the Senju bloodline. Tobarama's eyes widened when he heard that. He couldn't help but clench his fist and grit his teeth again. That damn snake. He should have been dealt with a long time ago. This is just a theory. We don't know for sure if that's the case. The third Hokage said, trying to calm him. Regardless, we need to save those two as quickly as possible. We can't let Orochimaru roam freely with such valuable hostages. Hiruzen nodded and agreed with his predecessor's statement. We also have to secure our village against any other threats. This abduction might just be the beginning. Tobarama suddenly realized something and asked. What about Mizuki? Does he know anything? Hiruzen shook his head. He doesn't. He was just a pawn. Have there been any other incidents? Yes. Some of Orochimaru's people went after the Genin Daichi Hakama. The second Hokage's eyes narrowed when he heard that name. Daichi Hakama. Isn't he also Tsunade's student? Hiruzen nodded. Yes. I've sent him along with 2 other Jonins to investigate a lead. It was during their return to the village that they were ambushed. A few kilometers away from the capital. In the forest. Based on your expression, I assume that the ambush failed? The third Hokage nodded. Yes. We were able to capture several of Orochimaru's people. And among them is a crystal style user. Crystal style, huh? That's a rare and unique bloodline. Tobarama had only seen that special Kekkei Jinkai a few times during the battles in the Warring Era. I can't believe there is still someone with that bloodline in this time period. Hiruzen looked at his teacher with a questioning gaze. Tobarama began explaining what he knew about the crystal style users. The crystal style users. Their clan was small and the people who could awaken and use that ability were few in numbers. But those who could were exceptionally strong. The way they could use their bloodline. It was incredible. They could crystallize nearly anything. It's a powerful bloodline that could be used offensively and defensively. Just one crystal-style user was enough to decimate entire squads of ninjas. Hiruzen was surprised to hear that. He read the report on Daichi's battle with Girin, but hearing the power and abilities of the bloodline from his sensei broadened his understanding of their strength. Tobarama asked for more details on the incident and Hiruzen explained everything. When the second Hokage heard that Daichi defeated the crystal-style user on his own, he was surprised. He's grown beyond what I anticipated. Hiruzen certainly didn't underestimate his talent. The Senju crossed his arms and was in deep thought. Orochimaru has Tsunade. Why would he need Daichi? Is it to hold him hostage and force her to do something? No. Orochimaru already has Shizun to use as leverage. So what could he be after? Tobarama looked at Hiruzen and spoke. Without more information, we won't know why he went after the boy, but one thing is certain. That child is more important to him than we realize. Hiruzen agreed. Exactly what I was thinking. At the moment, I have Kakashi keeping an eye on him. Good. Tobarama nodded. He was silent for a few moments before he asked another question that's been on his mind. Do you suspect Danzo's involvement in this? He and Orochimaru have had questionable associations in the past. It's no secret he's always had his own agenda. Hiruzen was silent and thought for a few moments before he replied. Danzo. His ambitions are no secret. Whether he had a hand in this or not. It's a very small possibility, but we cannot ignore it. Tobarama narrowed his eyes as he heard that response. Hiruzen began explaining the reason for his suspicion. Danzo's ambition for my position and his ends justify the means philosophy could align with Orochimaru's plans. It's possible Danzo sees Orochimaru's actions as a means to take control and become Hokage. But do you believe he helped Orochimaru with this attack on Tsunade? Tobarama asked again. The third Hokage was silent for several seconds. He then looked at his teacher and spoke. No. I don't think he was involved. But you're not sure. He already went after Tsunade and Daichi once several years ago. He failed. And he tried to have me assassinated to get my seat. So I don't know what to believe. Tobarama, who didn't know about these incidents before, was shocked. What you're describing is treasonous crimes. And you still did nothing? There was nothing left that tied back to him. And without any proof, I had to tread on delicate grounds. Accusing him without evidence would have only caused more chaos within the village at that time. However, I've had ANBU keep a closer eye on him and his Root operatives. What about the Root sleeper cells that have infiltrated the ranks? Tobarama asked with a hardened tone. You know about that? Hiruzen sighed. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I've been doing my own investigations. Things have certainly not gone the way I expected. Tobarama's words made Hiruzen lower his head. Forgive me, sensei. I continued your work, but I was nowhere as skillful as you. The second Hokage sighed. He decided to focus on what was important. Tell me about the 8 bases you mentioned. What information do you have on them? 7 of them could be decoys to distract us or even reduce our manpower. But the 8th? Scouts have reported 2 powerful chakras in that building. But we couldn't confirm Tsunade or Orochimaru's presence in any one of them. Hiruzen paused for a second and then told the theory Shikaku proposed. He also told the man of his decision to use sleeper agents in the ranks for the operation. Tobarama was silent for several moments. You're right. We can't have the village destabilized in such a precarious time. Do it. But when the moment comes, I'll confront Danzo myself. Hiruzen nodded. I understand, sensei. The old Kage turned around and was about to leave when a hand on his shoulder stopped him. He turned his head and saw the determined face of his teacher. Hiruzen. I want you to understand this. Tsunade has my brother's blood running through her veins. She is family. So if need be, my involvement will go far beyond duty. By going after her, Orochimaru made this personal. Hiruzen's eyes slightly narrowed. What exactly are you saying, sensei? We will do whatever it takes to bring Tsunade and Shizen back. Orochimaru will face judgment for his actions. Tsunade isn't just my grandniece, Hiruzen. She represents the future of this village. Her safety is paramount. So if I have to step out of the shadows, I will. The third Hokage was silent for a few seconds before slowly nodding his head. I understand, Lord Second. Tobarama nodded. I want constant updates on the situation and inform me of the assembled team's readiness. I will lead them myself if the need arises. Time, 2:30 a.m. Chapter 316, Interrogation, Ibiki's Mind Games. Leaf Village, Forest. This is very troubling news, Jiraiya boy. A small green road with white hair, thick eyebrows, and small goatee spoke. To think that man would do something like this after all these years. I know. It's the reason I summoned you, boss. Jiraiya was respectful as he spoke to the elder toad. I've been able to dig up information on Orochimaru, but it might be too late by the time we act on it. I was hoping you could make contact with Tsunade's summon Katsuyu. I'll see what I can do, Jiraiya. In the meantime, how are you holding up? The Toad Sage Fukasaku was concerned as he looked at his student. Jiraiya looked down as he remembered the day he confronted Orochimaru. I should have taken care of him that day when he escaped. I was merciful. And today that mercy has caused untold tragedies. You can't predict the future and you can't control what he does. This isn't on you, Jiraiya. The Toad Sage clenched his fist. Regardless, he is now my responsibility. No matter what, I'm going to find him and stop him once and for all. Fukasaku nodded. I'm heading back to the mountains. I'll try to make contact with Katsuyu as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded. Just before Fukasaku disappeared, Jiraiya spoke. In the next few days, please be ready. And please tell Ma to be prepared. I might be in need of both of your assistance. The small green toad nodded in understanding. I got it. But one of these days you need to learn to go into sage mode by yourself. The Toad Sannin had a small smile as he listened to the old toad's lecture. I'm nowhere near as proficient in it as either of you. And that's why you need to train. Fukasaku replied. The green toad made a ram seal and vanished in a puff of smoke the next instant. In the dimly lit confines of a secured interrogation room deep within the bowels of the torture and interrogation department in Konoha, a tense atmosphere prevailed. The room, sparsely furnished with a stark metal table and chairs, was designed to disorient and apply psychological pressure on its occupants. At one end of the table was Ibiki Marino, one of Konoha's most formidable interrogators. Across from him was Renji, a high-value prisoner with direct ties to Orochimaru. The tied-up prisoner displayed defiance on his face, but Ibiki was slowly cutting through that mask. It's only been a few hours, but Ibiki was slowly starting to understand the mind of his prisoner. He started with subtle psychological tactics, carefully observing Renji's reactions to gauge his mental state. Ibiki's approach was methodical, and he was able to create an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty inside his victim's mind. His goal was to exploit any cracks in Renji's loyalty to Orochimaru, to sow doubt and fear. The interrogator looked at the tied-up man without any pity. He's ambitious and has above-average intelligence. He's also the scheming type. On top of that, he has an inferiority complex when it comes to Kabuto, but he's trying his best to hide it. Ibiki didn't utter a word as he stared at Renji. He even used silence as his weapon. Unlike that woman Girin, this man isn't as devoted to Orochimaru as he wants us to believe. That may be my chance. Finally, Ibiki leaned forward slightly, breaking the silence with a voice that was calm but carried an underlying edge of menace. Renji, you're a smart man, he began, his tone deceptively conversational. You should understand the situation you're in. And you know that your cooperation can alleviate certain outcomes. Renji swallowed and then kept his voice steady as he responded. I have nothing to say to you. I won't betray Lord Orochimaru. Ibiki had a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Betrayal is such a harsh word. Instead, you should think of it as reassessing one's loyalties in light of new information. After all, loyalty to a cause that is doomed to fail is, quite frankly, stupidity. Renji smiled as he looked at the Leaf Ninja. Oh please. You can dress it up however you want. But the reality is, the moment you get what you want from me, I'll be dead. So unless you're willing to let me go, which I highly doubt, I don't have any incentives to help you. Ibiki smirked as he looked at the man. You're right. But there are things far worse than death in our world. The way it was spoken immediately erased the smile on Renji's face. He clenched his fists under the table in anger. Ibiki was undeterred and he continued. All right. We won't speak of betrayals then. Let's talk about survival. About choices. You see, I'm not here to break you. I'm here to offer you a chance. A chance to reconsider the path you're on. Ibiki then shifted tactics, detailing the fates of the other followers of Orochimaru who chose silence over cooperation. You're not immune to the consequences of your choices, Renji. No one is. But it's not too late. You have valuable information. Information that can save important lives. Helping us isn't betrayal, it's choosing a different future. Think about it. In the end, what reward do you get for your loyalty to Orochimaru? Isolation? Suffering? Maybe even death? Renji was silent even as fear slowly gripped his heart, but he tried not to show it on his face. He kept his mouth shut and still held a defiant attitude. I want to ask you a question. Orochimaru uses many people as just disposables. Do you think you're one of those people, or do you think Orochimaru sees any value in you? Like he does with Kabuto? Ibiki asked, keeping a calm tone. He deliberately mentioned Kabuto's name just to provoke a reaction out of the tied-up man. Of course he does. The answer came from the man too quickly. Ibiki smiled when he heard that answer. You don't have to answer my next question. You just have to think about the answer in your heart. Just do yourself a favor. Don't lie to yourself. Seeing Renji's silence, Ibiki continued. Orochimaru tasked your team with rescuing Kabuto from Arambu. Do you think he'd do the same for you if he found out you've been captured? Or do you think he'd just kill you to stop any information leak? The interrogation specialist leaned back in his chair and turned his attention to the glass near him. He took the small jar of water and began to fill the cup. The man drank the glass of water as he glanced at his prey. Renji was cautious and he tried to gauge the interrogator's intentions. He was looking for loopholes and ways to mislead them without giving away vital information. However, Ibiki's psychological maneuvers were designed to induce guilt, fear, and doubt and slowly chip away at his resolve. Ibiki was an expert in the art of interrogation and reading body language. He could see several micro-emotions appearing and disappearing on Renji's face. Several moments of silence later Renji spoke. As long as I stay silent, I'm valuable to my lord. And even if I die, I don't have any regrets because Lord Orochimaru will complete his goals and take revenge for me. So leave me. I don't have anything to say to you. Ibiki leaned forward, with a menacing smile on his lips. Oh, but I think you do. Renji, we already have a good deal of information on Orochimaru's operations. What I'm interested in now is the finer details. And I believe you're just the man to fill in those blanks. You see, I understand you better than you might think. You're intelligent, calculated, and you weigh every decision carefully. You're not blindly loyal to Orochimaru, you're loyal to your survival, to the idea that serving him is your best option. Ibiki slowly stood from his chair and walked behind Renji. Do you want to know what else I learned? The man was tense as Ibiki leaned closer to his ear. You're not as valuable as you'd like us to believe. You have information on Orochimaru, but you aren't one of his trusted men, are you? That means there is a good chance you don't have the intelligence we're looking for. That would be unfortunate for you. You understand where I'm going with this, right? Renji's eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty. He sensed the change in Ibiki's demeanor. He tried to mask it quickly, but Ibiki had already seen it, a crack in Renji's facade. Ibiki continued, the psychological news tightening. When you were brought in, Daichi gave us a full report on your team. He noted that it was Girin who called the shots. She's the leader. Not you. And based on his observations you were all intimidated by her. So what? Renji gritted his teeth and asked. The anger in his tone was visible. You see, in your position, your worth is measured by the information you can provide. And if you're not as useful as we thought, well, I'm sure you can imagine the implications. Ibiki gave another blow to his target's psyche. Here! Let me show you something. The Leaf Ninja took a scroll from his pocket and spread it across the table in front of him. The scroll was a map of Fire Country and its bordering nations, including the land of rice paddies. On the map, several spots were marked with a red X. Renji took a look at the map and slowly his eyes widened in shock. See? This is just a small piece of the intel we gathered on Orochimaru and his hideouts. I'm showing this to make you realize that you don't hold all the cards. So unless you can provide us with new intel we don't know, your life will get infinitely harder from here on out. Renji looked at the marked location on the map and was shocked. Those are the locations of some of the bases recently built in this country, and there are even a few marked in the Sound Village. How did they get that? I thought Orochimaru made sure to keep the existence of those locations a secret. The nails on Renji's fingers dug into his palm. Damn it. Am I going to die for no reason? If they have this much information, then they definitely have more. Lord Orochimaru's plan to capture Daichi failed. Even if his plans with Tsunade succeed, Orochimaru won't be able to survive the wrath of an entire great village. Am I going to die because of his mistakes? Should I? After several long moments of silence, Renji spoke. Hypothetically, if I tell you what I know, what do I get in return? That depends on the information you give us. If it helps us with our current situation, you'll be looked upon much more favorably. Ibiki told him. Renji was silent for a few moments. Ibiki then added another point. You should hurry up though. My colleagues are currently interrogating the woman and the others in a much more hands-on manner. If they decide to cooperate, your value becomes even lower. Girin and Gozu won't talk. And the rest of those fools. They don't know anything. Renji spoke with a frown on his face. We have mind readers capable of pulling out your deepest, darkest secrets. It might take some time, but the results speak for themselves. So Renji. In all fairness, I don't need them to talk. Ibiki replied in a cold tone with his arms crossed. Renji's resolve began to waver and the psychological pressure was mounting exponentially. He had been trained to resist torture, to guard secrets with his life, but Ibiki's methods were something else entirely. As he came to terms with the demoralizing thought that he might not be as important as he believed, he slowly began to crumble. Ibiki, watching the man's internal struggle, knows he hit a nerve. Consider this your last opportunity, Renji. Help us, and we can offer you protection, perhaps even a chance at redemption. Keep your silence, and you become nothing more than a liability, easily disposed of. The room went silent once more, save for the low hum of the lights and the distant sounds of the facility beyond the walls. Renji sat motionless, caught between loyalty and survival, his mind racing with the potential consequences of his next words. A minute of silence passed before the prisoner spoke. What do you want to know? Ibiki kept a neutral expression and slightly leaned forward. Let's talk about the last mission Orochimaru assigned you. The capture of Daichi Hekima. Tell me everything about it. From why Orochimaru wanted the Genin to where you were supposed to take him. Renji was silent for a few more seconds before he slowly began spilling his guts. Chapter 317, Interrogation, Inoichi's Mind Probe. Hidden Laboratory. Orochimaru kept a close watch on Tsunade's vitals and he was beginning to see slight improvement. Her fever has gone down and vitals are slowly climbing. Her body is starting to adapt. It won't be long now. A day. Maybe 2. By then her genes would evolve into new ones. I don't need to wait for it to be completed. I can extract what I need and then perfect it at my lab. The snake Sannin's sinister gaze then turned to the sleeping Shizune. The young medic was mentally and physically tired after using almost all her chakra to keep her teacher alive. Orochimaru almost sighed as he thought about what he would do with her. It's a shame to kill someone with such talent in medical ninjutsu. But if I let you live, then your only goal in life would become revenge. I won't make the mistake of letting a potential threat live, unlike my foolish sensei. The pale-skinned man turned his attention back to the unconscious Senju. In a way, killing her is a kindness. I'll be sparing her of all those years of misery. Orochimaru decided to take a little break himself and quietly exited the room. He looked at the nearby clock on the wall and frowned. There is still no report from Girin. So either she hasn't captured Daichi yet or she failed. Orochimaru sat in his chair and thought about the mission he assigned the woman. She's strong. Even Kakashi would have a hard time against her alone. Let alone the whole team with her. So she must not have gotten her hands on Daichi yet. Is Sensei concerned for his safety because of what happened with Tsunade? Is the boy's movements restricted? As he was pondering on the movement of the Leaf Village, Sakan appeared and kneeled. Has there been any developments? Orochimaru asked his subordinate. Some, my lord. The patrol squads from the Hidden Stone have increased. Especially near the border, and they've increased security. Sakan replied with his head down. Has anyone entered the barrier? No. They haven't even come close. Since this area falls under the minister's jurisdiction, they are careful. Orochimaru nodded. Make sure to keep an eye on the surroundings. I don't want any unexpected surprises. Yes, my lord. Sakan was silent for a few moments before he spoke again. Lord Orochimaru. Was Girin successful? Did she capture the boy? A few moments of silence passed before the Sannin decided to answer. I haven't received any information from them yet. But I have no doubt that she'll complete the mission. Sakan nodded. He wanted to ask more but refrained himself. A moment later he disappeared from his master's side and was on the uppermost floor keeping an eye on the defenses around the barrier. That wasn't smart. Questioning our lord. Sakan heard a small voice coming from behind. Yukon. You're awake. Yes. The side effects of that drug have been purged from my system. Yukon replied. Sakan could feel the changes in his brother's body. I just wanted to know if there were any complications with the plan we put in place. He told his brother. Yukon was HM. Daichi Hakama. I'm curious to see him in action. After all, he's going to be Lord Orochimaru's new vessel. Girin better be careful and not mess this up. Sakan agreed with that sentiment. Do you really think the boy will survive the curse seal and the new wood-style serum injection? He wanted to know what Yukon thought. Based on the data collected so far, that probability is high. His body is strong and his growth is far beyond that of an ordinary ninja. It's exactly why Lord Orochimaru decided to make him his new vessel. Girin just has to complete her task. Capture the boy and bring him to that location. Sakan crossed his arms and just sat in the middle of a complex ceiling array. His brows furrowed as another thought entered his mind. I'm more concerned with what the leaf might do. After Girin captures the boy, the hidden leaf will no doubt launch a widespread search to locate him. If they find that base, they could capture Girin and save the child. Yukon wasn't as concerned as his brother. No. Lord Orochimaru already has a contingency for that. Even if the Hidden Leaf ninjas find the base, Daichi will be moved from that location via the snake summon. Besides, should there be an attack, the Leaf will only be sending their shinobi to their deaths. Considering the two guarding that location. With Inoichi Yamanaka. While Ibiki went to work on Renji, Girin was transferred to the intelligence section on the lower floors. Soon she was unconscious and trapped inside a strange machine semicircular in shape. Only her head was visible. There were numerous seals all over the machine and numerous wires were running to a control desk in the back. 3 ninjas had their hands placed on the seals located on the control desk. A recently promoted Yamanaka Chunin looked at the machine in awe. So this is the mind-reading amplification machine, huh? This will increase the strength of the psycho-mind transmission. After this device is turned on, Captain Inoichi will stay in direct contact with the target while the rest of us help by releasing chakra into the seals located on the device. As Inoichi got ready to mind-read his target, Aoba Yamashiro came near him. Captain. You should be careful. If it's anything like Mizuki, she'd have powerful barriers too. The blonde Yamanaka nodded his head. I know. I'm counting on her memories to have mental blocks on them. It'll take longer periods of time to probe through them, but with all of us here it won't take that much time. Besides, based on the information we received, this woman is the leader of the team that attacked Genma's squad. So unlike Mizuki, she'll definitely have valuable information. Our approach. Should we be delicate or? Inoichi shook his head upon hearing that question. No. Time is a serious factor. We're going to use brute force. We need to gather as much intelligence as we can, as fast as we can. She has no use other than that. So let's get to work. Inoichi made a few seals and placed his hand on Girin's head. Instantly the Yamanaka entered the target's subconscious to extract the information he needed. Girin, though physically restrained and unconscious, subconsciously began to resist with a mental fortitude honed through rigorous training under Orochimaru. Inoichi frowned as he observed his surroundings. Her mind is bristling with defenses. In Girin's mind, Inoichi found himself in a vast, foreboding landscape. It was a dark, twisted terrain, filled with thick mists and treacherous paths. This mindscape is littered with traps, barriers, and mental constructs erected to protect her deepest secrets and memories. No wonder the truth serum didn't show any effect. Orochimaru's poison resistance combined with defenses like these. Those serums might as well have been ordinary water. Inoichi, undeterred, began to navigate through the labyrinth. He encountered walls of impenetrable fog with each representing Girin's fears and doubts. It was designed to disorient and trap intruders. A genjutsu to confuse intruders using your own fears, huh? That's a clever trick. But it won't be that easy to keep me away. Inoichi made a seal and quickly dissipated the fog with beams of concentrated mental energy, and he pushed forward. As he delved deeper, he came across more sinister traps. From the darkness several tendrils suddenly appeared and twisted around Inoichi's arms and legs. The Yamanaka instantly recognized the trap used. This is double-layered mind crush jutsu. A genjutsu attack inside a genjutsu defense. This is definitely that damn KO's jutsu. But it doesn't have his finesse. Inoichi immediately calmed himself and didn't make any moves. The more the victim struggles in these binds, the tighter they become. And if the target continues to struggle for several seconds, these binds won't stop tightening till the limbs are torn off. Inoichi's sudden stillness and relaxed posture stopped the jutsu from activating its deadly trap. Around 10 seconds later he suddenly used strong force in his arms to break through the tendrils and made a ram seal. Genjutsu release. Immediately the dark tendrils vanished and the Yamanaka moved ahead. Further in, he encountered a series of intricate puzzles. Each one was a complex mental barrier designed based on her personality. Usually these puzzles would require me to solve them through understanding the nuances of Girin's psyche, decoding her fears, motivations, and loyalties. But that would take time. Thankfully Lord Hokage has given permission to move faster. Inoichi gathered the chakra and began destroying the barriers. But he was still careful as to not trigger any traps or contingencies that might have been placed in her head. As the man moved forward through Girin's mind he encountered several challenges. One particularly challenging barrier was a vast, swirling vortex. Inoichi recognized it as a trap meant to engulf and destroy an intruder's consciousness. Approaching it with caution, he carefully executed the counter-jutsu. With the help of the mind-reading amplification machine and the Chunin supplying him with chakra, Inoichi quickly moved forward. Throughout this mindscape journey, Inoichi was careful to maintain a lifeline to his own body. He was aware of the dangers of becoming lost in another's consciousness. The mind reader efficiently and ruthlessly destroyed the barriers that sprung up in Girin's mind. This mind-walking expedition is exhausting. Even with outside help, Inoichi had to tap into the depths of his own mental and emotional reserves to keep going at such a fast pace. Outside, the other ninjas were carefully monitoring Girin and Inoichi. The atmosphere in this room was a stark contrast with the oppressive environment of the interrogation chamber, but the air was still charged with a palpable, electric tension. Aoba looked at the three Chunins who were supporting Inoichi in this endeavor. "How is it?" What's going on? The man asked in a low voice. Her mind is like a fortress. It's layered with several protections. It's doing a good job of slowing down the captain. One of the Chunins replied in a small voice as to not distribute Inoichi. Inside the mindscape, Inoichi's consciousness approached the outer layers of Girin's psyche and soon breached through them. He encountered another barrier, a swirling storm of memories and emotions designed to disorient and repel the intruder. False memories mixed in with real ones, huh? It won't be that easy to fool me. With practiced ease, Inoichi navigated through this maelstrom. His years of experience allowed him to distinguish between genuine memories and fabricated defenses. So many mind shields. We might be underestimating this woman's importance to Orochimaru. I need to proceed with caution. Time went by, and as he advanced, Inoichi became aware of the core of Girin's psyche. He saw a large pink crystal wall blocking his path. This is a fortress within a fortress. So this must be it. Where our most guarded secrets and memories reside. Inoichi touched the crystal defense and felt the strength of the final mind barrier. This must have been created based on the workings of her Kekkei Genkai. An inner sanctum protected by a final, most formidable barrier created based on her bloodline. Inoichi examined the barrier and understood that breaching this final defense will require not just skill but power. I need to see if Orochimaru or Ko has placed any contingencies here. The Yamanaka ninja examined every part of the mind and soon found something that almost made him curse. I need to tell the others. Outside, the four ninjas were watching Inoichi's still form with bated breath. They knew the toll such a deep dive can take on the practitioner. They saw constant steam coming from Girin's head. Proof of the battle taking place inside her mind. Suddenly they saw their captain open his eyes and come out of the mind walk. We have a problem. Well, technically we have two problems. Inoichi's first words caused tension to rise in the room. Captain, what happened? Aoba asked with concern in his voice. I'm in front of the final barrier in the core of her mind. It's a rare specific mind barrier created based on her bloodline. Breaking through that will require quite a bit of skill and chakra. That's problem number one. And the second? One of the Chunins asked. There is a failsafe trigger. A special seal placed by Orochimaru. The Yamanaka captain replied. What kind of seal? Aoba asked. He knew there were many mind techniques or barriers that could stop the captain. A mind destruction seal. The instant we break the barrier, the seal will be triggered and her memories will start getting erased. Fast. Inoichi replied. To go that far. Orochimaru really values this woman, doesn't he? She must know a lot of his secrets. Aoba instantly concluded. Yes. It's precisely why we can't fail. Once we breach the barrier, we'll need to get as much information out of her as possible. Aoba, I'll need your assistance on this. Inoichi ordered and gave them all their tasks. Aoba placed his hand atop Girin's head alongside Inoichi and they both entered her mind. We'll break the barrier together. Once the crystal wall shatters, the seal will activate and begin to quickly erase her memories. So we need to act smart. Inoichi spoke and Aoba nodded. The Jonin knew what his captain was talking about. The early memories. Her childhood. We don't need those memories, do we? Aoba asked his captain. No. The most important ones are the memories from the last 12 months. But that's what the seal will also try to destroy first. You need to stall or redirect the seal to the oldest memories. While you do that, I'll read through her recent memories as soon as possible. Take any and all information we can. Aoba nodded with the plan. They both began gathering chakra and synchronized with the Chunins outside for maximum power. Inoichi and Aoba simultaneously began forming hand seals. The instant the sequence was completed, they placed their palms on the crystal barrier. Mind barrier destruction jutsu, ×2. A powerful force from both within Girin's mind and outside blasted against the crystal mind shield. Inoichi and Aoba looked on and anxiously waited. A moment later, cracks began to form in the middle of the crystal barrier and quickly began to spread in all directions. A second later, the pink defense wall shattered and disappeared into fine particles. Instantly, the failsafe seal Orochimaru placed activated. Girin's mind shook, and Inoichi and Aoba clearly felt the effects. It was as if there was an earthquake inside her mind. Now, Aoba, this is our only chance. Inoichi shouted and immediately went to work going through the recent memories. Yes, Captain. Aoba quickly focused on the sealing jutsu and began creating counter seals and misdirection seals to slow down the memory destruction seal. Outside the mind, the three Chunins felt the increase in the chakra drain and saw the concentrated visage of the two Jonins. Seconds went by and turned to minutes. The steam formed on Girin's head increased. They saw sweat forming on Inoichi and Aoba's faces. How long do you think they'll last in there? One of the Chunin asked his companion. I don't know. It might not be long now. Look at Girin. The other two focused their attention back to Orochimaru's unconscious subordinate. Blood was slowly leaking from her nostrils and eyes. It's the effect of all those jutsus. Her brain's hemorrhaging. This isn't good. If Inoichi and Aoba don't get out of there before her mind collapses, they'll be buried with her. The trio of Chunins were getting tense with each passing second. Suddenly they sensed a shift in chakra and saw that Inoichi and Aoba escaped from Girin's mind. Aoba, seeing that he was back outside, was breathing hard and took a few unsteady steps back. That was too close. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself and then looked at his superior. Captain. You all right? Aoba asked. He became concerned when he saw Inoichi's pale face. Inoichi snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the man. He slowly nodded and then straightened. I need to speak to the Hokage. In the meantime, Aoba, I want you to take her body to the medical corps. Have them perform an autopsy. He ordered and then disappeared. Aoba merely nodded silently. What did he see in there that spooked him like that? Chapter 318, Battle Plans and Preparations. Hokage Office. Shortly after Hiruzen returned to his office after his meeting with the second Hokage, Inoichi came to see him. Tell me you have some good news for me, Inoichi. I have news, Lord Hokage. But I'm not sure if it's good. The Yamanaka replied with a heavy tone. Nothing is today. Hiruzen sighed and nodded for Inoichi to continue. Girin had several defenses in her mind, but they were placed a few years ago. Although they were strong, they weren't as powerful as the ones Mizuki had. I was able to get through and get some information, but the defensive measures Orochimaru put in place destroyed her mind and killed her before I could uncover everything. Orochimaru was always cautious. It is to be expected. What have you found? The Hokage asked the blonde interrogator. She was an integral member under Orochimaru. Based on what I learned, she was a trusted member because of the loyalty she showed and her strength. Girin overlooked the construction of several hideouts in the Land of Fire during the last several months. She also oversaw the movement of several important shipments in and out of the country. Some were high-end medical equipment, but others are unknown. Inoichi then handed several papers to the Hokage with locations and roughly drawn blueprints on them. The structure of the hideouts created under her supervision. Hiruzen examined them and his eyes narrowed. These are among the 7 locations we found scattered across the country. Yes. From the memories I looked through, I was also able to get data on some of the defenses and measures they put in place. I've already shared that intel with Shikaku and the analysis team. Good. Were you able to find out why they went after Daichi? Hiruzen asked. Inoichi nodded. Yes, sir. It's in the document in there. The man said, pointing to one specific sheet of paper. The base marked on that location is where Orochimaru instructed Girin to bring Daichi. According to my understanding, Orochimaru has placed a great importance on the child and had asked to bring him to the location without inflicting much harm on him. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. So I was right. Now we have the where. But why? Why is Daichi so damn important to him? Have you found out why Orochimaru needs the boy? Inoichi grimaced at that question and Hiruzen had a bad feeling in his heart. The Yamanaka slowly nodded and spoke. Yes, sir. And it's not good. Orochimaru has created some sort of a jutsu that can take over a person's body. Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror as he quickly realized the implications. He did it. He actually did it. A forbidden immortality jutsu. The blonde interrogator nodded. Yes. From what I understood from Girin's memories, Orochimaru places special curse seals on those he deemed worthy to become his new vessel. Surviving the curse seal itself is quite an ordeal because the success rate is low. But once the subject survives the curse seal implantation, Orochimaru uses some kind of jutsu to take over their bodies. I'm unaware of the specifics. Will Orochimaru be able to use the abilities of the new body? Hiruzen asked the man. From what I gathered, yes. This Girin was powerful and was to become Orochimaru's next vessel, but he changed his mind a few months ago. Girin believes that Orochimaru asked her to capture Daichi so that he could make Daichi his new vessel. Hiruzen's fists clenched in anger as he thought about the moral implications of such a technique. To achieve something like that, you would need to attack not just the body but the soul as well. Orochimaru, have you truly gone so low? Hiruzen suddenly looked up. What about Tsunade? Have you found any information regarding her whereabouts? Inoichi shook his head. No. Hiruzen clenched his fists and let out a deep breath of anxiety. But I don't think Orochimaru is currently in Fire Country. Inoichi's sudden statement caught Hiruzen's attention. Why do you assume that? The Kage questioned. Based on the memories I saw, Orochimaru ordered Girin to capture Daichi and get to that location on the map. But he also informed her that he would only be able to join her several days later. And if she was successful in her mission and we were to trace her to that location before Orochimaru arrived, he gave her instructions to use the special summoning scroll in that hideout and send Daichi to him. But it's possible Orochimaru could be in another location in the country. In one of the other hideouts. Hiruzen argued. I'm not so sure about that. Orochimaru has men guarding those locations, but they're not his best. Not the strongest or the brightest. I'd say they are there to slow us down or distract us. Inoichi told the Kage his reasons. Hiruzen crossed his arms and mulled over the information. Maybe Daichi's theory has more merit than I gave it credit for. He muttered to himself. Seeing Inoichi's curious gaze, Hiruzen explained. Daichi proposed a theory that Orochimaru might be in the land of Earth. Inoichi frowned as he thought about their current situation with that country. That could complicate things. The potential to escalate tension should anything go wrong is high. I'm aware. As they were discussing this situation, an Umbu suddenly appeared. Hiruzen instantly recognized the man. Bear. The agent he tasked with infiltrating the root. Hiruzen turned to Inoichi and spoke. Report everything you've learned to Shikaku and work on the remaining prisoners. Get as much information as you can out of them. Inoichi nodded and quickly left the room. Hiruzen then turned his attention to his loyal ninja kneeling in the middle of the room. Bear. Did something happen? The Umbu stood and nodded. My existence has been discovered. Danzo has made preparations to have me killed on a mission. But they don't know that I found out about that. Hiruzen nodded. He knew it was only a matter of time before Danzo found the mole. We always knew this day would come. I'm pulling you out of this mission. I have another task for you that's more important. Yes, sir. But before that there is something you should know. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the Umbu. Danzo has been recalling his agents from across the country. All those on active duty and on mission are being summoned. He made sure to keep it a secret from me, but I've been keeping an eye on his secret communications channel. He's trying to bolster his forces. It's almost as if he's preparing for war. Hiruzen finished the sentence. What should we do, sir? Should I assemble a strike team and arrest Danzo? Hiruzen was silent for several seconds as he thought about his next move. He finally made his decision. He looked at his Umbu shinobi and spoke. I've ordered Captain Ox to assemble a team to attack Orochimaru's bases. And with everything happening, our manpower will be low. But still, Danzo's threat can no longer be ignored. Assemble a small team focused on heavy assault. Make sure 2 tracking ninjas are included as well. I don't want any rats to slip the net. The Umbu nodded. But then he thought of the other problem. He has his root agents in our ranks. If we start a counterattack, they will cause chaos. Snow has given me a detailed list of all sleeper cell agents from Root. They'll be taken care of soon. The masked ninja was surprised. Based on what I learned, only Danzo and his second-in-command has that intel. They personally trained the sleeper ninjas, so their identities would be an absolute secrecy and finding them out would be extremely difficult. Snow must have found them out by analyzing their smallest behaviors, history, and training patterns. He certainly is the best at that. Sir, what should be done about Danzo? Bear asked. I will personally deal with Danzo. He is my responsibility. The masked ninjas nodded. Do you know the identity of Danzo's lieutenant? Hiruzen asked. That was what he mainly wanted to know. Forgive me, sir. But I was only able to meet him on 2 occasions in all these years. I failed. I'm not sure who he is. Umbu replied. Hiruzen nodded. I suppose I can't expect everything to go my way. Assemble the team. But do not make a move until I give the order. It's almost time to end this shadow war. Hiruzen gave his instructions and the Umbu ninjas vanished. Once he was alone in his office, Hiruzen thought about his student that was currently in the village. Last time, Jiraiya only used his Sage Jutsu to power up the reanimation counter seals. He didn't meet Tobarama-sensei. It seems this meeting can't be avoided. He will certainly be shocked when he sees Sensei. Hiruzen got up from his seat and headed out. It wasn't long before he reached the analysis department. He looked at the analysts and inquired about the intelligence collected. Aside from the locations in the Fire Country, where are the others situated? Lord Hokage. Based on the information collected, we've identified bases in Land of Rice Paddies, Land of Hot Water, Land of Rivers, and Land of Mountains. Among these, we're certain that Orochimaru is using the Land of Rice Paddies as his primary hideout. One of the analysis ninjas replied. At that moment, Ibiki arrived after completing his interrogating Renji. Hiruzen turned to him and motioned for him to speak. I've questioned Renji and the other prisoners. What did you learn? Orochimaru uses the Land of Rice Paddies as his main base of operations, but he's constantly on the move. He subdued several small clans in that region and created a network of labs. He calls it the Hidden Sound Village. Many of them have curse seal abilities and many were used as experiments. They have modified bodies and with their numbers they are strong enough to create trouble for Chunins and even Jonins. Renji was a spy Orochimaru planted in his hideouts to gather information or eliminate uncertain factors. The rest of the prisoners were just pawns. They didn't have any valuable intel. I believe they were intended as sacrificial pieces. Ibiki informed with a neutral tone. The Hokage nodded and soon left. He met with the second Hokage and informed him of everything he learned. Tobarama frowned when he heard that Danzo preparing to strike against the village, but other than that he showed no other emotion. So that's why he wanted the child. He's created some sort of body transfer jutsu, huh? It will no doubt be a forbidden jutsu with certain risks involved. Tobarama had also conducted several human experiments to create the forbidden reanimation jutsu, so he knew a similar jutsu would have dangers involved to the user as well. Yes. Daichi's potential and strength is extraordinary for a child his age. If Orochimaru gets such power, he'll be a much bigger threat. Yes. The urgency with which Orochimaru ordered his people to go after the boy. I believe it has something to do with Tsunade. But unfortunately we still have no idea on her location. Tobarama frowned at the lack of information. I already have Jiraiya gathering intelligence on the movements in the Earth Country. I'm sure he'll get us something. But we'll need some more time. Hiruzen replied to alleviate his sensei's worry. That's not a luxury we have, Hiruzen. We need to move now. Tobarama crossed his arms and spoke. The squads are being assembled. We'll attack all the locations in the Fire Country first. The 7 locations will be deemed secondary targets. Even if they're merely there as decoys, I can't ignore them. Hiruzen laid out his plan to his former teacher. You're right. We need to make sure nothing happens to the stability of this country. Even if Tsunade is not there, we'll have to get rid of them all. Tobarama agreed with that battle plan. The subterranean building with the 2 powerful chakras. That will be our primary target. I will be sending Jiraiya and another Umbu. But I would also like for you to be present during the raid on that base. The second Hokage nodded. Give them one of my markers. I'll join when he's reached the location. The old Hokage's expression then turned slightly solemn. Sensei. I've decided to execute Danzo. During the Umbu attacks on Orochimaru's base, I'll lead a team to attack the underground root facilities. It's time to end this tug-of-war between us. I would like to be present when you see him. There are a few things I want to know from him. Tobarama's eyes contained disappointment aimed at both Danzo and Hiruzen, and the old Kage could see that. I understand. I will make the arrangements. 2:45 a.m. Time went by and soon several teams were assembled and present atop the Hokage Tower. There were several ninjas wearing flak jackets and Umbu gear present. The Hokage stood in front of the large crowd of ninjas and spoke. This will be a joint operation between the Umbu and Jonin squads. Your task is to infiltrate and eliminate the targets you've been assigned. This mission is critical to the stability of the village and the future. So failure is not an option. The Umbu in the crowd were standing like statues, but some of the Chunins and even a couple Jonins were nervous at the tense atmosphere. They realized that this was probably one of the most important missions of their lives. Go! Hearing the Hokage's orders, the teams vanished in several directions. The Hokage then turned to the lone Umbu remaining atop the tower. It was the Umbu commander Ox. Hiruzen came near him and gave him a scroll. You'll be heading to the primary location. Once you reach the area, use the kunai in that scroll. Help will arrive. Do not engage before you do that. Understood, sir. Umbu Commander Ox nodded and disappeared. Hiruzen turned his attention to the night sky and let out a tired breath. It will take a while for them to reach the hideout. I hope everything goes all right. Chapter 319, Danzo gears up. 2:30 a.m., Hokage Tower. 15 minutes ago, the Hokage had summoned around a dozen ninjas from Jonin and Umbu ranks and held a secret meeting. Hiruzen looked at them and his eyes held a grim edge that had everyone slightly tense. They had all heard about Orochimaru and Tsunade's clash. Asuma, Anko and Umbu Deer were some of the people taking part in this meeting. Hiruzen quickly began without wasting any more time. I called all of you here because you are some of the best in the village and your loyalty is unquestionable. The mission I'm about to assign you is of a grave nature. Hiruzen was silent for a moment and quickly looked at each of them and then continued. You'll be assigned a team composed of Jonins and other Umbu personnel. Each of you will either be the leader of the team or will be the second in command. This is a joint mission and Shikaku Nara and Umbu Commander Ox have already picked the ones you'll be leading for this task. What's the mission? Does it have to do with Orochimaru? Asuma couldn't help but ask. He knew a joint operation like this was highly unusual. Hiruzen looked at his son and nodded. He then began to explain. We have identified several hidden bases in this country belonging to him. They have defensive measures in place and each of them are guarded by at least 24 men. Your task will be to eliminate or if possible, capture those men for interrogation and then raid the hideout. Take anything and everything of value and rescue Tsunade or Shizen if they are at that location. The shinobi nodded, but some were still not sure why Anbu and Jonins were working together. But this is only the primary task that you must complete. Hiruzen spoke, and he looked to the side and nodded at his secretary. The Chunin handed the ninjas a folder consisting of several documents on certain ninjas. Your secondary mission is to eliminate the ninjas you see in your files. As soon as Hiruzen's words were finished, there were murmurs within the assembled shinobi. Asuma looked at the document in his hand, and in the file was a picture of a Chunin he knew. Jogen Himaki. He wasn't close with the man in the file, but he was familiar with him. He looked at the Kage and his eyes slightly narrowed. What's going on? As far as I know, Jogen is a leaf ninja and he isn't a criminal. He's a good person. A good Chunin. So why the kill order? Asuma asked the question that many others wanted to know the answer to. Yes. Jogen is a leaf ninja and he hasn't committed any crimes. Yet. Asuma and the rest of the ninjas were puzzled. They had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Hiruzen kept his face neutral and showed no outward emotion as he spoke. His loyalty isn't to the Leaf Village but to another entity, and if he stays in the village then there is a good chance he and the rest of them will cause a civil war here in the next few hours or days. The people in those documents are sleeper agents. Everyone was shocked to hear that, and they immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Is the information accurate? About them being sleeper agents? And Anbu questioned. He wanted to be sure before he executed people he once called comrades. Yes. I've had a few among the list be secretly taken to the interrogation department and they were able to confirm it. The intelligence is solid. Hiruzen replied, and the ninjas became silent. Are they working for another village? Another organization or something? Another Jonins asked. They belong to the Foundation under Danzo. The Hokage's reply shocked almost everyone. They knew the implications of making such a claim. Danzo is planning a coup. The Jonins and Anbu in the room were smart and they quickly came to the conclusion. So this is a clean-up mission along with a rescue mission. Anko spoke up with a rare surprising serious gaze. Yes. There might be people you know in those files. Whatever attachments you have towards them, whatever emotions you have, you'll need to put them aside for this task. If any of you have a problem, speak up now. Nobody said a word and stood silent as they gazed at their Kage. Hiruzen looked at their determined expression and knew Ox and Shikaku picked the right people for the job. He began to explain the particulars of the mission. The ones marked in the files. They will have to be removed. If possible, ideally during your clash with Orochimaru's men. If not, then it will be up to you on how you get it done. But make sure none of the others in your squad knows about this. The ninjas nodded in understanding. Once Hiruzen was done giving them the details of the mission parameters, he dismissed everyone present and asked them to meet with their teams and assemble on the roof of the tower. 2:45 a.m. Sensor Team. By the time all the teams left the Hokage Tower, a communication department was set up with several Yamanaka ninja in charge. Shikaku, Nara, and Ahyuga were also keeping an eye on everything and relaying the necessary instructions and commands to all the teams. It will take about 4 to 5 hours for them to reach their target locations. But we need to be ready if anything unexpected occurs. Shikaku spoke and the others nodded. 3:00 a.m. Hidden Leaf Village borders. An Anbu with a mask that has markings resembling a bear was quietly moving through the shadows. He recalled the secret Jonin and Anbu meeting the Kage had called half an hour ago. Every person called to that meeting was a high-level shinobi. They'll be able to contain and eliminate the problem. It's better for the village if those radical and loyal to Danzo disappear. But still, Lord Hokage won't be able to continue with his position for much longer after this. It looks like the political power system will be changing soon. He leapt to another branch without making a single leaf fall and quickly moved forward. I wonder who the next Hokage is going to be. Jiraiya most probably, or maybe Lady Tsunade if nothing happens to her. Still, this will certainly cause a disturbance. Well, it's not my headache anyway. Umbu Bear had another assignment given by the Hokage, and the man was quickly moving in the direction of the Valley of the End. His destination, the Hidden Sound Village. Somewhere underground. 3:00 a.m. In a dimly lit chamber, deep within the hidden recesses of the village, Danzo stood before a large, intricately carved table. Maps and scrolls were scattered across the surface, illuminated by the flickering light of candles. His second in command, a figure shrouded in shadows, stepped forward. He had a hint of urgency in his posture. Danzo's single visible eyes shifted towards the other figure. 0. Report. The Hokage made his move. The root agents we had planted within his ranks have been sent on missions outside the village. The old warhawk narrowed his eyes at that unexpected news. Is it just a coincidence or? The figure shrouded in darkness shook his head. It doesn't seem so, sir. All of our sleeper agents within the ranks have been deployed. And the ones in non-critical positions have disappeared without a trace. I'm certain the Hokage took them. He has anticipated our plans. I was able to procure a copy of the latest mission details, but nothing more. Danzo studied the information, and despite the troubling situation he found himself in, a small smile formed on his face. It seems Hiruzen has outmaneuvered us for now. He's deployed our own agents away from the village under the guise of rescuing Tsunade and Shizune. It seems he's not just targeting Orochimaru. He's also leaving us vulnerable. The Hokage might be aware of our plans. It's possible he's attempting to weaken our position by drawing our forces thin. Danzo tapped on the table and slightly nodded to himself. It wasn't Hiruzen. He couldn't have anticipated my moves so easily. If I had to make a guess, it must be Shikaku. He must have been the one to figure it out. The second in command of the Root organization nodded. He's the best strategist in the village, and he's a cunning man. If he had the information the Hokage has, then I have little doubt that it was him behind this predicament. But even he won't know everything. The figure looked at his master with a calm gaze. The Hokage might be looking to strip the root of its strength before he strikes directly. With our forces diminished, we're at a disadvantage. How should we proceed, Lord Danzo? We have to accelerate our plans. First, we'll have to reinforce our position within the village. I've cultivated loyalties that Hiruzen isn't aware of. It's time to call upon those alliances. Secondly, we need to control the narrative. Spread rumors within the village that Hiruzen's sudden actions against Orochimaru are rash and that it's weakening the village's defenses. The second in command of Root nodded, absorbing every word. And if the Umbu confronts us before then? Then we take the battle to a field we control. I have secured several locations within the village that can serve as strategic points for an ambush. Our forces may be smaller, but they are elite. We can use the village's own infrastructure against them. The man standing near Danzo nodded. He knew a battle was coming and was prepared. Danzo had another thought pop up in his mind, and he quickly spoke. Additionally, we need to prepare for the worst. If Hiruzen attempts to strike against us directly, we'll need contingencies. Ensure that this building is secure. And the sealing jutsu. They should be ready. If Hiruzen does attack, we'll need every advantage to counter his ninjutsu. I'll make sure this stronghold is well fortified. The masked ninja nodded. And the villagers, Lord Danzo? If this escalates, public perception could turn against us. We've always operated in the shadows for the greater good of the village. Danzo was silent for a few moments before he replied. We can craft our narrative carefully. We're not insurgents but patriots, prepared to do what's necessary for the village's survival. If Hiruzen attacks us, we can frame it as a desperate act of a paranoid man afraid of change. We'll need to manipulate public sentiment. They should see us as the lesser of two evils. Lord Danzo, we might be able to fool the civilians, but the shinobi clans. They will see through our tactics. I'm aware. My success hinges on precise, strategic ambushes and the loyalty of the village's clans. We need to use the village's geography to our advantage in battle, and I need accurate intelligence on where each clan stands. Danzo's face turned slightly grim as he thought about the numbers. He knew they were not in his favor. I'll need some help from the people in the royal court once this is all over. At this time Zero spoke. The Hyuga are traditionally loyal to the Hokage, but there is internal division. The branch family may feel disenfranchised enough to side with us, especially if we promise reforms on the clan's curse mark system. A targeted approach, exploiting these divisions, could work to our advantage. Danzo nodded with that strategy. Good. Make those promises discreetly. And the Nara clan? They're a significant asset of the village. The root agent asked his master. Danzo had a frown on his face as he thought about the Jonin commander and the head of the Nara clan. Shikaku Nara is loyal to Hiruzen and most of their clan is loyal to Shikaku. He'll be a thorn. Maybe we can target the younger Naras. The ambitious ones. They might be swayed to our side. We can offer them positions of influence once you take charge. Danzo grunted. HM. But those offers have to be enticing. And people from that clan. They're not easily fooled. Lastly, we need to control the narrative within the village. The Akimichi, Yamanaka, and other influential clans must see us as the legitimate future of Leaf. Spread rumors of Hiruzen's failing health and indecisiveness in times of crisis. If we move too aggressively, too quickly with this strategy, there is a chance it will fail or be used against us. Zero cautioned the old man. Danzo was silent as he realized the valid point the masked ninja made. Hiruzen has been preparing this. And his words back at the office. He has contingencies in case of his death? He wasn't bluffing then. Zero is right. If I make too much noise too soon it could be used against me. At that moment his agent spoke. What if we keep this battle in the shadows? We could organize a silent coup from within. That way there will be minimal disruption to the village. A coup that's over before anyone realizes it has begun. Danzo shook his head. He knew such a plan would not be feasible. Especially not now. That won't be easy. We have to consider Hiruzen's next steps. He's no fool and will be anticipating such a move from us. Danzo crossed his arms and felt the power in his body. It looks like a direct confrontation is unavoidable. Lord Danzo, what about Orochimaru? If he learns of our predicament, he might see it as an opportunity to strike at us. Zero asked his master. Danzo frowned as he thought about the rogue Sannin. Orochimaru is a variable we cannot control, but we can try to anticipate him. We'll send feelers out, perhaps even propose a temporary truce. Our enemy's enemy can be our ally, however briefly. If it succeeds, then we might also be able to gain information on Tsunade and what that snake wants with her. But make no mistake, Orochimaru is a threat to us and the Leaf. We will have to deal with him in time. The masked root ninja nodded. Understood. And what of the two advisors? Koharu and Hamura. They could prove troublesome. Divide and conquer. I've been sowing seeds of mistrust among them for years. It's time to exploit those divisions. Send anonymous tips about a potential attack from within. Make them doubt each other. Keep them occupied. Yes, Lord Danzo. I'll make the arrangements. To the outside world we shouldn't appear weak. Nor can we draw the village into a larger internal conflict. This confrontation between Hiruzen and I will need to finish it as soon as possible. If the other villages get involved it will be disastrous. We can't afford to fight battles on multiple fronts at this moment. I understand. I will begin preparations immediately. The route will be ready to move on your command. Remind everyone, our actions are for the greater good of Leaf Village. Hiruzen's time has passed. This village needs a leader who can make the hard decisions, who can guide it through the darkness. That leader is me. Danzo looked at the map of Fire Country and the map of the hidden Leaf Village in front of him. He made his choice and he wasn't going to back down. He turned to his right-hand man. Ready our forces. The future of the Leaf is about to be rewritten. As the second-in-command left the room to carry out Danzo's orders, the chamber fell silent once more, save for the flicker of candlelight. Danzo stared at the flickering flame atop the candle. The stage is set for our confrontation, Hiruzen. This will change the fate of the village forever. Chapter 320, Daichi's Interconnect and Obito's Greed. With Daichi. Approximate 2:30 a.m. The young genin felt like he was floating in air. His whole body felt weightless, and the second he experienced this sensation he opened his eyes. Daichi found himself standing amidst the vast expanse of swirling galaxies and nebulous clusters. A surreal reflection of the universe outside. The stars twinkled like countless eyes, watching Daichi as he silently encountered a figure identical to himself, yet distinct in essence. You've seen enough anime to know what this is, don't you? The voice came from his clone standing several feet in front of him. This is, inside my mind, or my soul. Daichi deduced and replied after a few seconds of silence. Doppelganger. Daichi nodded. Yes. A realm unbound by the physical world's limitations. This is the inner universe of your mind. A place where your true self and your deepest thoughts converge and where the essence of our being resides. The genin looked around, marveling and awestruck at the cosmic beauty surrounding them, the nebulae and stars creating a light show of profound beauty. In the ethereal vastness that stretched endlessly, shimmering like a galaxy within his mind, Daichi stood face to face with a figure that mirrored him in every aspect, his doppelganger, the embodiment of his consciousness. The atmosphere was serene, and yet it vibrated with an energy that felt both alien and intimately familiar. This is the deepest sanctum of our mind. The gamer's mind skill has no effect here. Daichi nodded as he heard the words of his clone. So you're me? The genin looked at the figure with a keen gaze. Not quite. I am the embodiment of your innermost thoughts, your true self unclouded by doubt or fear. The figure replied and held a jovial gaze. Daichi became silent as he looked at the doppelganger. So, you're me, but not fully me. All right, I'll bite. But first I have 2 questions for you. Ask away. The other Daichi had his hands behind his back and stood in a regal manner as he replied. Okay. Question 1. Why are you talking like that? Like what? The doppelganger smiled and slightly tilted his head in amusement. Daichi crossed his arms and looked at his counterpart. You know what I mean. You sound like a monk trying to give advice to a millennial. Speaking all formal and ancient like that. Doppelganger Daichi chuckled lightly as he looked at the annoyance on his mirror image's face. I believe that what I have to say will be more impactful if I spoke in this manner to you. It'll also make me seem more mystical and wise. Daichi didn't miss the playful smile on the other's face, and he groaned. Arg. Fine. Whatever. Okay, second question. Why did my subconscious want to meet me today? Consciousness. Daichi looked at his real-life counterpart with a knowing smile. You know why. It's time to address the elephant in the room, isn't it? The real Daichi was silent as he thought about the reasons for being here, and after a while he seemed to guess what brought him here. All the while his counterpart continued to just stand there with his easy-going smile. After a while Daichi frowned and spoke. You're talking about my power, aren't you? Yes. Came the simple nod from the other side. Why exactly did you bring me here? Daichi slightly narrowed his eyes. This is an issue of great importance. I brought you here to discuss your true strength and the reason you conceal it. And why now? The smile on consciousness Daichi disappeared and he became serious. Because it's time. Time for you to confront the truths you veiled even from yourself. About power, its essence, and the path you've chosen. Daichi frowned upon hearing that. What are you getting at? Consciousness Daichi crossed his arms and spoke. You're hiding it, Daichi. Keeping your true power under wraps, playing the part of a mere genin when you could easily surpass even the jonins. It's not that simple. This world is dangerous. Revealing my true strength could put a target on my back. Daichi spoke defensively to justify his actions. The subconscious counterpart merely shook his head. And yet, by holding back, aren't you doing yourself a disservice? How will you grow if you're always hiding in the shadows? Daichi furrowed his brows, the weight of those words settling in. He looked at his clone and spoke. I've always believed power is something to be wielded with caution. To protect, to ensure the safety of myself and those I care about without causing unnecessary harm. Noble intentions. But think, why shield your true might? Is it solely out of caution, or is there fear of the unknown, of how others will perceive you? Or perhaps, fear of losing yourself to that power? Daichi remained silent, the conflict evident in his gaze as he pondered the question. Speak the truth, Daichi. The words came from the clone and it sounded unusually harsh. Daichi looked down at his hands and spoke. I hide my strength because I fear the consequences of revealing it. The world isn't ready. Nor am I. There are people depending on me and I'm afraid of failing those expectations. I can become the strongest faster than anyone else if I really wanted to, but I'm scared of the destruction I could cause if I'm not careful. If I lose myself to that power. He looked up at his counterpart and sadness and fear were evident on his face. I'm afraid of not recognizing who I am when I embrace that power fully. The expression on the clone Daichi softened as he heard the woes of his counterpart. That incident with Mizuki, what you did to him. It really shook you, huh? Your cautious nature has always been your shield, but now it has also become your prison. And what about all the threats? Orochimaru's greed, Madara's ambition, the motives of Zetsu and the Akatsuki? My power could force all of them to take action. Daichi spoke of his concerns to his subconscious figure. The clone's eyes slightly widened as he understood the deeper fears inside Daichi. You believe that Orochimaru's attack on Tsunade is your fault. Daichi clenched his fists and anger was visible on his face. I know it is. I've been thinking about this for a while. This didn't happen in the original timeline. If I was just an ordinary Genin, then no matter what disturbances or ripples I would have created because of my existence, Orochimaru wouldn't have gone after them. The fact that he did means he's after my power or because of it. And after everything I did to hide my real strength, if Orochimaru still noticed me, then I'm sure Obito, Zetsu and others would have taken note as well. Consciousness. Daichi nodded his head. True. Those names carry weight. They are powerful and dangerous. Your unusual strength could indeed draw their gaze. And what about the village's leadership? The third Hokage has always been cautious. Revealing my true power, wouldn't that stir unrest, fear, or even challenge the established order? I'm growing too strong too fast. The Hokage knows I'm unnatural. But right now we have peace between us. Daichi knew what he would do if the Hokage stood in his way or put restrictions on him. He didn't want it to get to that point. The clone created from Daichi's mind nodded. Yes. It's also true. The balance of power is delicate. A sudden shift could either fortify or fracture the fragile peace that exists. Yet, is concealing your strength truly the way to maintain harmony? Or does it merely delay an inevitable confrontation? That question from his inner doppelganger silenced Daichi. True power is not just about strength. It's about understanding, compassion, and control. You have all these qualities, Daichi. You've trained, learned, and grown not just in strength but in character. Your journey in this universe, the challenges you've faced and the allies you've gained, it's all shaped you into someone capable of wielding your true power wisely. Daichi took a moment, letting the words sink in. He realized his fears were based on what he thought he should be, not on who he had become. But, how do I know when the right time is? When to step out of the shadows and show my true strength? He looked at his inner self and asked. Consciousness. Daichi, the right time is a moment of your choosing. You'll figure it out. After all, who knows you better than yourself? The boy thought about the answer and nodded. At that moment his inner self shared his wisdom. But know this, hiding diminishes not just your potential, but also the help and hope you can offer your friends. It isn't just about facing enemies with strength, but inspiring your friends with courage and leading by example. A silence fell between them, filled only by the soft hum of cosmic energy. Daichi felt a warmth spreading through him, a fusion of confidence and clarity. Consciousness. Daichi spoke. You are unique, Daichi. A traveler from an era and world with completely different values. You are a gift to this world of ninjas and chakra. It's time to embrace yourself, to stop hiding. Show them who you truly are, not as a demonstration of your might over the weak, but to protect those who you care about, not to prove your superiority over others, but to fulfill your goals. Use it as a proof of your character, your resolve, and your vision for a better world. Let them see the true meaning of your strength. Daichi nodded as he realized what his inner self was saying. I see. I've been so focused on what could go wrong, I didn't see what could go right. The mirror self nodded. When your strength is anchored by a strong will and a clear purpose, it becomes a beacon of hope, a force for good. The genin took a deep breath and a sense of clarity washed over him. He nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. I understand. I think after so long I've had a sort of tunnel vision and forgot the most important thing. It's not just about hiding or showing power. It's about using it with purpose. Thank you, the doppelganger smiled at him. Of course. After all, I am you. You've always had this wisdom within. You just needed an outside perspective. It's time to show them all. The power of Daichi Hekima. As the conversation concluded, the galaxy around them began to fade, and Daichi felt a gentle pull, beckoning him back to the physical world. He felt a sense of peace, armed with the knowledge that his path was not just one of power but of purpose and wisdom. Daichi opened his eyes, filled with a newfound resolve and understanding of his path forward. He awoke a new person, emboldened, and ready. Ready to show the world the true extent of his strength. Mountain's Graveyard. In the dim light of a cavernous hideout, Zetsu emerged from the shadows. His figure, a stark black and white against the darkness. The silence was thick and only the subtle drip of water from stalactites broke it. Madara, who had a black cloak and red spiral mask, sat before a rudimentary table carved from the very stone of the cavern. Several maps and scrolls lay scattered across the surface, illuminated by the flicker of a single candle. He didn't turn to acknowledge Zetsu's arrival, yet the air shifted with the recognition of his presence. The spy of the Akatsuki spoke with a voice that carried the essence of both light and shadow. Madara, he began, Orochimaru has left a trail of deceit in his wake. False bases, guarded by experimental rejects to mislead the third Hokage and his hounds. The figure known as Madara turned slowly, his Sharingan ablaze with interest. Orochimaru, ever the serpent, he mused, his voice tinged with intrigue. And what about the leaf? They're fractured, Zetsu replied. They dispatched their teams in a scattered frenzy. They're chasing ghosts across their own land. A dark resonating chuckle escaped Madara's lips. Ha ha. It looks like the beginning of chaos. With this, the Leaf Village now exposed its underbelly in desperation. It is a possibility. Zetsu agreed. What should we do? The village is weakened, but it's not without its guardians. Madara became silent, a stillness that spoke volumes. Has there been any other developments? He asked after contemplating the situation. Jiraiya has returned. And Hiruzen may be old, but he is no fool. If he has scattered his shinobi in such a manner, it must have a deeper purpose. Zetsu replied and conveyed his thoughts. Madara paced inside the cave, each step a measured beat in the silent chamber. You will observe, for now, he declared, his gaze piercing the gloom. Let the Leaf Village scatter its forces thin. They're desperate to find Orochimaru and Tsunade. Soon they will reveal more than they conceal. What are you going to do? Zetsu asked the masked man with a tinge of caution in his voice. There are 3 targets in the Hidden Leaf Village that Nagato and I are after. Madara replied, and the gleam in his Sharingan wasn't missed by Zetsu. The 9 Tails holder, Naruto Uzumaki. Shirsui's eye in possession of Danzo and the genius medic Daichi Hakama. Naruto is the least priority, but the other 2. I'm going to pay the Leaf Village a visit. Specifically Danzo. He might try something at this time. If the opportunity presents itself, then I'll take Shirsui's Sharingan eye and then Daichi as well. Madara told Zetsu his goals, and the plant-like creature frowned minutely. This is risky. If you strike at the leaf, Itachi will no doubt retaliate. I'm aware. I will visit the village, but I will only take action if the opportunity arises. If not, I can still have a front row seat to the chaos unfolding. Madara replied, and Zetsu nodded. Moments later, the Uchiha and Zetsu vanished from the dark cave, and the only sound left was the drops of water dripping from the stalactites. Chapter 321, Daichi's New Target. 2:30 a.m. Kinsei's home. Daichi opened his eyes and slowly sat up in bed. He knew what he felt, the conversation he had, it wasn't just a simple dream. After speaking with his inner counterpart, Daichi felt a weight off his chest. I understand. He softly reassured himself. Just then a new quest appeared. A quest he didn't expect. Quest created, Plunder the Root. The 3rd Hokage has decided to attack the Foundation and capture Danzo for the many crimes he committed. There are several strong shinobi with him, and they will launch an attack on the Root forces in approximately 50 minutes. Infiltrate the Root headquarters in the Leaf and plunder. But do not let anyone discover your identity or get captured. Conditions: steal documents and files from the archive. Steal the jutsu stash stored in the vault inside the base. Take the late Shirsui Uchiha's Sharingan in Danzo's possession. Take the wood-style Sharingan arm attached to Danzo. Bonus: kill Danzo Shimura. Bonus: kill Danzo's second in command. Bonus. Rewards: EXP 38,000, EXP 30,000. Bonus: EXP 35,000. Bonus: EXP 25,000. Bonus: 1 indomitable stat, 1 persistent stat, failure, distrust with the Hokage and increased hostility. If captured or identity leaked. Increased possibility of failure of rescuing Tsunade Senju and Shizen Kato. If captured or identity leaked. Reputation decreases with Kakashi. If captured or identity leaked. Possible confrontation with Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and another powerful shinobi. If captured or identity leaked. Stat reduction. If mandatory conditions are not fulfilled. Except, yes or no, no way. Is that guy really going to take action? But why now? He should know that an inner conflict will only weaken our position. So then why would he? Daichi was shocked as he read the details of the quest. His eyes focused on the conditions for the completion of the quest. Stealing jutsu and documents could be considered easy. But Shirsui's Sharingan? That's not a bonus. If I accept this quest, then I'll have to confront Danzo. But if I don't and just complete the first 2 conditions, then there will be stat reduction. It's as if the system is wanting me to fight Danzo. Daichi exhaled a deep breath of air and he glanced at the clock on his table. It's 2:30. Whatever decision I have to make, I need to do it now. Daichi closed his eyes for a few seconds to go over the pros and cons of this mission. Shirsui's eye has always been one of my targets. Having that crushed during Danzo's death was a waste. Having made his choice, Daichi opened his eyes and accepted the quest. 50 minutes before the Hokage attacks, I need to strike before then. Daichi immediately opened his skill list and looked at 2 particular skills. The first was his sealing skill. Sealing Art Active, LV 79. Sealing Art is a complex and advanced form of ninja technique used for various purposes. It involves the use of symbolic scripts and seals to control, manipulate, and contain different forms of energy and entities. This skill can be used to seal objects, living beings, chakra, along with a wide range of other things within another object or living being. Current grade, exceptional, effects, chakra sealing. This allows the user to seal away or lock the chakra of a target, effectively preventing them from using their abilities. Entity sealing. Powerful enough users can seal entities like tailed beasts within themselves or others. Barrier creation. Some seals can also create barriers or wards to protect a certain area or person. Trap activation. Certain seals can act as triggers for traps or other techniques, activating when a certain condition is met. Seal release. The ability to release previously sealed techniques or energy. Attribute manipulation. Some advanced sealing techniques can alter the properties of what they seal, such as altering the nature of sealed chakra. Note, the effectiveness, range, and versatility of these abilities would largely depend on the user's knowledge, skill level, and amount of chakra. Mastery of sealing art requires significant study, practice, and innate talent. Advanced sealing techniques require significant knowledge, chakra control, and precision. As with all other jutsu, the constant use of these abilities would drain the user's chakra, with more complex and powerful seals requiring more energy to use. The current level is 79 and the grade is exceptional. That's enough to learn the teleportation jutsu. Or at least enough to use its lowest level and basic functions. Daichi had increased his knowledge on the sealing arts to tackle Orochimaru's base, but he didn't expect to use his expertise on Root Hideout as well. Orochimaru had a lot of information on sealing jutsu and dozens of scrolls on them. If I study them even for a short time, it will increase my level in the sealing arts. But I'll have to focus on the scrolls that have information on space-time techniques. Then there is the other. Daichi opened the latest skill he acquired. Reanimation Jutsu Active, LV-01A Forbidden and Highly. Since I'm going to attack Danzo's base of operations, I'll need information. And for that I'll need to increase this jutsu as fast as I can. Daichi made the cross seal and immediately created a shadow clone and dispelled it. Need to make a better communication method. The real Daichi informed his clone disguised as Kimimaro in Orochimaru's base to level up the forbidden reanimation skill. Once that was done, he created several shadow clones. He looked at the 5 clones and nodded. We don't have much time. Increase your sealing skill level as much as possible. We need to learn the teleportation jutsu. The real Daichi spoke. We'll study the sealing scrolls we took from Orochimaru. One of the clones pointed to himself and the one near him. Daichi nodded and turned to the remaining 3. Among Orochimaru's collection was the theories and mechanisms on the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Study and see if it's possible to replicate it. Even if it's just a short-range version, it'll be useful. Orochimaru's obsession certainly helped us. Even though he couldn't perform the jutsu, he researched it well. One of the clones spoke as he remembered the stacks of papers on that teleportation technique. Of course. It's the jutsu that made Minato famous. He would definitely try to learn it. One of the clones crossed his arms and looked at the original. Studying and moreover learning such a complicated jutsu in half an hour is not easy. But not impossible. The real Daichi replied with a smile. The clone also smiled as he looked at his original. No. Not impossible. We'll use hypercognition and brain augmentation. But once all this is done, you'll need rest. You'll be dangerously low on mana. I'll get some sleep after I complete the mission. The real Daichi knew the risks and signaled them to get to work. Daichi clone, Kimimaro, 2:30 a.m., so he wants me to level this skill as much as possible in the next 20 minutes, huh? I should focus on the control aspect and obedience of the reanimations. He wants me to use the jutsu on those 2 samples, huh? Well, this is sooner than I expected, but this was within our larger plans. The clone opened his inventory and looked at the 2 scrolls that were there for a long time. It contained the deceased bodies of Ikemaru and Toga, 2 members of the Root team that attacked Daichi during his travels with Tsunade. The disguised shadow clone quickly headed to the prison cells. Daichi moved through the shadows with unmatched stealth. The base was a labyrinth of cold stone and dim corridors. It was eerily silent, its master absent, on pursuits known only to a select few. Soon in the bowels of Orochimaru's base, hidden from prying eyes, Daichi saw a prison cell. Here, Daichi found his subjects, individuals who had transgressed against the laws of man and nature. Daichi used observed skill to make sure there were no innocents among his victims. All of them are criminals that have killed plenty of people. Good. I won't be tortured by guilt. The prisoners were not surprised to see Kimimaro. They had long ago accepted their fates and didn't even put up any resistance. In Daichi's eyes, even though they were humans, they were also the key to his success, his necessary sacrifice on the altar of knowledge. The disguised clone took 2 people to a nearby empty room, and with a grim determination, Daichi began his experiments. The reanimation jutsu is complex, and it requires precise chakra control and an intimate understanding of life and death. The first reanimation was rough, jagged around the edges of control and execution. The summoned soul was a mere shadow of its former self, a puppet with strings visibly pulled by an inexperienced hand. Daichi noted the excessive chakra consumption and the strain it placed on his body. The control was far from precise, it was brute force, a sledgehammer where a scalpel was needed. This first attempt, though successful, highlighted the difference between knowing a jutsu and mastering it. Can't even form a clear conscience. Not perfect, but it's a start. Skill reanimation jutsu has leveled up. Daichi opened the skill list and looked at the chakra cost of the jutsu. 2% of the total chakra of my original for each summoning. This is going to be a headache. I don't have many chances to improve my skills. Determined, Daichi pressed on. He released the reanimation and dragged another 2 prisoners and continued. With the subsequent experiment, he refined his technique, his sensitivity to the flow of chakra becoming more acute. The second attempt saw improvements in the summoned being's coherence and autonomy, though it still moved with jerky, uncertain motions, a marionette learning to dance. Daichi observed how a more nuanced manipulation of chakra not only reduced the physical toll on him but also improved the fidelity of the reanimation. Skill reanimation jutsu has leveled up. The breakthrough came with his third attempt. Here, Daichi discovered the delicate balance between the chakra infused into the soul and the tether that kept it anchored to the world of the living. This balance was the key to control, or realization that transformed his approach. The reanimated being moved with a semblance of its former self, its actions smoother, less constrained by the limitations of Daichi's will. Skill reanimation jutsu has leveled up. With each new experiment, Daichi noted the diminishing strain on his mind. It was proof of his growing efficiency. With the 5th attempt, the reanimated beings began to retain more of their personalities, their memories, albeit shrouded in the fog of their unnatural resurrection. It was a dance of life and death, with Daichi leading and his control growing ever more refined. Skill reanimation jutsu has leveled up. By his 8th experiment, the gamer ninja had achieved a level of mastery that allowed him to summon and control multiple subjects simultaneously. These reanimated beings moved with purpose, guided by Daichi's will but also displaying flashes of their own volition. Skill reanimation jutsu has leveled up. It was around 20 minutes since he started. The disguised clone was running out of time and chakra. He looked at the progress he made and sighed. This will have to do for now. But there's still a problem. I need to dispel myself from my original to get the experience and level up, and Kimimaro is still alive. If I kill him before dispersing myself and Orochimaru finds out, that will be a problem. Even though he didn't have such methods in canon, I can't rely on that. Still, it's not like I have to send my experience to my original at this moment. It's not like he's going to use the reanimation in the next hour or 2. If he needs it, he'll send a message. The clone thought about the situation and came to a decision. He went to the cells and brought another 2 people. To the 2 prisoners, it was as if Kimimaro took 2 scrolls from the air. He opened it and out came 2 bodies. The 2 prisoners could tell that they were ninjas, but nothing further. The disguised Daichi made the necessary arrangements, seals and preparations before going through the seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. With the final seal made, he brought his palms together. Seals from 2 scrolls began to cover the 2 prisoners. Soon their body was completely covered in dust and debris, and the form of 2 new people appeared. Where am I? One of the ninjas looked at Kimimaro and asked, dazed. Weren't we dead? The other asked slowly, taking in their surroundings. The last memory they had was their battle with Daichi in a forest. Hello, Toga. Ikemaru. Kimimaro removed his disguise, and the 2 root ninjas were surprised to see a familiar face. The facial features have matured, but they knew it was Daichi Hakama in front of them. You. Me. The gamer ninja looked at them with a calm smile. Ikemaru looked at himself and noted his unnatural state. His attention turned back to the ninja in front of him. This is forbidden jutsu, isn't it? You killed us, but you brought us back to life. And judging from your face, I'd say some time has passed since our battle. Indeed. It's been 2 years. Why did you use this jutsu on us? Toga asked Daichi. Daichi's smile vanished as he looked at the 2. I want you to tell me everything you know about the root. Specifically where the access points to the bases are hidden and the identities of the root ninjas you're aware of and where Danzo would be. Ikemaru's eyes widened in shock and horror. You know about Root? I did. I knew about you, your organization and Danzo even before you attacked me. Daichi told them as means to crush their will. The moment you decided to come after me and attack my teachers, you all sealed your fate. Your other companions all died that day. Your mission was a failure and the Hokage put Danzo under restrictions and surveillance. You failed. Ikemaru gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at the boy. You don't seriously expect us to give you any information, do you? Toga spoke with defiance in her voice. I do actually. With those words, Daichi came near them with 2 kunai that had a special seal attached to it. The 2 root ninjas struggled to get up and attack, but their body wouldn't listen to them. Damn it. I can't move. Shit. My body won't move. He's restrained us. What jutsu is this? Daichi showed no mercy and inserted the 2 special control tag seals into their heads. Once the 2 seals disappeared, Daichi made a ram seal and instantly their body stilled and the ego from their eyes vanished. They were now puppets under Daichi's command. The gamer ninja looked at the 2 and nodded to himself. This seal erodes their will and resistance but does not affect their memories. Perfect for taking information without wasting time. Since they are dead, the mind defenses would have been destroyed. Daichi attached his strings to the 2 reanimated ninjas and began his interrogation. Tell me everything. Quickly. Chapter 322, To Each His Own. Leaf Village. Kinsei's home. The real Daichi was meditating and gathering as much chakra as he could. As he was in his meditative state, he suddenly gained memories of his clone in Orochimaru's base. The genin looked at the clock and let out a deep breath. 3:00 a.m. I can't waste much more time. I need to get to Danzo before the Hokage. If he finds Shursui's eye, there is a good chance he'll destroy it. Without wasting another second, Daichi created 2 shadow clones. Using shadow clones is the safest option. With my hypercognition skill and analyze skill, I'll be able to avoid attacks while still fighting at optimum state. If the Hokage is going after Danzo, then that Warhawk must already be aware of it, or at the very least will be soon. He'll be prepared. I can't get caught in their crossfire. I'll have to get to Danzo before the Hokage or anyone else with him. The moment the clones came to life, they made a seal for the special transformation jutsu and smoke covered them. Daichi gazed at the 2 new figures and smiled. Monkey D. Dragon. You're a mysterious figure when I left my old world. It's the reason I chose you. No one will be able to figure out your origin because your identity technically doesn't exist here. The gamer ninja took several items from his inventory and handed them to his clones. Stealth gear. They'll help you even if it's only a little bit. The clones nodded. Based on the intel we got, those reanimations knew 2 entrances to the root. But since they failed the mission, I don't know if Danzo sealed those entrances. There is a good chance the intel might be outdated. Daichi nodded as he understood the worries of the clone. Yes. But we won't know till we check it out. And if those entrances are blocked, go to Plan B. That will delay us. The other clones crossed his arms and frowned. Yes. But we have no other choice. Let's go. We shouldn't waste any more time. Daichi gave the order and the two clones vanished. Avoiding the Hokage's ninjas en route and getting to Danzo might not be easy. Still, I've taken all the precautions I can and made sure to maximize my odds by learning that jutsu. It's nowhere near perfect. But for the moment, this will have to do. The two disguised clones were moving through the forest and made sure to use their skills to avoid the patrol units. Their stealth skills, combined with their special gear, helped them stay invisible to the ninjas roaming the village. The two shadow clones went in different directions, headed for the two entrances they knew about. It took approximately 15 minutes for them to get to their destination. One of the clones looked at the large boulder in front of him. This is it. Time to see if Danzo slipped up or not. Daichi examined the area and immediately used Observe skill. The information he found made him frown behind his mask. Damn it. Not only did he seal this entrance, he also put a trap in for anyone trying to get in. The clone immediately sent the message via the new communication array jutsu he developed. Danzo sealed this location and even set up a trap here. Hold on. Let me see if that's the case here too. The second clone replied and examined the area. The information his system showed him made him annoyed as well. This isn't good. That geezer sealed this area too. He isn't taking any chances. The real Daichi was at home watching everything. Damn it. I knew things wouldn't go that easy for me. Suddenly his clone sent another message that surprised the Genin. My observe info showed another new entrance created near my location. It even showed me the activation seals. Seeing that message, a grin wide enough to split his face appeared on Daichi. A fortune in misfortune. Observe skill is so OP, what are you waiting for? Go! Receiving the order, the clone immediately moved to the new location. It was a plain field with trees covering it from all sides. The dragon clone quickly made the needed seals to open the entrance. A moment after he made the final seal, the ground parted ways and stairs formed. Just then a new system message appeared. You have found a key dungeon. Retrieving the key to the dungeon. Key to this dungeon has been placed in the inventory. It opened. And I got a dungeon key as a bonus. I'm going in. I've placed a marking nearby. I'll leave the entrance open. Make sure you close it behind you. The clone sent the message and quickly disappeared into the darkness. A few seconds later another clone appeared near a jutsu seal and quickly followed. After he entered the base he weaved the counter seals and made sure to close the entrance. Daichi's raid en route. Time 3:18 a.m. A couple of minutes after Daichi's clones infiltrated the root base, several Umbu ninjas began converging at multiple entrances. Near main headquarters of Root there were two prominent ninjas geared up for battle. Hiruzen and Jiraiya were leading a large team of Umbu ninjas and surrounded the locations given by his spy en route. All teams are getting into position. In just a few minutes we'll be ready. An Umbu ninja reported to the Kage. Hiruzen nodded and the masked ninja disappeared. Once they were alone, the Toad Sannin turned his attention to his sensei's unusually grim face. You're really going through with this, huh? Yes. Came the short reply from the Hokage. This was something that should have been done the moment you knew about his attack on her 2 years ago. But you waited. Jiraiya glanced at the man from the corner of his eyes and he expressed nothing that would give away his thoughts. Hiruzen didn't look at his former student but still addressed him. What are you trying to say? It's just the timing of this attack. It's strange is all. Jiraiya commented nonchalantly. What about it? This isn't just about guarding against Danzo and making a preemptive strike against him, is it? You want to use this incident as a two-pronged strike, don't you? Hiruzen was silent as he listened to his student. The white-haired Sannin continued. It's not the Hokage's forces that's going to attack Danzo. It's Orochimaru's. Right? A narrative like that will certainly unite the village if spun right. And if for any reason, information comes up and leaked that he's in another country, you'd have a legitimate reason to send your ninjas to neighboring nations to look for her. You won't have to deal with much backlash on Danzo's death from inside the village, and you can send teams beyond the border in a much more open manner. Hiruzen was silent for a few moments before he spoke. Do you have a problem with my methods? It's just... I know as the Hokage you have to do certain things to protect the village, but still. This strategy. It doesn't seem like your style. Well, whatever the case, since we've come this far I suppose we can't turn back, can we? Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders and decided to end the conversation. He stepped forward and examined the hidden protection seals Danzo placed around his headquarters. Hiruzen looked at the white-haired ninja and quietly sighed. Despite how he portrays himself to the others, he's not an idiot. And he certainly knows me well. It seems after this, I'll have to introduce him to Tobarama-sensei. A few minutes went by and Umbu Ninja appeared near the Hokage. All teams are in place, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded. Begin. The Umbu nodded and sent a signal to the other teams. Immediately all of them began to break the barrier and protection seals around the base and began to rush into the hidden lair. Hiruzen's attack en route. Time, 3:32 a.m. The Hokage Monument. The space began to swirl in a vortex and soon a figure cloaked in black appeared on one of the monuments. High atop the stone visage of Minato Namikaze, Obito stood cloaked in shadows. His gaze, sharp and unyielding, scanned the hidden leaf village sprawling below him. Few moments later Zetsu emerged from the ground beside him. Madara, Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by a team of Anbu and Jiraiya, are launching an assault on Danzo's base, Zetsu whispered. The masked ninja chuckled when he heard that. So this was the plan. I think I understand why the Hokage scattered his ninjas in such a fashion earlier. I'd wager that some of them are root ninjas. So that's a cleanup mission? The white half asked. It's possible. It's not like they haven't done it to traitor shinobi during the wars. Black Zetsu agreed with that assessment. Obito's Sharingan didn't waver from the village, his expression unreadable beneath his mask. Hiruzen is still a formidable foe, even in his old age. And Danzo is equally crafty. I'd be pleased if those two could kill each other, but... Jiraiya's involvement complicates things, he mused, his tone laced with both respect and disdain. Zetsu shifted, his voice taking on a cautionary tone. There's more. Itachi Uchiha remains a variable we cannot overlook. His loyalty to this village is unquestionable. A smirk curved beneath Obito's mask. Itachi, huh? He's merely a pawn in the grand scheme, yet his eyes, they could pose a threat if he chooses to intervene. He's grown far stronger than I anticipated during these years. The masked ninja remembered the threat Itachi made. For a split second Obito's fists clenched in anger. He might have been a grave threat, but that illness he caught is incurable. At best he'll only be able to prolong his life for a few more years. After that, Zetsu's form shifted and turned to look at the village. And your primary target? Danzo. He possesses Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan. It's a formidable weapon. Are you going to destroy it? The Koto Ematsukumi, Obito mused aloud. Control over the mind is a powerful ability. Danzo is aware of its power, he won't give it up easily. That makes him dangerous. If that Sharingan falls into the Hokage's hands, things could spell trouble for us. The plant creature was anxious about that possibility. But Obito had a different perspective. Hiruzen isn't someone who would use such means. No. When he confronts Danzo, he'll find out about its existence and he'll make sure to destroy it. I have to get that out before that happens. Zetsu nodded, the layers of his voice overlapping like dark leaves rustling. Danzo is cautious, surrounded by his own ninjas, the Foundation. He has recalled the majority of his forces. They are not to be underestimated. Nor am I, Zetsu. My plans have been set in motion long ago, Obito responded, confidence brimming in his voice. Danzo will fall tonight. Whether by my hands or his old comrades. But no matter what, I'll have that eye, and with it, I can manipulate the tides of war discreetly. Zetsu nodded in agreement. Then the stage is set. We might be able to advance our plans considerably. Obito turned his eyes from the village. Yes. It's a possibility. But it depends on the success of this mission. Are you going to attack right now? Obito shook his head. No. Let's see how Hiruzen and Jiraiya handle the root. They are a good diversion. I'm not interested in trash fish. Those seals Danzo placed are hard to get by. But he was at the east section of the base in one of the lower floors around half an hour ago. Zetsu informed the man. Obito crossed his arms and nodded. Suddenly Zetsu got information from one of the white Zetsu placed near the root base. It seems someone else has joined the chaos. Zetsu spoke. The masked ninja turned his head and glanced at the creature with his visible eye. An unknown has entered Danzo's base a few minutes before Hiruzen's team. We don't know if he's friendly to Danzo or not. He knew the seals to close the entrance barrier. Based on his outfit, he didn't look like Root. He had a greenish-black cloak and a mask in the shape of a dragon head. I was able to barely sense him. So he should be formidable. Zetsu informed him. Maybe Danzo's ace or a new player on the board? Obito pondered for a few seconds. Regardless, I won't allow anyone to interfere. It seems it's time I visited that warmonger. The pair vanished into the chakra-infused shadows, leaving the village unaware of the impending chaos that was about to unfold. Obito's attack en route. Time, 3:37 a.m. Chapter 323, Daichi Strikes, Root Under Siege 1. 3:18 a.m. In the shadow-clad corridors of the Root headquarters, the air hung heavy with an unusual silence. It was a little over 3 a.m., a time when darkness was deepest, cloaking all activities in the shadows. Clone Daichi had assumed the formidable guise of Monkey D. Dragon. The transformation was flawless, a variation of the one his former teacher Tsunade uses. His aura was now emitting a palpable sense of danger and command. He had one mission: infiltrate the root and complete his quest. He sensed the presence of two ninjas a short distance away from his position the moment he entered the base. Just as I thought. Danzo has guards at the entrance. He's a paranoid guy, but then again, it's not paranoia if it's true. I need to neutralize them before they cause me any headaches. And I can't let myself get hit even once or it's game over. Daichi's senses were heightened, his every step was calculated as he moved deeper into the den of covert warriors. Ahead, two root ninjas stood guard, their masks blank and yet their eyes sharply scanning the surroundings. They were trained to detect the slightest disturbance, warriors honed to perfection under Danzo's rigid tutelage. Their thoughts were filled with duty to the Foundation, their senses fine-tuned to any anomalies. The moment Daichi opened the entrance, the two root ninjas sensed a disturbance. A slight shift in the airflow, the barely audible sound of stones moving, and the sixth sense they've honed through their careers. One of the root ninjas tensed, hand inching towards the kunai strapped to his thigh. "Did you feel that?" he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Yeah." The second guard scanned the corridor, his senses honed from years of living in the shadows. Someone must have opened the barrier. But they didn't trigger any traps. Are we expecting someone? Must be the ones Lord Danzo recalled. Still, we should make sure. With a swift hand signal, they acknowledged each other's readiness, their bodies tensing for combat. Yet, before they could fully react, someone was upon them. The intruder's approach was like a blur, his speed otherworldly. It showed his ninja origin and displayed a mastery of movement that was almost unnatural. The first guard barely had time to draw his kunai before Dragon was on him. With a swift, precise motion, the transformed Daichi broke his wrist and disarmed him, sending the kunai spinning in the air. The genin quickly and expertly caught the kunai and plunged it deep into the eye socket of the guard and snapped his neck for good measure. The second root ninja was surprised at the quick deadly way his fellow ninja was dispatched. Who the hell is he? He didn't care about the root member whose body just hit the ground as his attention was completely on the intruder. The second guard reacted with more speed, drawing a short sword and lunging forward in a desperate attempt to kill the enemy. But Daichi, embodying the mysterious and powerful persona of his identity, vanished from guard's view. Where did he dash? Before the man could complete his thought, he felt a sharp pain coming from the back of his head. He sensed something entering his brain and saw the end of a sword appearing between his eyes. In seconds he slumped to the ground, joining his comrade. Before his eyes completely lost their light, he looked at the other fallen guard, and it was only then that he noticed the man's short sword missing. Daichi stood still for a moment, his breathing even. He scanned the area to ensure no alarm had been raised. The fight had been swift, silent, a deadly match that ended as quickly as it had begun. The disguised dragon, now alone, felt the weight of his actions, the adrenaline slowly ebbing from his veins. He looked at the two dead bodies and he didn't feel any joy or agony over their death. You are both destined to die today. Either by my hands or the Hokage's. I won't take your body and use you for any reanimations. It's the least I'm going to do for you too. Consider it a courtesy. With both guards dispatched, Daichi moved forward, deeper into the heart of Root, his mission only beginning. The silence of the corridor swallowed the echoes of the brief conflict as if there was none to begin with. Daichi sensed the second clone entering the base, and soon a new message came from the clone. I think I sensed Zetsu just when I entered the base. Are you sure? Was it Black Zetsu? Came the query from their original. No. I'm pretty sure it was a white Zetsu. The second clone replied. We're not changing our strategies, are we? This was part of the plan after all. If someone else were watching, we'd want them to know about Dragon to keep their attention for a while. Take their focus away from us. The first clone chimed in and the original Daichi agreed. Yes. I was expecting this. Right now the village is in a state of high alert. I had a feeling Obito would have Zetsu spy on the movements of the village. If he sees the Hokage gathering his people to attack the root, he'll inform Obito. He'll definitely come to the village to muddy the waters. Yes. He'll come. If he hasn't already. We should be on alert. The second clone spoke even though he knew his doppelgangers were all vigilant. I'll find Danzo. You head to the archives and storage. The first shadow clone gave the order and the second clone agreed. The two infiltrators moved in different directions. The intelligence they gained from the two reanimated ninjas were not completely outdated. Thanks to them, Daichi knew precisely where most things were in the headquarters. Including the archives where information was stored and protected, Danzo's main quarters, and the rooms where hidden jutsu were stored. Both clones used their mini-map and mana skills to determine the location of all living creatures present in the base. He didn't use chakra sense skill since he knew there were sensor ninjas. I found Danzo. I'm heading straight for him. I don't sense the Hokage or Obito. They're not here yet, but they will be soon. The first shadow clone sent a message and vanished. He made a beeline for the leader of the root, while avoiding all patrolling ninjas. Based on the number of guards I'm sensing near the lower west corner, I'd say Danzo hasn't changed the location of the archives. I'm heading there now. The second shadow clone gave an update and disappeared into the wind. Root Archives. The archives of Root were a veritable fortress within the already secretive labyrinth of the organization's headquarters. As Daichi, still under the guise of Monkey D. Dragon, moved deeper into the bowels of the stronghold, he knew the challenge would only escalate. His footsteps were silent, his presence merely a fleeting shadow against the cold stone walls. The corridors became narrower, the air thicker with the heavy scent of ink and parchment, an olfactory indication to the decades of hidden knowledge stored within. There it is. The Root Archives. A treasure trove of classified information, heavily guarded and shrouded in the kind of secrecy that could topple regimes or start wars. Dragon's face showed greed as he gazed ahead. As he approached the archive room, the faint light from the oil lamps cast long shadows on the walls. How many covert operations and silent eliminations had been orchestrated from this very place? How many lives were saved? How many more were wiped out? Come on, Daichi. This is no time to be sentimental. The disguised Jinin shook his head to clear away the distracting thoughts and focused. The hallway was guarded by multiple root ninjas, their senses attuned to even the minutest disturbance. They were far more alert than the ones Daichi had encountered earlier. They stood in a precise formation, a result of their rigorous training and unyielding discipline. Unlike the guards at the entrance, these were elite, their postures taut with the readiness of seasoned warriors. Daichi assessed them with a tactical eye. His advantage of surprise was vital, and maintaining the illusion of his transformation was crucial to mask his true identity and abilities. There are more guards this time. I need to adjust my strategy. I'll approach them with a bit more brute force added to my precision and speed. I need to incapacitate them without raising an alarm, and buy us as much time as possible. Having made his decision, Daichi moved, like a gust of wind that seemed to materialize from the shadows themselves. The first root ninja turned just as Daichi reached him, only to meet the edge of Daichi's hand against his neck, a blow swift and precise, dropping him silently to the ground before his comrades could fully prepare. Intruder. Reacting to the fall of their comrade, the other guards drew their weapons, a mix of kunai and shuriken glittering in the dim light. The next moment, chaos erupted. Kunai and shuriken sliced through the air, aimed at the intruder with lethal precision. Daichi twisted and dodged, his movements a blur, deflecting projectiles and closing distances with inhuman speed. He struck with calculated power, each move precise and lethal. His hands were not just tools of combat but instruments of fate, deciding life and death in mere moments. One ninja managed to close in with his twin blades flashing in the dim light. Daichi caught the wrists of his assailant and twisted cruelly. There were snaps of bones, a gasp of pain, and then, as the ninja was disarmed, a punch laced with raw power struck his throat, stifling any cry and snapping his head back with lethal finality. The man easily dispatched with a quiet thud to the ground. Another lunge from behind, expertly silent, the deadliest so far. But Daichi, fueled by his keen awareness, pivoted and caught the attack, redirected the energy and sent the ninjas sprawling against the stone wall with a force that left a spider web of cracks in the stone. He coughed blood, and before he could defend himself, multiple weapons lodged into his vitals, ending his life. Two ninjas appeared at the front and back and began making hand seals for a jutsu. Daichi recognized the seals made by the one in front and dismissed him. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. Jinjutsu won't work against me. Daichi swiftly focused on the enemy behind him. His speed tripled, and to the root, it was as if their enemy vanished in a gust of wind before their eyes. Before the ninja standing behind Daichi could locate him, a powerful punch struck his chest, crushing his insides. Just atop his heart. Without even waiting for the enemy to fall to the ground, Daichi moved on to his next targets. Who are you? Do you know who you're attacking? One of the few remaining ninjas yelled. But Dragon didn't respond to them. He merely vanished from their view. What? Where is he? Roared one of the older shinobi. Suddenly he felt pain spreading through his torso and looked down only to see a sword sticking out of his body. Daichi didn't waste time and quickly moved on. Despite how vigilant the remaining 4 root ninjas became, they couldn't find a trace of their enemy. Sweat poured down their faces as they sensed their approaching deaths. Who is he? I don't recognize him. He doesn't have any gear that points to any other shinobi nations. The whistle of blade and flesh being pierced were the only things the 3 ninjas heard. They looked to where the sound came from and saw the head of their fellow shinobi falling to the ground and rolling several feet. Sound the alarm. One of the shinobi roared, and another was about to use body flicker jutsu and escape, but multiple small bullet-like projectiles pierced through his body. That's Wind-style air bullets. But I've never seen one used with such speed and accuracy. One of the Root exclaimed. Could he be from the Hidden Sand Village? The other questioned as he looked at the injured Root. The next second, smoke covered the injured ninja and he turned to several pieces of destroyed stone. He escaped. The two remaining Root ninjas exclaimed. The two immediately stood back to back with swords in front of them. They knew the escaped Root colleague would bring them back up. The two ninjas couldn't see or sense the enemy but figured that he was near them and was looking to finish them off and gain entrance to the archives. But their hopes were immediately crushed as they miscalculated. They heard the sounds of flesh being pierced in the distance and a small thud. The two remaining ninjas gripped their weapons tightly. Thud thud thud, soft footsteps were heard through the darkness coming towards them. And soon a man in a dark green cloak became visible. The ninjas could barely make out the dragon-shaped mask on the man's face. Suddenly killing intent flooded the hallway and paralyzed the two Root ninjas. Despite Danzo's training to turn them into emotionless killers, they still felt unfathomable fear. Two sword strikes landed precisely on their vitals before they could even complete the question. The bodies of the two guards slumped to the ground, lifeless, their eyes still wide with the shock of an unseen, unfathomable opponent. Daichi paused for a moment, his breathing steady, his mind clear. Just like before, there was no pleasure in his action. To Daichi this was just a necessity, only the cold calculation of a mission that required silence and swiftness. Even the reason he showed his mask to the last two was part of his plans. The Hokage will definitely investigate my attack. I'm sure Inoichi or some other Yamanaka will go through their minds to find out any clues. This way they'll have someone to go after. With a final glance at the Root ninjas, ensuring none were left to sound the alarm, Daichi stepped over the fallen guards and reached for the door of the archives. His fingers traced the intricate seals that guarded it. An advanced third-level protection barrier seal attached with a trap seal. Not bad. Observe. The information-gathering skill showed the details of the seal and how to open the vault door. Daichi swiftly made the required seals and injected his chakra. A pulse of energy, foreign yet masterfully controlled in a unique pattern, and the seals parted for him, an unwilling invitation into the heart of Root secrets. The door to the archives opened. Their shelves were heavy with scrolls and documents. Daichi stepped inside and the door shut behind him, enveloping him in the musty air of hidden truths waiting to be uncovered. I have very little time. The absence of those guards would soon be discovered, by Danzo or the Umbu that's coming. I need to find what I came for quickly and escape. Daichi's eyes scanned the labels, each meticulously organized and coded. He moved with purpose, his fingers tracing the spines of the scrolls and files. He soon came across what he wanted. Daichi immediately checked for hidden traps and dismantled the ones that were found. After that he quickly began storing the documents in his inventory. Bang! The room slightly shook and dust along with small gravel fell from the ceiling. Daichi immediately sensed multiple new chakras entering the headquarters from all directions. Looks like the Hokage has entered the party. There is still no word from the other clone. I'm sure he'll get it done. I just need to focus on my end. With that thought, the shadow clone refocused his attention on the vast intel before him. Time, 3:34 a.m. Chapter 324, Daichi's Calculations, Root Under Siege 2. Around Daichi stood rows upon rows of shelves, each laden with scrolls and documents bound in nondescript covers. Daichi's eyes roamed all around and he inwardly snorted. All these scrolls have traps on them, and if someone not authorized gets in here, all these will be reduced to ash. So that's why Danzo chose to keep records and not outright destroy them. The barrier seals placed for protection are impressive. The gamer ninja walked closer and looked at the scroll and files stored on the shelves. Looking at the mundane appearance of these scrolls, very few might think they have explosive secrets that could shake entire nations. Daichi's eyes scanned the room, taking in the meticulous organization, each section marked with cryptic labels that only the most initiated could decipher. Most of these are encrypted. But thankfully that won't be too much of a headache for me. With no time to waste, Daichi disabled all the traps and approached the first section, labeled Geopolitical Routes. He was able to quickly decipher the coded intelligence. In his hands were maps and documents detailing the hidden paths leading into and out of various nations, a network of routes used by spies and ANBU operatives for covert missions. Daichi's fingers traced the lines connecting the Land of Fire to neighboring countries, noting the less guarded, more vulnerable passages that could serve as entry or escape routes in times of conflict. The genin's eyes widened and he quickly searched for the nearby scrolls, and soon he opened a red-colored scroll. It had notes on secret passageways into the Land of Earth and Hidden Stone Village. This will definitely come in handy. Moving quickly, he delved into the next section, Underground Organizations. This was a compendium of detailed reports and dossiers on various clandestine groups across the shinobi world, including the infamous Akatsuki. Profiles of some members, known affiliates, and speculated goals filled the pages. Daichi absorbed the information, the depth of Root's knowledge both impressive and chilling. Danzo doesn't know the identity of the current members except Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, and Orochimaru. But he has several speculations. This might be more information than what even the Hokage has. Another shelf was devoted entirely to Root operations. Here, the scrolls were sealed with blood-red wax, each one detailing a different mission carried out by the shadowy operatives of Root. These missions ranged from assassination and sabotage to espionage and manipulation of political events within and outside Konoha. Daichi skimmed the documents. Each revelation was evidence to the lengths Danzo and his organization would go to protect and control the ninja world. This guy. If I'm reading these right, then. Daichi was genuinely surprised as he decoded and read the information on the scrolls. He sighed and quickly stored the object in his inventory and moved on to the next. Further along, the young ninja found the International Ninja Database. The section contained detailed information about key ninjas from other villages, their strengths, weaknesses, known jutsu, and psychological profiles. It was a goldmine of intelligence, offering insights into potential allies and enemies alike. Lastly, he reached a smaller, more secure vault within the archives labeled Classified Operations and Encryption. With a careful application of chakra to bypass the advanced sealing jutsu, Daichi quickly accessed the contents. These were the darkest secrets of Root, operations so sensitive and devastating that their mere existence could lead to wars or the downfall of the current ninja system. Here, Daichi found evidence of manipulation of the Chunin exams, secret alliances with rogue nations, and even plans to overthrow a certain Kage. These are analyses on the Wind Country and Village of Sand. These reports predict the downfall of Hidden Sand Village if the current status quo is maintained. Danzo. He knew that if the Sand Village doesn't get a higher influx of missions, their village will go under. He predicted that the Kazekage might take drastic actions before then to protect his village. Suddenly Daichi found the answer to a question that was plaguing him. Why did Orochimaru kill the fourth Kazekage in canon? I had several hypotheses, but now it's clear. It was Danzo's orders. Danzo used Orochimaru to kill the Kazekage, weaken the Sand Village so they wouldn't do anything rash and the Leaf could still maintain the alliance. He must have known that Orochimaru's invasion would be a failure. As Daichi absorbed the contents of the scrolls, his mind raced with the implications of what he held. Each piece of information was a powerful weapon in its own right, capable of altering the balance of power in the shinobi world. As Daichi looked around, he noticed a small hidden seal. He quickly studied it and understood its purpose. A timer seal. The information on these scrolls are too dangerous. If I take them out of the shelf for much longer, the seal will trigger and send a message and Root will be alerted to the theft. Now that he knew he couldn't remove anything from the archives without alerting Root to the breach, he decided to take everything important without wasting time and store it in his inventory. Daichi moved like the wind and used Observe to find the most critical of scrolls and documents. The moment his fingers touched the scroll, he disabled the protection seals and stored them in his subspace. A few minutes later Daichi was done with his task and took a final glance around the dimly lit room. A room that was previously filled with the silent whispers of 1,000 secrets. Daichi nodded to himself and disappeared to complete his second task, aware that the knowledge he now possessed made him one of the most dangerous individuals alive. He slipped out of the archives, blending back into the shadows, a ghost among the halls of the Root. His mission was far from over, but tonight, he had taken a significant step towards unraveling the depths of Root's influence. I've raided the archives. I'm heading towards the other section of this building. I'll try to collect as many hidden jutsu scrolls as possible. But I'm not sure how long I have. The clone sent an update and silently, invisibly moved through halls. He suddenly got a reply on the message array from the other clone. My mission is half completed, but I have a problem to deal with. Once you've completed your task, dispel. With the first dragon clone. Several minutes ago. I found Danzo. I'm heading straight for him. I don't sense the Hokage or Obito. They're not here yet, but they will be soon. The first shadow clone sent the message as he moved through the ceiling. He kept to the shadows and soon reached a corner. He sensed several guards present and 2 powerful chakras in the room at the end of the hall. He created a clone without alerting anyone and gave instructions to stay hidden and wait. If I attack these guys, Danzo might try something. He's crafty and ruthless enough to destroy Shirsue's eye if he feels that it will fall into enemy hands. I need to strike at him first. Daichi was under his mana cloak skill, which made him completely invisible. He moved forward and surveyed the guards hidden throughout the hallway. I need a distraction. Thankfully, the Hokage is going to provide one. I have a feeling that once he breaches the building, these guys will move to defend. Some might stay behind, but a majority of these guys will rush upstairs to defend this location. Daichi moved closer to the room and he didn't have to wait long. A faint tremor ran through the building and the Root ninjas quickly rushed to investigate. Inside the sparsely decorated room, Danzo Shimura sat behind a heavy desk, his single visible eye narrowed in concentration. Beside him, his second-in-command stood alert, his hand never straying far from the hilt of his sword. Sir, that felt like, go, check the perimeter. Leave no stone unturned, Danzo commanded, his single eye narrowing as he sensed the shift in the air. I will identify the source of that tremor, the second-in-command announced, his voice steady despite the growing alarm. Danzo nodded, his gaze still fixed on the papers before him. Be swift, and alert our forces. We cannot afford any disturbances tonight. The door to the room opened and the Root ninja that was with Danzo also disappeared in a body flicker jutsu. As the second-in-command exited, the door closed softly behind him. Danzo was left alone, but he was unaware of the invisible threat lurking just a breath away from him. Daichi's clone, now in the room with Danzo, paused, his hypercognition skill kicking in. Simulation 01. In his mind, Daichi visualized rushing forward, attacking Danzo directly from behind. The simulation showed Danzo reacting to the small disturbance in the airflow, and with unexpected agility, he rolled aside and drew a concealed kunai from under his desk. The encounter ended with a fierce exchange. Simulation 01 end. There are too many variables. Too much left to chance. I don't want a silent assassination to turn into a full-blown confrontation. At least not before I get what I want. Simulation 02. The clone entered the room undetected, staying invisible. It positioned itself strategically behind Danzo, waiting for the opportune moment when he is most absorbed in his reading. The clone moved like a ghost, a mere whisper of existence behind the elderly but deadly shinobi. Seeing his opportunity, Daichi struck with a chakra-infused strike aimed at his neck, a deadly silent attack. The blow was a controlled force, aimed to sever the spinal cord instantly. But Danzo, ever the survivor, had one last trick. His body flickered and the next moment it disappeared in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone. The real Danzo, having anticipated an attack tonight of all nights, stepped out from the shadows, his eyes not surprised but resigned. I expected someone might make a move on me, but I thought I could identify my enemy. I half expected Hiruzen, but you're not him. It baffles me how an unknown like you got here so easily. Who are you? The question went unanswered and a battle began. The commotion drew in the guards from outside, and shortly after seeing the outcome of the fight not in Danzo's favor, he destroyed Shirsui's eye. Simulation 02 end. The mental simulation stopped and the images began to replay backwards. The simulation was created based on all the intelligence Daichi compiled on Danzo. Not even a second passed in the real world as Daichi went through 2 scenarios of confrontation in his mind. I don't know what he'll do for certain, but I can't make this a drawn-out battle. I need to take the perfect kill strike. And observe just showed that he isn't a clone. So that's good. Daichi continued with his mental calculations. Simulation 03. In his mind, Daichi stayed invisible and lunged forward as fast as he could with ferocious intensity. A swift decisive decapitation before Danzo could activate Izanagi or destroy Shirsui's Sharingan. However, as the blade sliced through the air and neared his neck, the hairs on the old veteran ninja's body stood. Danzo's instincts honed over decades of conflict kicked in as he sensed his impending death quickly approaching. With a sudden, almost unnatural twist of his body, Danzo narrowly avoided the lethal strike. Daichi's sword cut a few centimeters into Danzo's neck and blood flew in the air. But thanks to Hashirama's cells, those wounds were quickly healed. Danzo's eye flared ominously. It was a clear warning that he was ready to rewrite his fate with Izanagi if pushed further. Seeing his assassination strike fail, Daichi, still invisible, used lightning chakra string to restrain Danzo's body. The strings paralyzed the man's body and Daichi moved in for the prize Sharingan. But the instant Danzo felt the invisible man's fingers nearing his face, he knew what the enemy was after and he disappeared from his position the next instant. Daichi was shocked at the sudden turn of events and had to immediately dodge several vacuum air bullets coming his way. He turned around and saw Danzo with the Mangekyo activated in Shirsui's eye. Powerful mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has partially neutralized the attack. Gamer's mind has completely neutralized the attack. You forced me to throw away my most valuable Sharingan. You'll pay for it with your life. The fury in Danzo's voice was evident and immediately a battle between Daichi and Danzo ensued. Daichi's attacks that landed were quickly nullified and after about a minute Daichi saw Shirsui's eye losing its light, showing that it used Izanagi. Simulation 03 end. Daichi reviewed the information in the third simulation and he couldn't help but inwardly curse the old-timer in front of him. A split-second movement. A tilt of the head driven by sheer survival instinct made me miss my mark. This guy, was it luck or unnerving intuition? Damn it. I need to keep going. Simulation 04. In the next simulation, Daichi chose a brutally efficient tactic. Remaining invisible, he closed the distance between himself and Danzo, his target unaware of his approach. With a precise slice, his blade aimed not at Danzo's body but at his arm, the one bearing the array of Sharingan. The hand was severed cleanly, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Danzo, shocked and pained, instinctively turned to his forbidden techniques. He tried to activate Kodo Amatsukami to manipulate Daichi's will, but the trauma and suddenness of the attack coupled with Daichi's strong mind rendered the attempt futile. In a desperate pivot, Danzo sacrificed Shirsui's eye to enact Izanagi, erasing the severance from existence. His hand returned as though it had never been lost, the Sharingan eerily intact. Simulation 04 end. A second passed in the real world as Daichi kept calm, but he was beginning to get slightly annoyed. If he sees that victory is not possible, he'll sacrifice the Kodo Amatsukami and I'll fail. Such a headache. The gamer ninja ran through multiple simulations. In several simulations, Danzo called for backup to help him fight or to escape. In some, he destroyed the eye to keep Daichi from getting it. In several others he used Kodo Amatsukami, and if it didn't work and if he fell into a desperate state, he'd use his suicide jutsu to kill Daichi alongside him. After cycling through 24 simulations, each ending with Danzo narrowly escaping or countering effectively, Daichi realized the daunting complexity of his mission. This is harder than I thought, but still. Now I have a plan. Each scenario provided Daichi with invaluable insights into Danzo's capabilities and the extreme measures he would take to survive. With this knowledge, the Genin prepared to execute the plan that balanced risk with the greatest chance of success. He sent a message to his clone and waited. Chapter 325, Daichi's Wrath. Daichi was several feet behind Danzo and his vigilance was at an all-time high. He sensed every living creature nearby and sensed a powerful chakra making its way towards their location. Based on the chakra, this person primarily uses Yin-type chakra techniques. His chakra signature is similar to Ino and those of the Yamanaka clan. Could it be? He immediately came up with a plan and sent a message to the shadow clone outside. Stay invisible and make sure to keep your chakra concealed. When I give the signal, restrain everyone near you. Got it. Just as Daichi expected, the person who appeared in the room a couple seconds later was Fu Yamanaka. Alongside him, two other root ninjas who were guarding the room earlier were also present. Lord Danzo, Umbu teams have surrounded the building. Several have breached and are attacking our forces. Fu quickly updated Danzo of the situation. Danzo's fists clenched, but there was no other response. So it really has come to this. Sooner than I thought. Fine. So be it. Boom! A small explosion sounded from the distance and everyone could feel the tremors. Have any Umbu gotten close? Danzo asked Fu. He knew the Yamanaka ninja was one of the best sensor ninjas in the Foundation. Fu made a ram seal and concentrated. He sent a pulse of chakra and took note of everyone's position. No enemies near here. But Hokage and Jiraiya are on the upper floors. They're making their way down. Danzo nodded and Daichi, who was hidden behind him in the shadows, saw Danzo's posture slightly relax. For a moment Danzo let his guard down and it wouldn't have been picked up by anyone unless they were closely observing the old man. Now! Daichi sent a single message to his shadow clone and moved with incredible speed. Since he was in stealth, his assassin title was activated. In less than 2 seconds since Fu gave his reply, a palm strike landed behind Danzo's neck, stunning him. Daichi's palm struck a pressure point that paralyzed the man. The gamer ninja also had controlled lightning chakra running through his fingers, sending false signals to his brain. Before Danzo or others could even figure out what was happening, Fu and the two other root agents were restrained with powerful lightning chakra strings that came out of nowhere. Due to the multiple false signals being sent to his brain and his body, Danzo didn't even feel the enemy's chakra strings ripping the bandages around his right eye. The Sharingan captured the foreign chakra attacking him, but the man was powerless to stop it. Daichi's chakra strings ripped into the right eye and carefully but quickly plucked it out. Arg! Danzo grunted, but he couldn't even move his fingers. Observe immediately, the clone with Shirsue's eye observed and checked for any hidden delayed trigger jutsus on the Sharingan. Finding nothing, the shadow clone quickly put the eye in a container and stored it in his inventory. All this happened in the span of mere 3 seconds. That was easier than I expected. Maybe my simulation showed me all the worst possible outcomes because I've overestimated this guy and was being too paranoid? Or maybe I don't have enough data on him. Questions to ponder late. Daichi, who had completed the most difficult task, looked at Danzo. He sensed the man's chakra fluctuating wildly. His wood-style chakra is getting out of control. Almost as soon as he made this assessment, wooden thorns pierced through the clothes through the right side of his body. The shadow clone let go of his restraints on Danzo and backed away as the other shadow clone near the door killed the two root ninjas. Regaining his freedom and thanks to Hashirama's healing cells, Danzo immediately gained full control over his body. He was furious as he looked at the masked man. I don't know who you are, but you're going to pay for what you did with your life. You have sense-killing intent. I don't think so. The shadow clone with the dragon mask mocked him. On the other side of the room, bodies dropping to the ground and a sword being drawn from its sheath were heard. Moments later, Fu clashed with the other shadow clone with his deadly sword skills. Danzo scrutinized the man with his one remaining eye, and he was beyond angry at having one of his most precious assets taken away. He went right for the Sharingan. Did he know its true power? Does he know about Kodo Amatsukami, or was he after just a Sharingan? Is he someone sent by Hiruzen? This timing is too coincidental. Daichi, who was keeping an eye on his surroundings, sensed a very familiar malicious chakra appear near their location. The person was keeping himself hidden and only Daichi sensed his arrival. It seems Obito has joined the party. I need to make sure to keep him and Zetsu busy. Time to send them on some false trails. Daichi made his calculations as he stared at the old warhawk without the slightest change in his expression. Why do you want the Sharingan? Danzo asked, trying to obtain any information he could. You don't need to know the specifics. Just know that I'll put Shirsui's eye to much better use than you ever could. Kodo Amatsukami will play a vital role in my future plans. Daichi, disguised as dragon, spoke with a cocky tone. Danzo's face had an ugly expression. He knows. Did Hiruzen send you? The Root leader asked. He subtly started undoing the metal bindings on his Sharingan embedded arm. Daichi ignored the move. No. I'm not under the Hokage. But I was keeping an eye on his forces. When I saw them surrounding you, I saw an opportunity and I took it. Who are you? You have made a grave error in judgment by attacking me. Danzo sneered as he looked at the masked man's calm demeanor. He took off the metal guards and showed the modified arm to the world. The masked man in the dark green cloak chuckled as he looked at the hand filled with eyeballs. I don't think so. The only reason you're still alive is because I wasn't sure if you had programmed any contingency into Shirsui's eye upon your demise. The old leader of the Root was internally shocked. Is he implying that? Does he know about Izanagi? As for who I am? You can address me as Dragon. Are you an Uchiha? Danzo was gathering his chakra while he sent a mental command to a certain someone. No. But I know what you did that night. I know the truth about the massacre. You have sense killing intent. The old ninja immediately went through several seals and shot multiple fast vacuum bullet projectiles. The masked Daichi dodged all the attacks and rushed at Danzo. I could kill you, but I'm not going to. I need you to survive and meet with the Hokage. I'm sure that old man's patience with you has run out. Your battle with the Hokage will be to my advantage. The masked Daichi and Danzo fought with lethal taijutsu for a few seconds before they disengaged and jumped a few feet back. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized foreign attack. Suddenly Daichi sensed foreign chakra trying and failing to enter his system. He immediately paid attention to the attacker and saw that it was Danzo's second in command. Lord Danzo. The Hokage and a large team of Umbu are making their way towards us. We need to leave. The man appeared in between Daichi and Danzo and spoke to his leader. Meanwhile, the gamer ninja focused his attention on the shinobi in front of him and he felt something was wrong. He smells weird. Like dust and ash. Wait a minute. Could this guy be? Observe. LV.81, Hataru Yasagi, age, 27 health points. Chakra points. Affiliation, Root, a reanimation ninja created by Danzo. He is the late son of Kensei Yasagi and Fumio Aya. When he was alive, Hataru struck a bargain with Danzo for his mother's freedom from Root while he took her place. A year after his death, Danzo decided to test the effects of the reanimation jutsu, and Hataru was the only successful reanimated ninja. Danzo has muted Hataru's emotions and he can see and hear through Hataru's senses. His identity is one of the greatest secrets Danzo keeps. Strength 291, Agility 273, Intelligence 81. The physical stats may be subjected to change if chakra or technique is applied. Even with the gamer's mind skill, Daichi struggled to control his emotion. It was thanks to his mask that no one saw the change in his expression. For a moment he couldn't believe what observed showed him. No way. Kensei's son is Root? Danzo reanimated him. If Kensei finds out about this, it'll destroy him. The disguised Daichi recalled all the times the old man spoke about his family with longing and regret. The boy knew how much Kensei wanted to have a second chance with his son. Daichi knew that if information about Hotaru got out or used in the wrong manner, it could be devastating. The instant this realization sank in, Daichi became furious. Killing intent immediately radiated from his body, taking everyone by surprise. Fu was holding his own against the enemy, but he couldn't get away and help his master. Danzo was also taken back by the sudden murderous intent. He looked calm and composed a second ago. So what changed? The masked man faced Danzo, and a moment later a sword was flying towards Shadow Clone Daichi's neck at incredible speed. The reanimated ninja didn't even waste a second to attack, and he didn't let his opportunity to land a lethal strike pass. Daichi didn't even turn back to look at the incoming enemy. The second the reanimated ninja neared him with his sword, Daichi sent several fast punches at his elbow and shoulder, diverting the sword swing, and then a devastating powerful chakra-enhanced punch that sent his whole body flying in the other direction. Hotaru crashed through the walls one after another, but Daichi didn't pay him any mind. His eyes were firmly fixed on Danzo. He watched as the old warhawk completed the seal for activating his Izanagi. Danzo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the masked ninja. There is no mistaking it. That taijutsu style was shadow layering fist. Only high-level Umbu personnel should know that fighting style. It's good that you activated that jutsu. Killing you once won't be enough to quell my anger. The masked man's chilling voice made Danzo grip his kunai harder. So you know about Izanagi. The masked ninja didn't dignify with a response and instead vanished from his position. He's coming. This was Danzo's thought as he frantically bent his upper body backwards to avoid a decapitating swing. The old veteran ninja avoided the attack. When Daichi was passing above him and immediately made a hand seal and spit out several lethal air bullets that instantly went through the masked ninja's body. The next instant Danzo felt a lightning blade cut through his right arm and through his torso all the way to the other side. Pain filled him as his body was cut in two at his chest, and before his jutsu activated he saw the body above him vanish into several broken stone slabs. Substitution. He went through the earth and came up under me. That was the last thought before Izanagi activated for the first time and Danzo vanished. The masked Daichi was keeping a close eye on two people in the area. Danzo and Obito. Obito seems to be planning to just sit back and watch me try and kill that old bastard. Well, as long as he doesn't interfere, he won't be my target tonight. Danzo's chakra and mana signature has completely disappeared. Censor ninjas would believe he died. Where will he reappear? Daichi then immediately sensed the chakra and mana energy that appeared out of thin air right behind him. He sensed Danzo weeding seals for another attack. The gamer ninja instantly jumped high, narrowly escaping multiple deadly projectiles. He twisted his body while weeding his own set of seals. The moment his feet touched the ceiling, Daichi let his jutsu loose. Danzo sensed a large amount of chakra being condensed and transformed. He's going to use a fire-style jutsu. Even though the old man could deduce the nature of the ninjutsu, he failed at putting up a successful countermeasure in time. Fire style, Supreme Fire Dragon. A large amount of flames were instantly expelled from Daichi's lips, and it took the shape of an enormous majestic dragon. The temperature of the room immediately rose to terrifying levels. Danzo's eyes widened in shock at the sheer power of the mysterious man's fire style technique. The fire dragon came down upon Danzo like the wrath of God and completely covered the man in flames. The jutsu was strong enough to destroy the ground and go through the floor below. The jutsu detonated, and Danzo, who had reappeared on the other side, was caught in the explosion and his Izanagi activated for a third time. Daichi covered himself with a mana shield and was safe from the blast, but his other clone, who was fighting Fu, immediately made sure to distance himself. He was shocked at why the clone who confronted Danzo would suddenly make such a radical change to the plans. Hey, what the hell is going on? I thought we'd be letting him go so he and the Hokage could fight it out. The clone sent a message. He reanimated Kinsei's son. That guy. The Root's second in command. It's Hotaru. What? Came the shocked reply from the clone and the original. The clone immediately understood why his doppelganger went mad. I'll finish Fu. but my chakra won't last much longer. I know you're in the same position. Kill him if you can, if not, cripple him. The clone fighting the Yamanaka re-engaged with renewed vigor. Fu barely escaped with his life, but he had burns on one side of his body. With such injuries, it was becoming difficult for him to defend against the fast, powerful taijutsu attack from his enemy. Damn it. He's going for killing strikes. One mistake on my part and I'm dead. Damn. If only Torian was here. The hidden Obito was also surprised at the power of that fire-style technique. The scale, control, speed, heat, and nature manipulation of that jutsu was several leagues above any fire-style user currently alive. He is certainly powerful. Who is he? He decided to stay in the shadows and observe till he got more information. Daichi meanwhile had his senses sharpened and was keeping an eye on where Danzo would appear. He didn't have to wait long to find the man. The root leader took several breaths to control himself. Being burned alive so quickly and getting blown up would shake anyone's mental strength for a moment. There's still about 30 seconds. With the first Hokage's cells, I'm betting you can use one eye for Izanagi for less than 60 seconds before it loses its light. Daichi wanted to let Danzo know that he knew about his jutsu. The old veteran ninja gritted his teeth in anger. Who are you? How do you know my secrets? You don't really expect me to answer that question, do you? What do you want? Danzo asked in a slightly calmer tone. He needed to catch the man off guard. What I want? It's simple. The masked Daichi paused for a moment and he let out his murderous intent. I want to see how many times I can kill you in a minute. Danzo gritted his teeth in fury. Don't be too arrogant. Chapter 326, Daichi vs. Danzo. The masked enemy bypassed Danzo's defenses and sent a brutal punch to his stomach. The man's fist was infused with precise chakra, and the instant it made contact, Dragon released all accumulated energy. Gah! Danzo spit out a wad of blood as several internal organs were crushed. But the ferocity in his eyes didn't vanish. It only grew. Before the punch could blow him away, he tried to land a killing blow to the head of the enemy with his sword, but he failed as his masked enemy easily dodged. Boom! Crash! Danzo was blasted through the wall and rolled on the ground several times before coming to a stop. His eyes had already lost consciousness. A moment later the bloody figure vanished and an unharmed Danzo stood near where he fell. He looked at his arm and his face darkened. I already lost 2 eyes. And I still haven't been able to injure him. How frustrating. He looked ahead and glared at the unknown enemy. His ninjutsu skills, reaction time, and fighting skills are far greater than I anticipated. Another problem was also on Danzo's mind. It's been almost 2 minutes. Why hasn't Hataru returned yet? Whatever injuries he might have received, his reanimated body should have repaired them. So where is he? Danzo focused and he immediately found the man he brought back from the dead. He quickly re-established the connection between him and the reanimated Hataru. But something felt off to Danzo. The old Warhawk saw that the recovery of Hataru was much slower than he anticipated. His injuries are taking far longer than normal to heal. Danzo focused on the man's chakra and found that it was completely unstable. The yang and yin energy was out of sync within his body and was only slowly returning to its normal state. The root commander looked at the masked enemy who slowly came and stood a few meters away. What did you do to him? I'm under no obligation to answer your questions, Danzo. But I suppose I'll say this. Did you really think you're the only one who knew the reanimation jutsu? Did you think there wouldn't be someone who'd try to come up with countermeasures for such a forbidden technique? The reply from the enemy brought a sneer on the old man's face. Daichi inwardly snorted. I wasn't just learning how to improve my reanimation jutsu ability. I was also thinking of ways to counter it. Or at least keep the enemy down for a little while. Disrupt the flow between yang and yin chakra combined with mana attack to target the mind. When Daichi attacked Hataru, with just a single punch he disturbed the chakra flow down to the core with brute force and sent mana into his body to disrupt the mind. It was a theory Daichi had in mind after his experiments in Orochimaru's lair. But there is a small flaw. Since I couldn't directly inject mana into Hataru's head, he'll recover his distorted mind and senses soon, and he'll quickly control his chakra and recover. After that he'll be back to help this guy. Crack. Thud. At that moment Danzo's eyes shifted to the body that fell nearby. It was the broken dead body of Fu Yamanaka. Danzo growled and made a seal. A clone of the masked ninja appeared and stood alongside him. To kill Fu with just a shadow clone. I can't underestimate him. Danzo made a seal, and a second later the dead body of Fu vanished and he was once again back to the land of the living. The disguised Daichi's eyes slightly narrowed. So he used his Izanagi to rewrite Fu's reality, huh? Danzo using his Izanagi for someone else. Something like this didn't happen in canon. I need to see if this affects its time limit. Both Daichis didn't waste another second and moved towards their targets. Seeing their enemy rushing towards them, Danzo became a lot more cautious. Make sure to kill that clone. Whoever he is, we must kill him here. Fu tightened the grip on his tanto and his muscles tensed. Yes. The main clone of Daichi reached Danzo and the two began a deadly hand-to-hand combat battle. Danzo noticed that the man was going for lethal strikes or paralyzing pressure points. He has extensive knowledge on the human body. Perhaps much more than even the Black Ops Umbu might know. Could he have a background in medic ninjutsu? Can you really afford to be distracted right now, Danzo? Dragon growled as his hands lit up with lightning chakra. His hands straightened like a spear and he thrust it, aiming at Danzo's head. Now Fu! Danzo screamed in his mind. Fu, who was engaged in battle nearby, was waiting for the opportunity his master had presented him with. Disregarding the enemy in front of him, he went for who he assumed was the real one. His hands formed a triangle and he sent his mind invasion jutsu directly at Dragon. The main shadow clone fighting Danzo was keeping a keen eye watch over the entire area, and he instantly sensed when the Yamanaka ninja was preparing for a powerful jutsu. You won't get me like that. Daichi inwardly smirked. The instant the jutsu was launched, Dragon vanished from his position. Fu's eyes widened in shock. I missed? At such a close range? He was only shocked for a moment before he realized he was also fighting with someone. But that momentary mistake cost him his life a second time. The silver gleam of a sword swing could be seen in the dark, and Fu's head separated from his body. A moment later Danzo felt his chest pierced by a lightning hand from behind and his heart crushed. Dragon pulled his arm back and he looked at the blood-covered arm. So that's what that feels like. Danzo without support was down on his knees and then fell face down on the floor. A few seconds later he vanished once again and reappeared a few meters away. He looked down at his arm and another Sharingan eye closed. The third Sharingan. This loss is far too unbearable. His fists clenched with great anger and glared at his enemy. You have sense killing intent. Daichi was keeping precise time and was accurately counting the seconds in his head. 33 seconds. My hypothesis was right. Danzo's Izanagi timeframe was shortened this time by almost half. Most probably due to him using it for Fu. So using it on oneself and using it on others changes the time limit on that technique, huh? The Hokage and his team are getting closer and closer. The secondary clone came near Dragon and spoke in a small tone. I know. We'll have to make our exit soon, but Hataru's presence complicates this. We can't leave him in Danzo's hands. The main shadow clone gave his thoughts. Perhaps we should get his opinion? I know this is an unexpected problem. Hataru may not be important to us, but he is to Kinsei. We need to stop the reanimation jutsu. Besides, we already accomplished our most important goal. The real Daichi was aware of the predicament his clones ran into and sent his reply via the message array jutsu. I'm sensing several root ninjas coming towards your location. The clone tasked with raiding sealing techniques and other precious items spoke. I'll deal with it somehow. Just finish the task on your end. The main shadow clone facing Danzo replied. Don't worry. I sent a small backup. But I'm not sure how much help he'll be. The clone stealing several scrolls on the other side of the headquarters replied. Before the clone fighting Danzo could reply, it sensed a chakra fluctuation. Suddenly the two shadow clones fighting Danzo sensed the man split his chakra into two, and then several wind nature enhanced shuriken was speeding towards the two masked ninjas. One clone dodged to the side while the other jumped into the air. The two Danzos each picked their opponent. The shadow clone Danzo went for the clone in the air. He made two seals and exhaled a powerful vacuum-based slash-like attack. The dragon clone in mid-air was able to quickly calculate the trajectory, and thanks to the high dexterity skill was able to twist his body and avoid the attack by a hair's breadth. Danzo smirked as his plan worked. The wind slash was actually aimed at the ceiling right atop the disguised clone Daichi. The ceiling cracked and broke into several large chunks and quickly fell on top of Dragon. For a split second the clone thought about destroying the stones with his super-powered punches, but decided to use substitution jutsu. But before he could successfully escape, several powerful wind bullets tore through his body, reducing him to smoke. With the destruction of that clone, the shadow clone raiding jutsu scrolls on the other side of the Root headquarters and Daichi were much more aware of the situation. Seeing one of the enemy's clones destroyed, Danzo released his shadow clone jutsu to get his chakra back. The transformed Daichi was on guard. This old man is a lot more cunning than he looks. Whether I used substitution or destroyed the chunks of concrete, he would have gotten me. I could have escaped if I used that jutsu, but no need to show all my cards here. Especially with Obito watching. Daichi sensed several chakra signatures quickly converging on their position. Among them was the reanimated Hataru. Looks like his backup has arrived. A second later, 24 Root ninjas appeared on either side of Danzo, and Hataru appeared behind Daichi. The Root ninjas quickly began to surround the masked enemy. Danzo looked much more relaxed after his agents arrived. He looked at the masked ninja with a cold gaze. Normally, I'd capture you and interrogate you for information, but unfortunately time is of the essence. Hiruzen is on his way, so I have to deal with my old comrade. So it's best to kill you here before I leave. Now that Danzo was surrounded by allies, he was much more confident. Humph. You've seen just how strong I am. And yet you still want to kill me? Why don't you take the opportunity to escape while your minions try to hold me back? The disguised Daichi asked out of curiosity. You know several ninjutsu that are exclusive to this village. Not to mention your reaction upon meeting my second in command. You know who he is, don't you? I don't know how, but I have a feeling you figured out his identity. Just for that alone, I can't let you live. Danzo spoke in a grave tone, and the Root ninjas all unsheathed their weapons as a show of aggression. You have sense killing intent. Dragon didn't say anything and merely glared at Danzo. Killing intent flared, and it set the Root ninjas surrounding Daichi on edge. Daichi's killing intent had grown much stronger after the numerous battles he had encountered. Several among the Root ninjas were affected by his murderous intent alone. Danzo merely scoffed at the provocation. So I'm right. For you to know so many secrets about me, you must be a ninja of this village. Perhaps a high-level secret Umbu Hiruzen trained, or a jonin who discreetly developed his skills. I assume you have some sort of medical background and you're someone with a relationship to Hataru, his late wife or Kinsei. He spoke while he made several seals to undo the Izanagi effect. The disguised Daichi sensed a change in Danzo's chakra. So he undid Izanagi, huh? There are still 7 usable Sharingan on that arm. But to get them, that won't be easy, if not impossible in my current state. Dragon didn't say anything as he looked at the Root leader, but Danzo took the silence as confirmation. Regardless of what your relationship is to them, I'll never let you go. Especially when you have something that doesn't belong to you. There was a sneer on Danzo's face as he said the last part. Ha! That's funny coming from you. Dragon laughed when he heard that. The ground cracked beneath his feet as he got ready for battle. You're the last person who should say that to me. Daichi gathered his chakra and immediately began making seals. Several root ninjas swiftly began to form their own seals as well. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. Multiple Jinjutsu attacks hit Daichi, but they were all ineffective. Wind, fire, and lightning-style ninjutsu flew towards Daichi from all directions. Daichi made the final seal and released his technique. Earth-style, shifting rock domain. The solid area around Daichi instantly shifted into liquid form. Curved barriers and several small earth walls appeared around Daichi and protected him from all attacks. The stability of the whole area instantly fell and the root ninjas near Daichi lost their footing. Daichi concentrated his chakra and instantly multiple thin but long earth spears were launched at fast rate from the ground and impaled through several nearby ninjas. A few used substitution jutsu just before the attack hit to escape, but half a dozen still died. Ninjutsu Earth-style, shifting rock domain jutsu has leveled up. The rest of the root ninjas backed away, but one ignored the attacks and headed straight for Daichi. The masked Daichi sensed Hataru coming fast and he shifted his chakra. A strong earth wall suddenly appeared in front of Hataru, but he destroyed it with lightning ninjutsu. Daichi was in the center of the room as he was attacked. He blocked the punch from Hataru and the two immediately began a fierce taijutsu battle. Daichi parried a strike that came for his heart, but Hataru shifted his hand and suddenly held Daichi's wrists, holding him in place. At this exact moment, multiple paper bomb talismans appeared around Hataru's body and they lit up. Dragon's eyes widened behind his mask and he increased the strength of his right arm and broke free of the hold. Dragon instantly grabbed Hataru's head and immediately sent a mana mind shock attack to the man who was in close range. Hataru's mind was disturbed and he was forced to let go. Dragon quickly grasped the opportunity and formed a seal. Water-style, bubble shield. In less than a second, Daichi spit a large amount of water, enough to submerge and cover him entirely. It was a derivation of water prison jutsu, but it was used for defensive measures. The intense explosion from Hataru was smothered by the strong water jutsu and Daichi was able to stop himself from taking damage and exploding into smoke. The instant the explosion ended, the clone immediately went from defense to offense. Water-style, drilling bullets. Several small water bullets exploded from Daichi's water sphere and went in all directions. Daichi made several numerous hand seals. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. The water increased in quantity and immediately crashed into several ninjas, reducing them to bloody, torn corpses. Danzo frowned as he looked at the scene. Fire, earth, water, and lightning. To use for nature transformations so easily. Who is he? Moreover, how did he make Hataru release his grip? What did he do? The root ninjas surrounded Daichi and were desperately attacking with everything they got, but they couldn't land any successful blows. At the same time, the disguised shadow clone was aware of the chakra reserves it had and was hesitant to use the more powerful attacks. The battle was at a stalemate. Danzo looked at the scene and inwardly cursed. Looks like I might have to intervene. Just as he took a step forward, a sharp sword slash came from behind at a terrifying speed and cut off his right arm. The Sharingan embedded arm was flying in the air before Danzo even registered the unexpected sneak attack. Chapter 327, A Ghost to Chase. Arf! Danzo's scream halted the root ninjas and they immediately turned their attention to their leader. Then they saw a root ninja with a bloody sword grabbing the severed arm up in the air. The arm instantly vanished from the root ninja's hand upon making contact. My task is done. Try and finish things on your end. The root ninja addressed the disguised Daichi and next second it vanished in a puff of smoke. Dragon nodded with a smirk that the others couldn't see. The leader of the root was down on his knees with one arm trying to support his body. Without the power of the Sharingan, Hashirama's cells inside Danzo's body started going out of control. A large tree suddenly sprouted from Danzo's severed shoulder, growing and breaking through the ceiling. Danzo gritted his teeth and forcefully cut himself off from the tree protruding from his body. Two root ninjas capable of medic jutsu went to assist Danzo. They healed his injury and helped their master get back on his feet. You have sense killing intent. Danzo's eyes held hatred and rage as they fell on the masked enemy. You bastard. To think you had someone on the inside. Or was that a clone in disguise? Guess. Dragon chuckled in mirth. You were careless, Danzo. You look down on others and believe yourself to be the mastermind puppeteering everyone. That's why you didn't see this coming. Dragon replied as he tightened the grip on the sword he took from a nearby dead ninja. Where is that arm? Dragon laughed mockingly. Gone. That jutsu is far too dangerous and unpredictable. It's best to destroy it. The disguised Daichi lied. The one-eyed Warhawk gritted his teeth and was about to speak when one of his agents whispered. Lord Danzo. The Hokage and Jiraiya are making their way here. What should we do? Danzo held in his anger and looked at the mysterious enemy. Maybe I can get Hiruzen to fight and kill him for me. Having made a decision, the leader of the Root gave his order. Hataru. Kill him. 4 of you back him up. The rest of you are with me. Immediately the reanimated Hataru and 4 Root ninjas surrounded Daichi while the rest escaped the room with Danzo. Once the old Warhawk was away from the battlefield, he looked at the nearby 3 ninjas. You 3. Lead Jiraiya down here. Make sure Jiraiya believes that man is the enemy of the leaf. The Root ninjas assigned with the task nodded their heads and vanished. The one-eyed old ninja made his way to a secret escape tunnel. Hiruzen's attack so soon was completely unexpected. To think he would make such an aggressive move without wasting any time. I thought I made sure his spy didn't find anything, and yet. To think I've been reduced to running like a rat. Danzo could only tighten his fist in anger and move forward under the protection of the ninjas besides him. After the attack just now, Danzo was wary of his agents. He had his guard up and was on high alert. His team had come across a few Umbu, and some of his ninjas stayed behind to let their wounded leader escape. As Danzo was fleeing, Hiruzen and a few masked ninjas were examining some of the bodies of the Root ninjas they discovered. Umbu had come across the corpses as they were making their way down the hideout. They were assassinated. Swift and lethal strikes. But it wasn't us. One of the masked ninjas in Umbu gear spoke. Could it be infighting? Another Umbu speculated. No. Danzo has trained them well. This is something else. Hiruzen shook his head and replied. It seems there is someone else here in this base. Most probably using our raid as cover to achieve whatever it is they came here to do. We need to find Danzo before he escapes. He might have our answer. The Hokage gave his order and the teams vanished. Mental intrusion detected. Gamer's mind has neutralized the attack. Meanwhile, Daichi, Dragon, was defending against the onslaught of 5 strong ninjas. He defended against their various genjutsu and analyzed their fighting style, countering every trap. The 4 of them are trying to immobilize me while Hataru goes for a double suicide jutsu. That reanimated body is becoming a real pain in the ass. But the 5 enemies in front of him were not Daichi's main concern. It was the man hidden in the shadows watching their battle. If I can tag Obito with a mana tracker skill, then I'll be able to find his hideouts. But I'm not sure if Black Zetsu can sense mana energy up close. It's a huge risk. You have sense killing intent. Now that my sense stat and killing intent skill have gone up so many levels, it's almost like having a spider sense. Dragon raised his left hand and blocked the punch aimed for his head. He gripped the fist of the enemy and held the sword in his right hand in reverse grip and quickly slashed. The Root ninja leaned back, but Daichi sent lightning chakra through the blade and extended its range, allowing the sharp weapon to pierce through the Root ninja's body. But as Daichi attacked, he sensed Hataru coming, aiming to sever his right arm. He immediately used his left arm to form multiple hand seals with the enemy. He inhaled a large amount of air and turned his head towards the oncoming enemy. Wind-style air cannon. A powerful blast of wind blew Hataru to the other side of the room while inflicting several wounds. But dust and debris quickly swirled around his body and the wounds were healed. Dragon sensed a fireball jutsu coming from behind and he jumped high as quickly as he could. The second he was upside down near the ceiling, 2 Root ninjas appeared with swords poised to decapitate him. The two root ninjas moved forward to attack and successfully pierced the masked ninja's heart and cut off his head. But the next second 2 bodies fell to the floor. It was the 2 root shinobi. Instead of Daichi, they attacked each other. Unfortunate victims of a meticulous jinjutsu. Dragon landed a few feet away and suddenly a new notification appeared. Dangerous poison detected. Gamer's body is neutralizing the foreign compound. The shadow clone was immediately on guard and swiftly found the source of the poison. It was one of the 2 root ninjas he had just killed. The ninja's dead body released a strong colorless, odorless airborne toxin. Daichi noticed the only living root ninja in the room inject his body with a small vial. He immediately realized what just happened. A delayed kill tactic. Even if they die, they'll use their corpse to weaken or kill the enemy. These guys are indeed ruthless. Instantly the masked shadow clone formed a seal and powerful gusts of wind formed and blew the surrounding air away in all directions. Gamer's body has neutralized the foreign compound. The message came indicating that his system was clean from the poison. But the masked Daichi suddenly stumbled. He was down on one knee and breathing hard. My chakra is running low. I won't be able to hold on much longer. That Jinjutsu attack used up a chunk of my chakra. The disguised Daichi used Jinjutsu reverse reality technique. It makes a shinobi believe their friend is their enemy, all the while completely erasing the presence of their true target from their senses. A powerful A-rank Jinjutsu of Daichi's own design. You weave the hand seals for that Jinjutsu in the split second between avoiding the fireball jutsu and reaching the ceiling. A cold, emotionless voice spoke. Daichi looked forward and saw Hataru walking towards him. The instant those 2 appeared near you, you caught them in your trap. That Jinjutsu caught them at the last moment when they were about to attack, and that didn't give them time to sense if there was anything wrong. A flawless jutsu execution that made them kill each other. Daichi let out a deep breath of air and stood. He figured out my technique so quickly. His observation skills are good. The masked ninja turned his gaze to the other ninja who was standing near Hataru but wary. 3 down. 2 more to go. Who are you? How do you know me? Hataru suddenly asked. Daichi kept silent as he looked at the reanimated ninja. If Danzo thinks I'll divulge information that easily, he's even more of a fool than I thought. The gamer ninja remembered what his observed skill had shown him. Danzo can see and hear through him. If I let slip anything that points to my identity, it's not just Danzo who will be after me. The Hokage might become aware, not to mention that bastard Obito. Seeing no reply from the masked man, Hataru didn't bother wasting time and gave the order to attack. The last root ninja with him followed the command and rushed at the disguised shadow clone. Daichi stood his ground and braced himself. They're counting on the fact that I'm almost out of chakra and can only use taijutsu skills. Dragon fought and countered the root ninja while keeping an eye on Hataru. The reanimated puppet was keeping a close watch on the masked ninja and was looking for an opportunity. He didn't have to wait long for one to appear. The masked ninja's right leg tripped on a jagged piece of rock sticking out of the floor and momentarily shifted his balance. Hataru instantly went forward to attack. The root ninja also saw the mistake and wanted to capitalize on it. But neither knew that it was all part of the disguised Jinin's strategy. The instant Hataru came close, smoke bombs instantly appeared in Daichi's arms and it fell all around them. They exploded, momentarily covering the 3 ninjas from the hidden Obito's view. Daichi used his speed skills and increased his agility. In less than a fraction of a second, multiple lethal strikes landed on the root ninja's body, killing him. Hataru was close and didn't expect his enemy to move at such greater speeds. Daichi suddenly vanished from his eyes, and the next instant a palm grabbed the back of his head and slammed him into the floor face first. So fast. Hataru wanted to retaliate, but Daichi didn't give him the chance. A powerful mana energy tore through his mind and Daichi forcefully broke through the seals and defense barriers Danzo placed on Hataru's mind. There are 3 ways to stop a reanimation ninja. 1. The user himself undoes the jutsu. 2nd. Use sealing jutsu to trap the reanimation. Third, trigger a strong mental or emotional fluctuation and the soul of the reanimation will become free. Daichi held the ninja down and sent the last chunk of his mana into his mana shock attack. Seeing the reanimation ninja temporarily disabled, Daichi went through several hand seals and immediately placed his palms on Hataru's back. A strong yin and yang chakra was emitted into Hataru's body, disrupting his chakra completely and temporarily halting the movements of his body. The shadow clone used the last few chunks of his chakra and now his chakra bar was down to double digits. Something that hadn't happened in a long time. I've attacked your mind and your body. The soul part will be up to you. I've removed the blocks Danzo placed on your mind. Let's see if you can free yourself. Daichi took a few steps back and sat on the ground breathing hard. I'm going to dispel anytime now. But before that, I have to know if this worked. A minute went by and slowly Hataru was beginning to regenerate his body. He slowly stood on one leg and turned to look at the masked ninja while the rest of his body repaired itself. What did you do to me? Hataru asked. This time there were several emotions in his voice. I've given you a fighting chance. The rest is up to you. Dragon replied. I don't know if I can break free. Hataru said as he looked at the arms that were slowly regenerating. Even at that moment he was getting mental orders from Danzo to attack. Just as his body was about to move and follow that command, the masked ninja spoke. Think about your mother. She wouldn't want to see you like this. Where is she? Hataru asked the mysterious ninja. She's dead. She has been for several years. The pain of losing you was too much for her. Hataru's eyes widened and a tear escaped from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly his body glowed white and his soul began to separate from his body. The ethereal soul looked at the unknown ninja and there was gratitude on his face. Who are you? I'm afraid I can't say. Hataru looked at the man and nodded. Thank you. The masked ninja merely nodded and Hataru's soul vanished into the ether. The masked Daichi let out several deep breaths of air and had a small smile under his mask. I'm impressed. A cold voice suddenly came from the shadows. The voice didn't startle Daichi as he was waiting for the man to appear. From the dark shadows of the room a man wearing a spiral mask slowly walked towards the man wearing the dragon mask. Obito looked at the masked ninja and crossed his arms. I was right. You sensed me long before now, didn't you? That's impressive. Are you going to kill me? Dragon asked. Obito chuckled. Why would I waste my energy on a shadow clone? That statement surprised Daichi a little. As if expecting such a response, Obito replied to the unasked question. Throughout your battle from the very beginning, you were careful not to let a single strike land on your body. Even when it would have been convenient. You either dodged or redirected the attacks or used defensive ninjutsu. It's certainly impressive that a shadow clone was able to kill so many capable Root. What do you want? Dragon's rude attitude was ignored by Obito. What I want? Not who I am. Obito replied with his own question. I can sense Sharingan and wood-style chakra coming from your body. You're either an Uchiha who got his hands on the first Hokage's cells or a Senju who got his hands on a pair of Sharingan and the first Hokage's blood. Either way, you're going to be a problem for me. Daichi mixed some truth with lies and gave out some false hypotheses so as to not reveal all his cards. A problem for you, huh? Obito chuckled. If you get in my way, then yes, most certainly. Obito slowly released his killing intent and the masked Daichi stood up facing him. The gamer ninja thought back to the night he lost his friend and he clenched his fists. Chakra and murderous intent rose in the air as the masked Daichi looked at Obito. It's still too soon for our fight. But even so, I really want to take a crack at you right now. Where is Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan? Obito asked in a chilling voice. Gone. Koto Ematsukami is far too dangerous. I don't believe that for a second. Obito chuckled at that poor lie. You're right. What I meant to say was, you won't ever get the chance to use that eye. The smug tone in the masked ninja's reply angered Obito. You bastard. You know quite a lot of secrets, don't you? Who are you? Daichi was about to give a sarcastic retort but stopped himself. He decided it was time to send Obito and Zetsu on a wild goose chase. A few seconds of silence later he answered. Dragon. You can consider me as a revolutionary. A revolutionary, huh? Tell me. What are you revolting against? Hearing the word revolutionary was unexpected for Obito. This whole broken system. That answer surprised Obito. If it's the shinobi system you're fighting against, then why don't you join my organization? The masked Madara gave an offer out of mere interest. Not interested. I work alone. Besides, you and I have a score to settle. The genin hadn't let go of the grudge formed on that fateful day. You have no idea who you're up against. I will find out who you really are and then we'll talk again. I'm curious to see if you'll have the same bravado then. The light from the Sharingan in the eye hole gave a menacing aura to the masked ninja. No more words were exchanged. Killing intent rose from the two deadly masked ninjas as they stared each other down. The floor around them cracked due to the might of their power. Just then a message came from the Daichi's shadow clone who was raiding the ceiling scrolls. Hey guys. Not to alarm you, but someone extremely strong just entered the base. I sense high-level chakra and higher than average mana reserves. A Hokage level ninja. Definitely not the third Hokage. Immediately a new message came from the original Daichi who was keeping an eye on everything. Dispel yourselves. We got what we wanted. The other shadow clone immediately let go of the jutsu and vanished into smoke. Several notifications popped up in Dragon's view, but he ignored all of them and gazed directly at Obito. He's vigilant. If I try to place a mana tracker on him, something might go wrong. And I don't have any mana reserves left to implant the higher level tracker seals. It's best to retreat for now. Just as the clone gave a warning, both Obito and the masked Daichi sensed an extremely powerful chakra coming towards them. Next time. With those words, Dragon vanished into a puff of smoke. Obito was silent and slowly vanished in a swirl. A masked ninja appeared just as the last few bits of Obito were sucked through his space-time ninjutsu. The masked shinobi was covered from head to toe in protective and concealing clothes. He looked at the disturbance in space and inwardly frowned. He placed his index finger on the floor and sighed after a few moments. Gone. I was just a couple seconds late. How did they escape? Who were they? Masked Daichi let out several deep breaths of air and had a small smile under his mask. I'm impressed. A cold voice suddenly came from the shadows. The voice didn't startle Daichi as he was waiting for the man to appear. From the dark shadows of the room, a man wearing a spiral mask slowly walked towards the man wearing the dragon mask. Obito looked at the masked ninja and crossed his arms. I was right. You sensed me long before now, didn't you? That's impressive. Are you going to kill me? Dragon asked. Obito chuckled. Why would I waste my energy on a shadow clone? That statement surprised Daichi a little. As if expecting such a response, Obito replied to the unasked question. Throughout your battle from the very beginning, you were careful not to let a single strike land on your body. Even when it would have been convenient. You either dodged or redirected the attacks or used defensive ninjutsu. It's certainly impressive that a shadow clone was able to kill so many capable Root. What do you want? Dragon's rude attitude was ignored by Obito. What I want? Not who I am. Obito replied with his own question. I can sense Sharingan and Wood-style chakra coming from your body. You're either an Uchiha who got his hands on the first Hokage's cells or a Senju who got his hands on a pair of Sharingan and the first Hokage's blood. Either way, you're going to be a problem for me. Daichi mixed some truth with lies and gave out some false hypotheses so as to not reveal all his cards. A problem for you, huh? Obito chuckled. If you get in my way, then yes, Most certainly. Obito slowly released his killing intent and the masked Daichi stood up facing him. The gamer ninja thought back to the night he lost his friend and he clenched his fists. Chakra and murderous intent rose in the air as the masked Daichi looked at Obito. It's still too soon for our fight. But even so, I really want to take a crack at you right now. Where is Shisui Uchiha's Sharingan? Obito asked in a chilling voice. Gone. Koto Ematsukami is far too dangerous. I don't believe that for a second. Obito chuckled at that poor lie. You're right. What I meant to say was, you won't ever get the chance to use that eye. The smug tone in the masked ninja's reply angered Obito. You bastard. You know quite a lot of secrets, don't you? Who are you? Daichi was about to give a sarcastic retort but stopped himself. He decided it was time to send Obito and Zetsu on a wild goose chase. A few seconds of silence later he answered. Dragon. You can consider me as a revolutionary. A revolutionary, huh? Tell me. What are you revolting against? Hearing the word revolutionary was unexpected for Obito. This whole broken system. That answer surprised Obito. If it's the shinobi system you're fighting against, then why don't you join my organization? The masked Madara gave an offer out of mere interest. Not interested. I work alone. Besides, you and I have a score to settle. The Genin hadn't let go of the grudge formed on that fateful day. You have no idea who you're up against. I will find out who you really are and then we'll talk again. I'm curious to see if you'll have the same bravado then. The light from the Sharingan in the eye hole gave a menacing aura to the masked ninja. No more words were exchanged. Killing intent rose from the two deadly masked ninjas as they stared each other down. The floor around them cracked due to the might of their power. Just then a message came from the Daichi shadow clone who was raiding the ceiling scrolls. Hey guys. Not to alarm you, but someone extremely strong just entered the base. I sense high-level chakra and higher than average mana reserves. A Hokage level ninja. Definitely not the third Hokage. Immediately a new message came from the original Daichi who was keeping an eye on everything. Dispel yourselves. We got what we wanted. The other shadow clone immediately let go of the jutsu and vanished into smoke. Several notifications popped up in Dragon's view, but he ignored all of them and gazed directly at Obito. He's vigilant. If I try to place a mana tracker on him, something might go wrong. And I don't have any mana reserves left to implant the higher level tracker seals. It's best to retreat for now. Just as the clone gave a warning, both Obito and the masked Daichi sensed an extremely powerful chakra coming towards them. Next time. With those words, Dragon vanished into a puff of smoke. Obito was silent and slowly vanished in a swirl. A masked ninja appeared just as the last few bits of Obito were sucked through his space-time ninjutsu. The masked shinobi was covered from head to toe in protective and concealing clothes. He looked at the disturbance in space and inwardly frowned. He placed his index finger on the floor and sighed after a few moments. Gone. I was just a couple seconds late. How did they escape? Who were they? Chapter 328, Obito's Miscalculation. In a forested area in the Leaf Village, the space twisted in a vortex and the masked Obito appeared. He thought about the new unknown enemy and felt irritated. I'd been keeping an eye on everyone who could become a thorn in my side or a threat to project Tsuki no Mi, and yet, how did I miss someone with his strength? As he was analyzing the mysterious foe, Zetsu appeared out of the ground near him. The black and white plant creature looked at the masked ninja and sensed that things may not have gone accordingly. What happened? Did you get Shisui's Sharingan? Zetsu asked. No. Black Zetsu didn't speak or show any emotion outwards, but inside he had contempt for Obito. You talked so big before you went into that base, but now you're here empty-handed. You trash. Taking one Sharingan from Danzo. Can't you even complete this task? Che. What a waste. That's surprising. Is Danzo more clever than we thought? Or did the Hokage get to him before you did? The white half questioned, unaware what his other half was thinking. Neither. It seems there is a new variable we need to be aware of. A man who goes by the name of Dragon. The masked ninja replied. Dragon? Kinda presumptuous calling himself after a mythical creature, don't you think? The white Zetsu joked while the other half remained silent. Black Zetsu gazed at Obito and a few moments later spoke. Show me what happened. Hearing those words, Obito's Sharingan focused on Black Zetsu's yellow eyes. In the span of just a few seconds, the masked Madara relayed all the information and images to the spy of the Akatsuki organization. Black Zetsu digested the information and he also had no clue as to who this person was. Do you know him? Obito asked. No. I'd never seen him before. But he could become a problem. Zetsu replied as he mentally went over the fight between the masked man and the root ninjas. Obito leaned against a tree and crossed his arms. He got there before me. He successfully took Shirsui's eye from Danzo. Moreover, he was able to sense me even when I kept myself hidden. He's not with the Hokage or a known ally of the Leaf. At least that's what I was able to gather from what you've shown me. Obito agreed with Zetsu's assessment. Yes. But I'm sure he's someone from this village. He knows Kensei Isagi or knows his son. From the way he spoke to Danzo, it looked like he knew the man well. His combat techniques had certain elements from Umbu Black Ops. I think he's someone from my generation or maybe Minato's age group. He was able to use multiple natures and his fighting style. Black Zetsu nodded. Yes. Even though it was only just a shadow clone, he was able to fight Danzo and kill multiple root ninjas. That alone speaks to his strength. Not to mention, the strangest thing is the way he fought. Unless I'm mistaken, he could predict what his enemies were about to do and react accordingly. The way he reacted to their attacks and moved. It was almost as if he had dashed the Sharingan. There was a spark of anger in Obito's tone. Yes. Black Zetsu fell silent as he contemplated that scenario. Wait. Someone with the Sharingan. So is he an Uchiha? The white half scratched his chin and pondered. I'm not sure. Obito's reply didn't satisfy Black Zetsu. Were you able to sense his chakra signature? Does it have any similarities to the Uchiha? The masked ninja shook his head. He had some kind of technique that stopped me from probing into him. Whatever that technique was, it acted as a barrier. I couldn't ascertain anything other than what I've seen. Such skills. To even hide from you. Is it really possible he's an Uchiha? The silly white Zetsu asked, and masked Uchiha became silent for several moments. He looked up at the night sky and after a few seconds spoke his assumptions. It might be possible. He knew the power of Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan. He also possesses knowledge of the secret forbidden jutsu Izanagi. Lastly, the way he talked to me. What he said to me at the end. You and I have a score to settle. Obito looked at Black Zetsu. He knew the truth about the Uchiha massacre and there is a good possibility that he knows I'm involved. It seems the chance that he could be from the Uchiha clan is becoming more and more likely. He could be a survivor of the massacre or the Third War. Or perhaps a battle hidden from everyone. Black Zetsu had several speculations in his mind. Is it possible that after his death he somehow activated his Izanagi and lived? The white half put forth a theory and both the others suddenly stilled. If that's the case, then there is a possibility that you, Itachi and Sasuke aren't the only Uchiha roaming the world. Behind his mask, Obito frowned upon hearing that. He needed intelligence on this new enemy. Zetsu. I need you to gather data on this dragon. He said he's a revolutionary. Perhaps he's like Nagato or that dead fool Yahiko. He might be creating an organization of his own if he hasn't already. Black Zetsu nodded. I'll see what I can find. What about you? Since you didn't get the Sharingan from Danzo, are you going to go after the other targets? He asked Obito. Have you gathered any intelligence on them? The masked ninja wanted to know what Zetsu learned from his spying. Naruto's apartment is surrounded by several umbu and a few jonin. A barrier is also placed by Jiraiya. The plant creature replied. What about Daichi Hekima? Security is much less, but his house has a small defense barrier. Also, Kakashi is nearby, keeping an eye on the surroundings. He has a few ninja dogs running about as well. Are you going after him? Obito was about to reply when he heard the soft sound of wings flapping in the air. CAW he looked to the side and his gaze narrowed at a crow standing at the top of a tree. The most peculiar thing was that this crow was looking straight at him and it had a Sharingan in the left eye. It just kept looking at Obito and didn't move an inch from its position. Itachi. Obito looked at the black-featured avian creature and his fists clenched. He remembered the deal he made and Itachi's threat. Black Zetsu looked at the crow and he immediately knew Itachi sent it as a warning. It seems he anticipated you coming here. If you make a move against the village now, Itachi could become unpredictable. Obito's fists clenched even tighter. The failure to get the Sharingan he wanted along with Itachi's threat. He hadn't been so angry in a while. A few seconds later he controlled himself and let out a deep breath. We're leaving Zetsu. Looks like for the moment, I'm going to have to abide by the agreement I made with him. The Nine Tails won't be much use without capturing the other beasts. As for Daichi, I'll leave him to Kakuzu and Haiden. He isn't that high of a priority to me anyway. The masked Obito spoke and the next instant disappeared in a swirl. Zetsu sank into the ground and disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The crow looked at the empty spot and then tilted its head to the side and looked in another direction. A few hundred meters away was a house surrounded by a small forest. Kinsei Isagi's home. Inside Kinsei's home, Daichi was going over everything he learned and all the things he took from the root base. He glanced at the piled-up notifications and decided to go over them after looking over the items he got from Danzo. Just as he was about to take the items from his inventory, he stopped. He looked around and tried to sense for any intruders with his mana and chakra sensing skills. I can't be too careful. If there is even the most remote possibility that Obito could come here, then I'll have to take all the precautions needed. Daichi immediately created a shadow clone and it went into the backyard. It sat down under a tree and began meditating. The real counterpart went to the basement and set up several concealment barriers. They weren't powerful, but they would shield his presence from the outside world for a short period of time. Daichi gazed at the defense he put in place and was satisfied. If Obito shows up, then he might mistake the clone for me. That way he won't catch me off guard. As Daichi thought about all the precautions he takes at everything he does, he chuckled to himself. I think I'm becoming more and more like that guy. Overpowered cautious hero. The gamer ninja softly sighed and shook his head. He began taking all the newly acquired documents out of his inventory. After I sort everything out, I'll study the secret routes into the land of Earth. The rest will come after. Placing the scrolls aside, Daichi then took the jutsu scrolls he looted from his enemy. He opened and studied each scroll and immediately got the skill without the need to use it. This must be because of my high affinity towards ninjutsu and hypercognition skill. He went over the details of some of the new skills he picked up. Lightning Style, Lightning Bolt Jutsu Active, LV, 1. The user converts chakra into electricity and releases it as a concentrated lightning bolt from their hand. At higher levels, change in chakra form can be added to this jutsu to make it stronger. Rank, B, Type, Ninjutsu, Hand Seals, Horse, Dragon, Rat, Chakra Points Cost, 300 per bolt. Note, the power and range of the bolt can be increased with more chakra. Wind Style, Gale Palm Jutsu Active, LV, 1. The user releases a powerful burst of wind from their palm to blow away targets or extinguish flames. At higher levels, wind blades can be used to increase the lethality of this technique. Rank, C, Type, Ninjutsu, Hand Seals, Bird, Ox, Horse, Ram, Chakra Points Cost, 177 per burst. Note, the intensity and range of the wind can be increased with more chakra. Fire Style Flame Vortex Jutsu active. LV.1 The user combines fire chakra with wind chakra to create a spiraling vortex of intense flames that can trap and incinerate enemies. The power of this jutsu can be increased when used in conjunction with compatible wind-style jutsu. Rank A. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals. Dog, Tiger, Horse, Bird, Ram. Chakra Points Cost 670 per vortex. Note: the size, duration, and temperature of the vortex can be increased with additional chakra, making it a lethal trap for enemies. Fire Style Scorching Ash Cloud Jutsu active. LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Sarutobi clan. The user breathes out hot ash clouds that can be directed towards the enemy, causing burns and obscuring vision. Rank A. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals. Tiger, Horse, Ram, Dog, Serpent. Chakra Points Cost 680 per cloud. Note: the density, temperature, and duration of the ash cloud can be increased with additional chakra, making it an effective offensive and defensive technique. Fire Release Ash Pile Burning active. LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Sarutobi clan. The user spews out a cloud of chakra-infused gunpowder, which can be ignited to create a devastating explosion. Rank A. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals. Tiger, Horse, Dog, Dragon. Chakra Points Cost 700 per use. Note: the density, spread, and explosive power of the gunpowder cloud can be increased with more chakra, making it a lethal offensive technique. Fire Style Molten Core Jutsu active. LV.1 The user channels fire chakra into the ground, causing the earth to erupt in an explosion with molten lava that burns everything in its path. Only those with high affinity to fire chakra nature can use this jutsu effectively. Rank A. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals. Board, Dog, Horse, Tiger, Ram. Chakra Points Cost 760 per eruption. Note: the area, duration, and temperature of the molten lava can be increased with more chakra, creating a lethal environmental hazard. Earth-style jutsu can be used in conjunction with this technique to increase the power and range of this technique. Not bad. As Daichi got through the scrolls, he came across hidden jutsu from the various clans of the village. Danzo really did want to know how all their techniques worked. The gamer ninja looked at the various scrolls spread out in front of him. There's fire-style jutsu unique to the Uchiha clan, Aburame clan's insect sphere technique, Inazuka clan's battle style, the Hyuga clan's taijutsu style. There's even notes on how to perform the 8 trigram revolving heaven. Daichi kept going and quickly came across the hidden jutsus he most wanted. He looked at the scroll with the symbol of the Yamanaka clan and greed could be seen in his eyes. Chapter 329 Hidden Jutsu of the Yamanaka Clan. The hand holding the scroll became slightly tighter. If I can master the jutsu in this scroll, I'll be able to put a lot of my plans into action much easier. Observe: Yamanaka Clan Jutsu Scroll. This scroll contains information on various hidden techniques of the Yamanaka clan. These jutsu showcase the unique and powerful mind-related abilities of the clan, providing whoever masters them with a diverse and strategic set of techniques to control, disrupt, and extract information from his enemies. The Genin spent some time studying those techniques, and soon a big smile was on his face. He opened his ninjutsu skills list and gazed at the new techniques added to his arsenal. Mind Transfer Jutsu active. LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Yamanaka clan. The user projects their consciousness into a target's body, controlling them for a limited time. Rank B. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals. Ram. Chakra Points Cost 500 per use. Note: the range and duration of control can be increased with more chakra, allowing for more strategic applications in battle. Mind-Body Disturbance Jutsu active. LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Yamanaka clan. The user disrupts the target's motor skills, forcing them to attack their allies or themselves. Rank B. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals. Rat. Chakra Points Cost 600 per use. Note: the duration and intensity of the disturbance can be increased with more chakra, making it harder for the target to resist. Mind Clone Switch Jutsu active. LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Yamanaka clan. The user splits their consciousness to control multiple targets simultaneously. Rank A, Type, Ninjutsu, Hand Seals, Ram Rat Ox, Chakra Points Cost, 800 per use. Note, the number of targets and the duration of control can be increased with more chakra, enhancing its effectiveness in large-scale battles. Mind Reading Jutsu Active, LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Yamanaka clan. The user delves into the target's mind to extract information, memories, or secrets. Rank A, Type, Ninjutsu, Hand Seals, Dog Bird Ox, Chakra Points Cost, 700 per use. Note, the depth and speed of mind reading can be increased with more chakra, allowing for rapid extraction of critical information. Mind Destruction Jutsu Active, LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Yamanaka clan. The user invades the target's mind to cause severe mental and emotional distress, potentially rendering them incapacitated. Rank A, Type, Ninjutsu, Hand Seals, Rat Ox Ram, Chakra Points Cost, 800 per use. Note, the intensity and duration of the mental assault can be increased with more chakra, making it a powerful tool for incapacitating strong opponents. Mind Barrier Jutsu Active, LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Yamanaka clan. The user creates a mental barrier around an area, detecting any intrusions and disrupting enemy mental attacks. Rank A, Type, Ninjutsu, Hand Seals, Rat Ram Bird Ox, Chakra Points Cost, 750 per use. Note, the size and strength of the mental barrier can be increased with more chakra, providing robust protection against mental intrusions. Mind Shatter Jutsu Active, LV.1 This is a jutsu primarily used by those from the Yamanaka clan. The user delivers a powerful mental strike to the target, causing intense pain and potentially shattering their mental defenses. Rank A, Type, Ninjutsu, Hand Seals, Ram Rat Ox Tiger, Chakra Points Cost, 800 per use. Note, the intensity and duration of the mental strike can be increased with more chakra, making it a formidable technique for breaking strong-willed opponents. So many techniques from the Yamanaka clan itself. I suppose it shouldn't come as a surprise. Danzo most values intelligence, subterfuge, and secrecy. The jutsu here will help with all three aspects. That Yamanaka guy Fu must have learned all these. And Danzo would definitely study these techniques to create countermeasures. At that time multiple new notifications appeared, but Daichi put them off like the others. I'll get to those after. Next the boy took the second most valuable item he got from this quest. Observe, Danzo's right arm, special item, rank A, type, biological enhancement. This is the right arm of Danzo Shimura, a former high-ranking official of the Hidden Leaf Village. The arm has been surgically altered and enhanced with 10 Sharingan eyes, a rare and powerful visual ability from the Uchiha clan. 3 of the 10 Sharingan have been used for Izanagi and are now dormant, while the remaining 7 are active. Abilities Sharingan, active. Each active Sharingan can provide the user with heightened perception, the ability to copy ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, and enhance visual acuity. Izanagi, dormant. 3 of the Sharingan have been used for Izanagi, an extremely powerful jinjutsu that allows the user to alter reality at the cost of permanently losing the activated Sharingan. Chakra amplification. The arm can enhance the user's chakra capacity and distribution due to the integration of multiple Sharingan. First Hokage's cells. The arm is infused with cells from Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, which grants the user accelerated healing and the ability to control the wood release techniques to some extent. Condition, severed. Requirements must be surgically attached and properly integrated into the user's body. Requires a steady and substantial supply of chakra to maintain the Sharingan and their abilities. Potential risks. Overuse of the Sharingan can lead to significant chakra depletion. Risk of cellular rejection without proper medical ninjutsu intervention. Mental strain from controlling multiple Sharingan simultaneously. Daichi looked at the severed arm in his hand and the smile slowly vanished. He had plans for the arm as he was intending to use it on Obito. I need to create a counter for Izanagi Jutsu. A different technique than Izanami. I'll also need to come up with a powerful Jinjutsu that can put Obito under. The 7 Sharingan will definitely come in handy for that. Daichi placed the arm in a special container, sealed it in a storage scroll and safely placed it back in his inventory. He then took out his most valuable item. The one that could have a great impact on the world. A small cylindrical container with green liquid, and inside the liquid was a floating Sharingan eyeball. A floating eyeball up close would have disgusted me in my previous life, but here, I've changed so much. Daichi shook his head to get rid of the unwanted thoughts and used his observed skill. Shursui Uchiha's Sharingan, special item, rank A, type, Kekei Genkai, bloodline limit. This is the Sharingan of Shursui Uchiha, one of the most talented members of the Uchiha clan. Shursui was renowned for his prowess with Genjutsu and his unique abilities. The Sharingan, when fully activated, evolves into the Mangekyo Sharingan, which grants the user access to powerful and unique techniques. Abilities: Sharingan, 3-tomo enhanced perception, ability to see through high-speed movements and predict opponents' actions. Copy ninjutsu, Genjutsu, and Taijutsu, can mimic any technique seen, excluding Kekei Genkai. Genjutsu casting, can cast powerful illusion techniques to control or disorient opponents. Mangekyo Sharingan, if activated, Kodo Amatsukami, a powerful genjutsu that allows the user to manipulate others without them realizing it. The target believes they are acting of their own free will. Susanoo, a colossal, humanoid avatar made of the user's chakra that provides both offensive and defensive capabilities, potentially available if both eyes are present. Condition: preserved, requires surgical implantation. Requirements must be implanted into the user's eye socket and integrated with the user's chakra network. Requires a steady supply of chakra to activate and maintain the Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Potential risks: overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan can lead to gradual loss of vision. Risk of cellular rejection without proper medical ninjutsu intervention. Potential mental strain from using powerful genjutsu techniques. Notes: Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan is particularly prized for its subtlety and power in manipulating targets without detection. The full potential of the eye is unlocked when used by a skilled and experienced shinobi. I'll have to get the other half from Itachi somehow. Having Shursui's eye just destroyed is such a waste. But Itachi isn't easy to deal with. I need an edge over him. Problems for later, I suppose. The gamer ninja went over everything, swiftly sorted them and stored them back in his subspace. Time to see what you have for me, system. Quest: Plunder the Root completed. Rewards: EXP 38000, 5700 EXP 30,000, for taking the wood-style Sharingan arm attached to Danzo, 4.500 EXP 25.000, kill Danzo's second in command, 3.750, 1 indomitable stat. 1 persistent stat. I didn't get the killing Danzo reward, but I pretty much got the rest. Guess I'll have to be satisfied with that. You have leveled up. Perfect. I'm already more than halfway to the next level. Daichi looked at the various other skills that have improved during this short quest period. Skill Observe has leveled up. Skill Jutsu Creation has leveled up. Skill Mana Manipulation has leveled up. ×2, Skill Mana Affinity has leveled up. Skill Mana Scout has leveled up. ×3, Skill Mana Cloak has leveled up. Skill Vital Strike has leveled up. ×2, Skill Danger Sense has leveled up. Skill Death Blow has leveled up. Skill Killing Intent has leveled up. ×2, Skill Combat Arts has leveled up. ×4, Skill Analyze has leveled up. ×3, Skill Battle Insight has leveled up. ×7, so Battle Insight is the one that's gone up the most, huh? It makes sense. I've been analyzing Root's fighting style every second and creating the most efficient counter-attacks. You have learned multiple hidden jutsu of a strong ninja clan, 9 intelligence, 4 wisdom, 2 luck. You have obtained 2 rank A items during a single quest. 1 luck, 3 persistence, 5 chakra. Daichi was surprised to see 2 unexpected rewards from the system. So I have to learn multiple jutsu from a clan to get this reward, huh? And based on the wording from the system message, it has to be a strong clan. As soon as this thought came to mind, Daichi already had a few new plans in mind. Nara clan, Uzumaki clan, Akimichi clan, Uchiha clan, Senju clan, and if possible the Hyuga clan. If I can master clan-specific techniques from 6, I'll be able to take my strength to a whole new degree. Just the jutsu itself will put me in a new dimension of strength, and the stat increase will be a bonus. I'll also need to find more high-ranked items. Daichi was eager to see the improvement in his stats and opened the status page. Among the several stats, wisdom was 396, so Daichi decided to add 4 more points to it, bringing it to a perfect 400. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class, Genin ID 012559. Age, 12, title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, species king, dungeon warrior, executioner, assassin, mighty healer, slug Sanin's apprentice, master of the elements, a genius of the continent, dungeon master. Level, 66, 77,950 out of 11, 5175. Health points, 52,095, chakra points, 110,400, stamina points, 53145, MP, 6 out of 46,980. Primary stats, strength 400, vitality 500, dexterity 300, agility 400, intelligence 516, chakra 633, wisdom 400. Special stats, sense 213, stamina 461, indomitable 64, charisma 86, persistence 61, dignity 35, luck 37. Stat points 81, Rio 313567005. Daichi nodded to himself as he looked at improvement. In just one night, I went from level 62 to level 66. 3 levels from Orochimaru's lab quest and 1 from Root. My mana level is down to single digit. Unlike health, chakra, and stamina points, MP can't regenerate with level ups and can only be recovered with sleep. Guess I better get some shut-eye. I'll focus on Tsunade's quest when I wake up. Satisfied with the results, Daichi closed all the notifications and took down the barriers. He soon got up to his room and got some much-needed rest. As Daichi slept, on the other side of the village, inside the Root headquarters, 2 of the most influential people in the Hidden Leaf met standing on opposite sides. Hiruzen looked at Danzo with a grim face and tightened his fists. The 3 Umbu on the Hokage's side and the 7 Root ninjas on Danzo's side all drew their swords. Danzo looked at his old comrade in his battle gear and felt several complicated emotions. Finally, he resigned himself. So it's come to this, huh, Hiruzen? Yes. The old Kage gave a short reply. He could see the myriad of feelings passing through Danzo's eyes. For a split second, he softened. Danzo — there's no need for any more words, Hiruzen. Danzo knew Hiruzen best and knew that things had reached a point of no return. Let's settle this. The old Kage heard the determination in Danzo's voice and his eyes hardened. So be it. The battle between the 3rd Hokage and the Root commander began. Chapter 330, Friends to Foe, Hiruzen vs. Danzo. A few minutes ago. The Root headquarters, which was typically shrouded in silence, echoed with the alarm of an unprecedented attack. On one side, an unknown enemy infiltrated the base and escaped with items of immense value. On the other side, the Hokage of the village had launched a secret attack and was eliminating an unstable factor. Danzo escaped from the unknown masked enemy and was making his way through the dark halls while clutching the bleeding stump where his right arm once was. He gritted his teeth in anger and pain as he recalled the losses he suffered. Not only was Shirsui's Mangekyo stolen, but he also managed to take my arm. That bastard. Blood seeped through his bandages as he moved, flanked by 7 of his most trusted Root operatives. Suddenly the team sensed a Root ninja coming to their location. They were on alert and were on guard against everyone. But when they saw who had arrived, they immediately let the ninja near their commander. It was one of the rare medic ninjas trained by the Foundation. Do you have it, Kue? Asked Danzo impatiently. Yes, Lord Danzo. I barely managed to escape before Umbu raided the lab, but I have it. The new Root ninja appeared with a scroll in his hand. He opened it and a pale arm appeared from the scroll. Quickly! We don't have time to waste. Danzo ordered and removed the bandages to his right shoulder. The medic ninja quickly began attaching the arm to Danzo's stump. So this is what Shigaraki was able to create with the samples from my arm. Too bad he couldn't recreate the Sharingan. Danzo thought to himself as he looked at the prosthetic created by his scientist from the samples taken from his Sharingan-wielding arm. The medic shinobi did an excellent job at quickly attaching the arm to Danzo and transferring a large amount of his own chakra to the old ninja. By the time Kue completed his work, he was unsteady and soon fell to the side unconscious. Danzo took one look at the root ninja and ordered the others to move. We don't have time to waste. With most of his strength and chakra returned, Danzo moved much faster through the halls with his men surrounding him. As he neared a large chamber at the end of the hall, a warning suddenly came from one of his men. Lord Danzo! A warning which stopped the old man in his tracks. Danzo's eyes narrowed as he and the root ninjas slowly stepped into a vast chamber within the underground base. Across the room stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, accompanied by 3 Umbu operatives, their animal masks concealing their identities. Hiruzen was surprised by Danzo's state. Based on his appearance, it seems he's already gone through a fight. But with who? Just as Hiruzen was scrutinizing Danzo, the old warhawk was doing the same. It seems he's come here prepared for battle. After all these years, is this how it ends between us? Shing! The sound of blades being drawn on both sides could be heard. Danzo looked at Hiruzen and remembered the days when they were young, when they trained together, when they fought together, and later in life when he saw the second Hokage pass the mantle to his friend and rival. Finally his eyes sharpened and he made a resolute decision. So it's come to this, huh, Hiruzen? Yes. Even when Danzo heard the determined reply, he could still see a spark of hesitation or regret in the Hokage's eyes. Hiruzen, if you're going to do something, do it boldly. Danzo dashed just before the old Kage could say anything else. Danzo made it easy for him. There's no need for any more words, Hiruzen. The Root Commander knew his comrade best and knew things had reached a point of no return. Let's settle this. Hiruzen understood the meaning of Danzo's words and internally gathered his chakra. So be it. The tension was thick, the air became charged with the promise of violence. All ninjas tensed their muscles and gathered their chakra. The ground under the feet of the Hokage and the Root Commander cracked and small rock particles floated in the air. The Umbu and Root felt the true presence and power of the 2 veteran ninjas pressing down on them. This much chakra. They're not playing around. It looks like this is going to be a life or death battle. The Root ninjas tensed as they gazed at the power of the Hokage. So Danzo still has this much power? I suppose it shouldn't come as a surprise. He's the man who competed for the position of Hokage. The 3 Umbu were outnumbered, but they were unafraid. Without another word, the 2 old friends turned foes launched into battle. Hiruzen moved first, forming rapid hand seals. Earth-style raging mud river. The floor beneath Danzo and his men instantly turned into a fast-flowing river of mud. The one-eyed ninja and his root ninjas instantly jumped to safety. Danzo landed on the ceiling with 3 others near him while the other 4 jumped and stuck to the walls. Immediately the 3 Umbu standing near Hokage got to work. The one wearing a mask with a hawk painted on quickly weaved seals for a ninjutsu. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. The target of the jutsu was not Danzo but his men. Specifically the 4 on the wall. While the root ninjas were evading or blocking the jutsu, the other 2 Umbu made their move. The Umbu shinobi with the mask of snake pattern weaved several seals while the one wearing the tiger mask took out multiple shuriken and threw with speed and precision. He immediately went through a couple of seals and blew out a powerful current of air that increased the speed and lethality of the shurikens by multiple folds. They targeted one of the root ninjas who escaped from the Earth Dragon and was away from his teammates. In seconds the targeted root ninja was riddled with shuriken and fell to the floor dead. Danzo, who was standing upside down on the ceiling, watched the whole scene and narrowed his eyes. Genjutsu. Suddenly one of the root ninjas near him spoke. Hawk distracted and separated him with his Earth-style jutsu, while Snake put him in a reality distortion genjutsu, while Tiger attacked. To him the shurikens might not have existed, or he might not have been aware that he was under attack. The Root Ninja gave a quick explanation and Danzo sneered. Teamwork, huh? It seems they were handpicked by Hiruzen and had special training. They're looking to end this quickly. This is going to be tricky. Pair up and keep those Umbu busy. Danzo gave the order and went through several hand seals. Immediately the Root Ninjas went for the three-masked Umbu. Hiruzen, seeing the enemy coming, spoke quickly. Remember. It's not 2 against 1. It's 6 against 3. The Umbu ninjas nodded and moved like the wind. They confronted their enemies in the middle of the room while Danzo attacked Hiruzen with multiple vacuum bullets. Hiruzen swiftly dodged to the side while Danzo kept spitting out several fast air bullets. The Hokage immediately went through a seal and a stone pillar appeared in front of him, deflecting multiple attacks from Danzo. The very next second, when Danzo stopped to take his breath, Hiruzen rushed from behind the pillar. He took out a shuriken and flung it at his enemy and quickly made a couple of seals. Ninja Art Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. One shuriken became several and was quickly heading for Danzo. The one-eyed old ninja took out a kunai and infused it with wind chakra, extending its cutting power and range. Even with his vision halved, Danzo expertly cut through all the deadly flying weapons coming at him. But just as he destroyed the last flying star, the Hokage was on him and the Kage had a small current of electricity circulating around his right hand. Lightning style paralysis point. Hiruzen's jutsu made contact. His right arm touched Danzo's shoulder and a powerful electric current spread to the old ninja's entire body, paralyzing him. Gur! Danzo grunted for a moment and focused on his chakra nature. He immediately charged the wind nature chakra throughout his body. He swiftly countered the lightning jutsu and went on the attack. Hiruzen dodged the deadly attacks from the kunai while parrying and deflecting several strong punches aimed for his neck and heart. Suddenly Danzo saw another Hiruzen coming from behind the stone pillar. His eyes moved to the one near him. Just as I suspected. He had a shadow clone attack me while waiting to move in on an opening. The Hokage figure fighting Danzo suddenly grabbed onto his arms, holding the Root Commander in place, while the second Hiruzen immediately went through several seals for another jutsu. Is he going to use his fire-style jutsu? Danzo gathered his wind chakra and began preparing defensive measures. But unexpectedly the second Hiruzen suddenly jumped away from the two while the man holding firm to Danzo turned to mud. Danzo was taken aback by that move. Why is he? Before he could complete his thought, he saw several paper bombs appearing in the chest of the mud clone and his eyes widened. Ho-dash-boom! An explosion rocked the chamber, making the other ninjas retreat to the side. Hiruzen, who was safe from the explosion, watched the dust and smoke with caution. A few seconds later he sensed movement and was on guard. Suddenly from the smoke came 3 shuriken enhanced with wind chakra flying straight at him. Hiruzen kneeled and immediately went through a few seals and placed his hands on the ground. Earth-style mud wall jutsu. Just as the defense wall sprang up, Danzo's spiraling wind shurikens came and it cut through the wall like a hot knife through butter. But the defense jutsu did its job and kept the user safe from harm. Hiruzen stood and looked ahead. The smoke had cleared and he saw Danzo with small burns on his skin and charred clothes, but he didn't suffer a mortal injury. Danzo stood and took several deep breaths as he looked at his rival. His battle senses are as sharp as ever. The one-eyed man took a step forward as he felt the powerful healing chakra of the first Hokage's cells working on him. He needed a few moments and Danzo decided to stall for time, no matter how short it might be. It wasn't a shadow clone that hit me with that lightning jutsu. It was you. Your clone appeared just when I seemed to be at a disadvantage to fool me and take me off guard, and then you used substitution with that mud clone that had paper bombs. Danzo's tone revealed nothing as he looked at the old Kage. Hiruzen nodded as he took a step forward as well. Yes, and you created a wind-style defense barrier at the last second and saved yourself. But I have to say, you've disappointed me, Danzo. The leader of the Root frowned when he heard that. You would never have fallen for such a simple tactic in the olden days. Your skills and intuition have dulled. Hiruzen's words struck a nerve in Danzo. His eyes narrowed and he clenched his fists. We'll see about that. Danzo bit his thumb and drew a seal on his palm. The Baku. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he realized what his rival was about to do, and immediately he went through several seals. Summoning Jutsu. Fire-style Dragon Flame Bomb. Smoke covered the area near Danzo and a giant creature appeared within it. It destroyed the ceiling due to its sheer size. Just then the temperature of the room suddenly soared and an orange light could be seen coming from Hiruzen's position. A massive torrent of flames roared towards Danzo and his summoning creature. The heat was intense, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Danzo, who was atop the creature, went through seals and placed a hand atop its head. A collaboration ninjutsu with his summoning creature. Wind-style Roaring Hurricane. Two ninjutsu of opposite natures clashed into each other with ferocious force. Hiruzen grimaced as he already knew the outcome of the confrontation. I was too late. I can't waste chakra confronting his wind-style jutsu head-on. The Hokage cut off chakra to his jutsu and immediately moved away from his position. The flames of the fire-style jutsu now increased in size and power due to the wind-style jutsu returned to Hiruzen's position and it blew through several walls demonstrating its fearsome power. Danzo was keeping an eye on his foe and he immediately made a seal. The Baku located Hiruzen and began sucking in a large amount of air. The loose debris in the room immediately flew into its mouth and got crushed. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and held onto the floor with his chakra to avoid getting sucked in. Danzo swiftly made a hand seal and created a shadow clone. The clone jumped off and rushed towards Hiruzen's back while avoiding the attack of his own summon. Both the clone and the real Danzo were weaving hand seals. Hiruzen, who was keeping a close eye on his enemy, saw through the plan. A pincer maneuver. He's pinned me down and will now attack from both sides. Wind-style Vacuum Wave. The clone sent a large powerful slash through the air and it was swiftly making its way towards the Hokage. Wind-style Vacuum Bullet Rain. From atop the summoning creature Baku, Danzo sent dozens of bullets towards Hiruzen. Adrenaline rushed through the old Hokage's body and his mind worked faster than it had been in a long time. In a second he went through the best option and even thought about the next several moves. The Hokage stopped the chakra flow to his feet and hands and let go. His body immediately flew from that spot and headed towards the summoning creature Baku's mouth. Just as his body flew away, the spot where he stood was riddled and destroyed with multiple attacks from both Danzos. Hiruzen, who was mid-air, immediately went through seals that were familiar to Danzo. The Root Commander sneered and immediately made a seal to counter the coming Fire Jutsu. The Fire Dragon Jutsu. You plan to take out my Baku using my attack against me, huh? You think it'll be that easy? The Baku quickly stopped inhaling and suddenly began exhaling with all its might. But the couple seconds interval delay between the creature's inhalation and exhalation was the opportunity Hiruzen was truly looking for. A shadow clone immediately appeared near the Hokage, grabbed and tossed his body towards the direction of Danzo's shadow clone. A second later the shadow clone was destroyed by the powerful wind created by Danzo's summon. Fire-style Fire Dragon Jutsu. The real Hiruzen spit out a massive fire dragon and it was headed straight for Danzo's shadow clone. Before it could put up a good defense, it was engulfed by the flames and turned to smoke. Danzo, atop the massive creature, was irritated. He was never aiming for my summon. My clone was his target the whole time. Roar! Danzo made a seal and his summoning creature rushed forward and slammed its trunk atop Hiruzen. But when it lifted the massive appendage, only a few broken rock pieces could be seen. Substitution. Danzo muttered as he looked below. Poof! Danzo turned his head and saw a human-shaped figure in the smoke that appeared near Hiruzen. So he's finally summoned him, huh? The summoning creature Monkey King Inma stood beside Hiruzen and he gazed at Danzo. So you're finally doing it, huh? Inma asked. Yes. Humph. You better not make the same mistake as before. Hiruzen knew what his summon was referring to. A moment of weakness when he confronted his now wayward student. Hiruzen's eyes focused as he looked up at Danzo. Don't worry. My resolve won't weaken this time. Then let's do this. Enma looked at his partner and nodded. Both Hiruzen and Danzo were ready for round 2. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 14 months from now. Peace.